All attributes martial arts. Arc 5, Alien Invasion, Part 2 of 2. Can't you be a little more serious when we're talking about something this important? Wang Teng said quietly, looking at Wu Jiyu, who was fiddling with his head. Sorry, I'll make it more secure this time, I promise it won't fall off again. Wu Jiyu kept apologizing, looking very embarrassed. Is this a question of whether it will fall off again? Zhou Xuanwu asked frantically, but as soon as he said it, he broke down. Zhou Xuanwu felt that he had changed, and that he was becoming assimilated by those two idiots, Wang Teng and Wu Jiyu. Pisha. He's not an idiot. Boom. Just then, the changes in the sky became more and more violent. Dark clouds swirled, and a huge vortex continued to expand, rotating at an unbelievable speed. Bolts of lightning struck, wreaking havoc within a radius of several dozen feet. The area of dark clouds was originally only located above the mountaintop, but now it has expanded rapidly, reaching a radius of over 100 feet. As far as the eye can see, it is a dark, dense mass with no end in sight. Furthermore, a powerful suction force emanated from the vortex in the sky, causing trees and boulders on the ground to be uncontrollably thrown into the air and completely crushed. Wang Teng and Zhou Xuanwu's expressions turned extremely solemn upon seeing this scene. However, besides his solemn expression, Wang Teng also had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because in his eyes, he saw attribute bubbles falling from the vortex in the sky. Although the situation seems a bit dire right now, we should still pick up the attributes when the time is right. Pick it up. Space 35, Space *50, Space 65, Space 55. One by one, attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. His spatial talent has now been defined by the system as a first-order spatial body. With the integration of spatial attributes, he immediately felt that his perception of space was becoming more and more sensitive. In a short while, he had picked up all the spatial attributes that had just fallen, totaling 1150 points, which greatly increased his spatial physique. Spatial body, 11,151 thousandths Tier 1. As the attribute bubbles merged, he felt that his current physique was vastly different from before, as if every inch of his body could sense the fluctuations of space. Almost as if he were about to completely merge into the space. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment and quickly disappeared. It seemed that this sensitivity only occurred when there was an improvement. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he became even more certain of the power of the spatial body. If one were to elevate the spatial body to an extremely high level in the future, wouldn't it be possible to truly traverse freely within space, which would be incredibly carefree? Even if the universe is vast and boundless, he can certainly go there. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. Zhou Xuanwu, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. What kind of time was this to be able to laugh like this? Is he out of his mind? Wu Gu was also somewhat surprised. Is this human kid really scared out of his wits? My apologies. Brother Zhou, you should go back and inform the others to prepare. Wang Teng said at this moment. Aren't you coming back with me? Zhou Xuanwu's expression changed slightly. You go first. Wang Teng didn't turn his head, his gaze fixed on the vortex above his head, where attribute bubbles were still falling continuously. Then, be careful. Zhou Xuanwu's expression hardened, and he nodded heavily, his face filled with sorrow. He then transformed into a long rainbow and flew away into the distance without looking back, his heart resolute. Wang Teng, don't worry, I will definitely bring the message back. You have to hold on, you can't just die like this. Wu Gu smiled and let Zhou Xuanwu leave without stopping him. Judging from his expression, he seems to have misunderstood something. Wang Teng thought suspiciously and couldn't help but shake his head. Who cares? Surely I wouldn't curse him to die. Regardless, picking up attributes is the most important thing. So many spatial attributes. They're rare and hard to come by. Pick it up. Space *60, Space 115, Space 85, Space 120, ellipsis. Aren't you afraid? Wu Gu suddenly asked, seemingly somewhat surprised. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Teng retorted. Aren't you afraid we'll kill you? A hint of killing intent finally appeared in Wu Gu's voice as he coldly said, or do you really naively believe you can destroy the dark world? How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? Wang Teng said casually. As for being afraid, I'm not afraid of you worms that breed in dark corners. Insects? The ghostly fire flickered in Wu Gu's eye sockets as he said, You're calling us insects? It's not an insult, it's just stating a fact, Wang Teng said calmly. How long has it been? How long has it been since anyone could make me this angry? I really miss it. There was a hint of nostalgia in Wugu's voice, but the chill was even stronger. Then it laughed. How about we play a game? A real game. Oh, what game? Wang Teng asked with great interest. My clan's army is about to descend, and you can't stop it now. But I can give you a chance. I will order all the dark races to refrain from killing for the time being. Let's have a wager. The winner will be king, and the loser will submit. What do you say? Wugu said with a smile. That's interesting. Wang Teng stroked his chin, nodded, and asked, how do we wager? It's very simple. You choose the location, the two sides face off, and the victor is decided. Wu Jiyu said with a smile, but his words were full of bloodlust and ruthlessness. Why? Wang Teng remained unmoved and suddenly asked a question out of the blue. Wugu seemed to know what he was asking and said, because I like to see you in despair, to watch you struggle slowly in despair, helpless, and ultimately die. Don't you find that interesting? Hey tilde, Wang Teng let out a cryptic chuckle and said, why should I believe you? No big deal, just sign a soul contract. Wu Jiyu said nonchalantly, then a jet black scroll appeared in his hand, looking very similar to the soul contracts Wang Teng had seen. He asked, how about it? Want to play? Play? Of course I'll play. If you want to play, I'll play along to the end and see who beats whom in the end, Wang Teng said with a smile. Very good, I like your confidence. I hope you can maintain it to the end. Wu Jiyu smiled and unfurled the black scroll, wrote the contract on it, and then signed his name. Just as it was about to throw the scroll over, Wang Teng said, your signature alone is not enough. I cannot guarantee that the other dark species will not take action. You don't trust me? Wugu roared angrily. Yes, I don't believe you at all, Wang Teng nodded. This really breaks my heart. Wu Jiyu covered his face and wept, but seeing that Wang Teng paid no attention to him, he couldn't keep up the act any longer. He spread his hands and said with a grin, all right, I really can't do anything with you. Then let all the demon lords who came this time sign their names. It threw the soul scroll into the vortex in the air, then cupped its hands to its mouth and shouted, hey, you guys sign your names, I want to play a game with this human. Quote ellipsis quote. A moment later, a hoarse voice came from within the vortex. Wugu, are you sure you want to do this? Another alluring voice followed. If you fail, you know the consequences. Although I also enjoy watching them perish in despair, you've gone too far. Once this soul contract is signed, we've lost half of our initiative, another cold voice said. Relax. How could I possibly lose? Wu Jiyu waved his hand dismissively. There was a moment of silence within the vortex. Fine, you'll have to take full responsibility for this. After the hoarse voice finished speaking, the soul scroll was thrown down again. No problem, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, Wu Jiyu assured him confidently. After saying that, he threw the soul scroll to Wang Teng. Take it, just sign your name. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he took the soul and saw that in addition to the name Wu Jiyu, there were 3 more names, Huan Shen, He Yan, and Bai Tun. Black Nightmare, it's actually here too. A hint of surprise rose in Wang Teng's heart. That guy knew he was here, yet he had remained silent all this time. His patience was truly remarkable. When the 3 dark creatures spoke, Wang Teng used the Origin Eye and Spiritual Vision Eye to see through the spatial rift and saw the beings behind them. They were indeed 3 dark creatures at the level of a demon lord, so he had no doubts at this moment. Since there were no problems with the contents of the soul contract, Wang Teng did not hesitate any longer and immediately signed his name. Once the name is signed, the soul contract is officially established. Both sides sensed the binding force of the contract. Even beings of their level could not break free from this bondage. The humans of Earth probably never imagined that Wang Teng would, with just a few words, establish a bet with the dark race that would determine the very survival of Earth. That's incredibly careless. Of course, in a sense, Wang Teng undoubtedly made a decision that best suited the current situation. After all, the rift in the dark world has been opened, and the arrival of the dark race is inevitable. No one can stop it. If the dark race were allowed to wreak havoc on Earth, the entire planet would likely be reduced to ruins sooner or later. This gamble, at least temporarily, saved Earth. Alright, all done. You can leave now. Wu Jiyu gestured for Wang Teng to leave. No rush, this whirlpool is quite refreshing. I've decided to stay a little longer, Wang Teng said leisurely. Black bones. Why does it think this kid is even more shameless than it? Hey, Nightmare Demon Lord, long time no see. How have you been lately? Wang Teng ignored Wu Jiyu and shouted into the vortex. There was a moment of silence in the vortex, then the voice of the Nightmare Demon Lord came out. Wang Teng, you are too happy too soon. After this bet ends, it will be your death day. It should be very interesting to watch your relatives and friends die one by one in front of you. Wang Teng replied with 2 words, hee hee. Quote. After the vortex, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's breath hitched. Beyond the vortex lay a chaotic area. The space rippled, forming a huge spatial rift. 3 figures sat cross-legged around the spatial rift, their bodies shimmering with black light and faintly radiating powerful fluctuations, suppressing the spatial rift. One of the figures was a stunningly beautiful woman with long, slightly wavy, deep purple hair, draped in a black winged cloak, and eyes that shone with an eerie, inky black light. This person is none other than the Nightmare Demon Lord, who has had many entanglements with Wang Teng. At this moment, when the Black Nightmare Demon Lord heard Wang Teng's laughter, his expression immediately turned rather unpleasant. The other 2 Demon Lords couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when they saw its appearance. Black Nightmare, do you have a grudge against this human? The dark demon lord named Illusionary Mirage was shrouded in a cloud of mist, his body appearing and disappearing. With only a pair of eerie green eyes shining through the layers of mist and landing on the face of the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. He, I heard you suffered a great loss at the hands of a human last time. Could it be this human? Another 100 Pig Demon Lord, with a face like a pig and an extremely strange appearance, looked at the Black Nightmare Demon Lord with malicious eyes and chuckled. The Illusionary Demon Lord's eyes flickered slightly, as if he were somewhat surprised. Bai Tun, shut your mouth. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and refused to say anything more. No one knew how frustrated it was at that moment. Wang Teng was just an ant who hadn't even reached the level of a general. Although it had been seriously injured by external forces, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord always felt that it had underestimated Wang Teng. If it were given another chance, it would be able to kill Wang Teng easily. However, things didn't go as planned. Wang Teng fell into the dark world, and it failed to find him in time. Instead, he plundered a holy city and escaped back to Earth. It suffered another defeat in front of Wang Teng. This time, it came to Earth on its own initiative because it wanted to avenge that arrow wound and completely annihilate Wang Teng. But what the hell is going on now? That bastard Wang Teng actually caught up and advanced to the planetary level, now at the same level as it. How can it possibly take revenge now? It couldn't even handle Wang Teng, who hadn't even reached the planetary level yet, let alone now. The Nightmare Demon Lord was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. He had no choice but to close his eyes and rest, ignoring Wang Teng. Otherwise, given the kid's shamelessness, he would surely be driven to his death by anger. The Phantom Demon Lord's eerie green gaze vanished into the mist, and he remained silent. The 100 Pig Demon Lord chuckled and decided not to provoke the Black Nightmare Demon Lord any further. Otherwise, if that old woman went berserk, it wouldn't get any benefit from her either. The place immediately fell silent, but the spatial fluctuations around it became increasingly intense, expanding at an extremely rapid pace. Beyond the spatial rift, black mist filled the air. A gust of wind blew by, revealing the dense, endless array of dark creatures behind the mist. Ellipsis. Beneath the vortex, Wang Teng sat cross-legged in the sky, staring at Wu Jiyu opposite him, their eyes locked in a fierce contest. Are you leaving or not? Wu Gu asked angrily. I'm not leaving, Wang Teng said calmly. Come on, let's fight again. Wu Jiyu stood up, rubbing his skeletal arm, looking ready to fight Wang Teng again. I won't fight, Wang Teng said calmly, then changed his position and lay down on his side, floating in midair with his legs crossed, looking quite comfortable. At the same time, he released his mental energy to pick up the scattered attribute bubbles around him. He had been here for 2 or 3 hours and had gained more than 3,000 points of spatial attribute. He was absolutely thrilled. The reason Wang Teng lingered was because of this attribute bubble. Anyway, Wu Gu can't do anything to him. Once he improves his spatial body, he will be able to increase the power of his spatial storms several times over. Then, when dealing with these dark species, he can unleash a powerful attack, and no matter how many of them there are, what can they do? Wang Teng had a brilliant plan. Wu Gu was completely unaware of this, and only thought that Wang Teng was staying there to annoy it. Wang Teng ignored Wu Jiyu, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on the attribute panel. He had obtained quite a few attribute bubbles from killing the netherworld giant python, but he hadn't had time to take stock of them. He had just swallowed them whole and didn't even know what they felt like. Since I have nothing to do right now, I might as well take a look. Ice-type Star Force * 3500. Dark Star Force * 3650. King Level Ice Talent * 150. Open Black Lens Bracket Netherworld Ice 260 Close Black Lens Bracket. Royal Spirit 115. Blank Attribute * 12,600. After reviewing his haul, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Wow, this haul is really impressive. The netherworld giant python truly lives up to its reputation as a king-level star beast. The attribute bubbles it released were not only numerous but also contained a great many valuable items. First of all, both ice and darkness are stellar primal forces, and their values are over 3,000. It's worth noting that Wang Teng's two elemental forces hadn't even advanced to the planetary level yet, so suddenly having so much planetary level elemental force was quite an unexpected surprise. At least these two forces can now unleash a sliver of planetary level power. Next up is that king level ice type talent. This is a talent that is even more advanced than a peerless talent. King level. This level of talent is called king level talent. The netherworld giant python clan possesses extremely high ice type talent, so their adult forms can almost all reach the king level, which is obviously due to this king level talent. Wang Teng's ice-type talent was originally top tier, but now it has directly reached the king level, with a full 150 points, which has increased his ice-type talent countless times. The level of his king-level ice-type talent is even higher than his ice dust body. However, combining the two naturally yields even greater benefits. King-level ice talent. Wang Teng smiled slightly and looked at another attribute value, Netherworld Frost. This can be considered a special skill attribute. Wang Teng recalled the black ice that the netherworld giant python had used before. It was indeed extremely cold and aggressive, and ordinary martial artists could not resist it at all. Only he, who had mastered the azure jade glazed flame, could completely counter it. Regardless, Netherworld Frost is indeed a very powerful skill. Then there are 115 points of Royal Spirit attribute. Wang Teng's mental strength attribute was already very close to the peak of the Emperor realm. Now, with the addition of 115 attribute points, his mental strength attribute was pushed to the critical point. Spirit, Royal Realm. 15 points to go. Wang Teng's expression was not good. Was he the one who was 15 attribute points short? Obviously. Yes. Just 15 more points and we'll break through. Wang Teng doesn't know what level is after the Emperor realm yet, but it will definitely make his mental power even stronger. At that time, crushing a few dark races will be a piece of cake. But it's precisely that 15 points short. What could Wang Teng do? He was helpless too. Wang Teng shook his head, sighed, and looked at the last attribute bubble. Blank attribute 12,600 points. The netherworld giant python truly lives up to its reputation as a king-level star beast. Wang Teng felt a pang of emotion once again. Phew, this kid finally left. In the sky, Wu Gu gazed at the departing figure in the distance and couldn't help but let out a long breath. However, when the figure could no longer be seen, it put its hands behind its back, and the will-o'-the-wisps in its eyes flickered twice, becoming extremely deep and dark. Why did he seem quite happy when he left? Thinking about this, Wu Jiyu himself was a little suspicious and even more frustrated. He shook his head and said, "This kid is really a bit strange. I made this bet with him. Will I end up getting myself into trouble? Bah, how could I possibly lose?" After leaving the snow-capped mountain where the spatial rift was located, Wang Teng went straight through the northern frontier and sped towards the Sha capital. He left because he had already absorbed a significant amount of spatial attributes. Spatial body, first tier. This time, he absorbed more than 10,000 points of spatial attribute, an extremely large amount, which greatly enhanced his spatial body. Of course, this is also because the spatial rift was indeed very large, which is why so many attribute bubbles fell down. The only regret was that the spatial rift was still expanding, and Wang Teng had to leave. Otherwise, he could have obtained even more spatial attributes. What a pity. Summer capital. Inside the Summer Palace, martial arts leaders and the three marshals gathered, and Zhou Xuanwu, who had also returned to the Summer capital, stood before them. A huge topographical projection map of the Sha Kingdom was presented to everyone. On the projection map, a dark cloud spread across the northern Xinjiang region, covering a large area and rapidly engulfing the entire northern Xinjiang sky. Everyone wore a solemn expression. Alas, these are truly turbulent times. A sigh escaped from General Yang's lips. A somber atmosphere filled the hall and everyone fell silent. First came the Star Beast uprising, then the Dark Race invasion, and everyone couldn't help but fall into pessimism. Is there really any way for humanity to survive? At this moment, the martial arts leader spoke up. Xuanwu, you said Wang Teng stayed there and didn't come back? Yes, he sent me back to inform everyone first, but he stayed behind. Zhou Xuanwu nodded heavily, his face filled with sorrow, and said, Wang Teng, I'm afraid. That shouldn't be possible. Hong Shuai frowned deeply. Given that guy's personality and strength, why would he put himself in such a dangerous situation? I believe he must have a way to escape. I also firmly believe that Wang Teng will not die so easily. The martial arts leader smiled slightly and nodded. Zhou Xuanwu was very surprised, not expecting that the martials and martial arts leaders would have so much confidence in Wang Teng. Could Wang Teng really have survived under those circumstances? Alright, let's discuss how to deal with the dark race. Since Wang Teng asked you to bring back this message, we should be prepared and not let his good intentions go to waste, the martial arts leader said, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to discuss it. Many of the generals present, skilled in military strategy, offered suggestions and made arrangements for troop deployment. This discussion lasted for more than an hour. Just as everyone was about to leave, Commander Yang suddenly said, I wonder if we could ask those two to take action? Those two. The martial arts leader's eyes flashed, clearly indicating that he already understood who Commander Yang was referring to. It's hard to say. If Wang Teng were here, there would naturally be no problem, but now that Wang Teng has not returned, what about those two? The martial arts leader pondered. Before he finished speaking, everyone understood what he meant. Two planetary-level combatants. It's a real shame that it can't be used. Ultimately, the problem still lies with Wang Teng. If he returns, everything will naturally fall into place, and things won't be so difficult. Well, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Why is everyone sighing? Just then, a soft laugh suddenly came in. Everyone was overjoyed to hear that familiar voice. Wang Teng. Everyone turned to look and saw a figure stride in. Although the situation is special now, not just anyone can enter the Summer Palace. Who else but Wang Teng could easily enter this place? Ha ha ha, Wang Teng, I knew you wouldn't die. Hong Shuai strode forward to greet him. So you all thought I was dead? Wang Teng said irritably. Ahem, this is all what Zhou Xuanwu said. He said there are piles of dark creatures over there, and even several dark creatures at the Demon Lord level. There's absolutely no way you could come back alive. Hong Shuai laughed heartily, revealing Zhou Xuanwu without any mercy. PFF'd. Zhou Xuanwu's face immediately turned black. He never expected that Commander Hong would be so cunning. This is slander. This is slander. That's too ruthless. I never expected that Hong Shuai would be like this. It wasn't me, I didn't say that, that's not what I meant. Zhou Xuanwu felt extremely wronged and quickly shook his head, denying it 3 times in a row. When did he ever say that Wang Teng couldn't possibly come back alive? He only said the chances were very slim. The small chance means there is still a chance. If he had known Wang Teng was so resilient, he wouldn't have said that, and he wasted his tragic spirit. Alright, look how scared you are. Wang Teng waved his hand and said casually, but you guys don't trust me enough. How could a mere dark race possibly keep me alive? That's right, you're right, that's exactly it. You're just a mere dark species, you definitely can't be kept alive. Zhou Xuanwu nodded emphatically. Quote. The crowd. Wang Teng said speechlessly, how come I never noticed that you were so shameless? Zhou Xuanwu chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had overreacted. He had been nearly startled when he suddenly saw Wang Teng return. The main concern wasn't that he was afraid Wang Teng would do anything to him, but rather that Wang Teng was keeping an eye on him. After all, given Wang Teng's cunning, being remembered by him would definitely keep him up at night. Alright, everyone, stop fooling around and get down to business. The martial arts leader shook his head with a smile and asked, Wang Teng, what's the situation over there? The situation is not optimistic. It seems that the dark race is about to launch a large-scale invasion. Judging from the scale of the spatial rift, there are at least 1 million dark race members invading this time. And there may even be several Demon Lord level beings among them. Wang Teng shook his head with a solemn expression. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Millions of Darkin, several demon lords level beings. Such a scale is truly terrifying. Is there any hope left for humanity? Everyone fell silent. They had been discussing things so well before, but now they were so badly hurt that they had completely lost the will to resist. However, it's not without a chance. I've made a bet with the dark race. We'll choose a battlefield for a great battle, and the winner will be king, while the loser will submit. Seeing everyone's pessimistic expressions, Wang Teng decided to stop hiding his true feelings and quickly said, "A contest?" Upon hearing this, everyone was startled once again. Everyone was drawn to what Wang Teng was saying. A duel with the dark race? Such a bold idea, it's amazing that Wang Teng could come up with it. If he hadn't said it, no one would have ever thought of doing such a thing. And would the dark race agree to that? Everyone found it unbelievable. Even the martial arts leader frowned deeply, his heart trembling slightly, filled with astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, the bet wasn't proposed by Wang Teng at all. Rather, it was suggested by an unreliable individual among the dark race who brought up the idea, and Wang Teng simply went along with it. Can this really work? Hong Shuai asked hesitantly. Otherwise, do you have a better idea? Wang Teng found a chair and sat down, casually picked up a pastry and began to eat it leisurely, looking completely unconcerned. That's not a bad idea. The martial arts leader's eyes flashed, and he nodded thoughtfully. This way, the Dark Ones won't make a sudden move, which will give us more breathing room. That's right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Wang Teng nodded and said, if we can't solve it, the others who join the battle will only be sacrificing themselves in vain, without any purpose. But if we can solve it, the others won't have to make useless sacrifices. Even so, with our limited manpower, we're probably no match for the dark race, Yang Shuai mused. Including those two, we only have 3 planetary level experts on our side. I wonder how many demon lord level beings the dark race has, the martial arts leader asked. There are currently 4 known demon lord level beings among the dark race, Wang Teng said casually. 4. Everyone took a deep breath and their minds immediately became active. Just one more. It's not that we can't fight. However, this is only what is visible on the surface. No one knows if there are other demon lord level beings among them, Wang Teng said. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone froze, their eyes filled with resentment as they looked at Wang Teng. Just when I gave him a glimmer of hope, it was immediately shattered. This guy must have done it on purpose. Of course, there are ways to overcome this problem, Wang Teng chuckled. Hurry up and tell me. Everyone was extremely anxious, and their resentment towards Wang Teng was almost uncontrollable. Can't you just explain it once and for all, you bastard? If we keep making their little hearts jump around like this, who will be responsible if they develop a heart attack? The entire planet Earth isn't just home to a few planetary level beings like us. Now that the dark race is bound to sweep across the globe, no one can stay out of it. Wang Teng said with a wicked smile, his words carrying a hidden meaning. You mean? The martial arts leader's expression shifted. The others weren't stupid either. They immediately understood who Wang Teng was referring to. Their eyes flickered, and a malicious smile involuntarily appeared on their faces. That expression was almost identical to Wang Teng's. Yes, that's them. Wang Teng nodded, then stroked his chin and asked, what's the situation on the other continents? Currently, Ophelia, the North Pacific, the South Pacific, and the Central Pacific are the areas most severely affected by the star beasts. In particular, the Central Pacific is located deep in the center of the major oceans, completely isolated from the other continents, and has the world's largest primeval forest. Before the invasion of the Force, it was the most biodiverse place. Now that the Force has invaded, the star beasts in it are naturally even more numerous, terrifying, and unpredictable. The Central Pacific is now the place most severely affected by the star beast tide. The martial arts leader paused for a moment, then continued. However, on the continents of Beiyang and Nanyang, the alien invaders there were quite powerful, and they managed to suppress the star beast uprising very quickly. However, the rifts in the dark world also seem to have appeared in those 2 places. We have detected a large-scale appearance of dark primal force on these 2 continents. Dark rifts have also appeared in the Beiyang and Nanyang continents? Wang Teng was slightly surprised. That's right, after Xuanwu brought back the news, I had people closely monitor the situation around the world. That's why we noticed the movement across the ocean immediately. In fact, we had noticed similar anomalies on these 2 continents to those in the northern frontier before. Which is why we were able to pinpoint the location of those two spatial rifts so quickly, the martial arts leader said. So, have dark rifts also appeared on other continents? Wang Teng asked with a slightly serious expression. No abnormalities have been found on the other 3 continents. Europe has many countries and is quite complex, making it difficult to investigate. The North and South Poles are sparsely populated, and we haven't been able to fully explore them either. However, Ophelia seems to be relatively peaceful, and we haven't heard of any trace of the dark race so far, the martial arts leader said, shaking his head. So, it's highly likely that other demon lord level beings have emerged in the North and South Seas. Wang Teng frowned and sneered, hey, that Wu Jiyu really has a good plan. Other demon lord level beings haven't signed a soul contract, so this duel is limited to our continent. Then the martial arts leader hesitated. Looking back now, other alien invaders were probably too busy taking care of themselves to participate in their gambling war. No. Wang Teng shook his head with a smile, a shrewd glint in his eyes. They probably wish they could participate in the betting. No matter how powerful the alien invaders are, I don't believe they have the confidence to deal with the dark race. If the dark race invades and destroys the entire planet, their trial will probably fail. Oh, the martial arts leader's expression shifted, and he pondered, then should we send out some signals? Of course we should. Spread the word about the bet, and I'm sure they'll get restless soon, Wang Teng chuckled. The martial arts leader nodded. Quote ellipsis quote. Everyone else was stunned. They felt that Wang Teng and the martial arts leader were just like 2 foxes, one big and one small, both with wicked hearts. Ellipsis. The Sha Kingdom immediately sprang into action, and the information was quickly disseminated. The Sha Kingdom and the Dark Race are locked in a duel. The news reached countries around the world immediately. Since all countries were now under the control of alien invaders, this news reached their ears directly. The northern continent, the Bald Eagle Nation. The blonde alien invader's eyes flickered rapidly, clearly indicating that he was not at peace. He looked down at the warriors below and slowly asked, "Can this be confirmed?" The news came from the Sha Kingdom. I sent people to inquire from various sources, and it seems to have come from within the Sha Palace, so it's highly credible, a martial artist below said respectfully, kneeling on one knee. Sha Kingdom, huh? The blonde youth's eyes flashed and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Hey, it seems this matter is true. However, Sha Kingdom has certainly made a good plan. Have you found out who the trial participant is over there? I heard it was a blue-haired youth. In my opinion, he is most likely from the Land family. However, he seems to have been defeated by a Earth warrior. The alien warrior said hesitantly. Defeated by a Earth Star warrior? The blonde youth narrowed his eyes, a look of great interest on his face. So, the recent occupation of several areas near Sha Kingdom was also the work of that Earth Star warrior? That's very likely, the alien warrior said. Well, this is getting more and more interesting. It's unbelievable that such a figure would appear among the Earth Star warriors. The blonde youth smiled slightly, his expression becoming increasingly interested, and asked, "Have you found out who that Earth Star warrior is?" It seems to be a martial arts prodigy from the Sha Kingdom named Wang Teng. The alien martial artist tapped his wristwatch lightly, and a projection immediately appeared in the sky above the hall. The projection revealed a black-haired youth, no more than 20 years old, with a chiseled face, unparalleled in handsomeness and an extraordinary temperament. This person was none other than Wang Teng. This person does have some talent. The Earth Star warrior then recounted Wang Teng's deeds one by one. For them, investigating Wang Teng's past was not difficult, but they knew little about what happened after Wang Teng advanced to the planetary level. And they were even more unaware of his combat strength. The alien warriors around him didn't seem to care much after hearing this. In fact, they thought Wang Teng's deeds were nothing special. According to you, Wang Teng can be considered a prodigy on Earth. The blonde youth said with a faint smile, but his tone did not show much importance. As if you were just talking about an ordinary martial artist. He is naturally no match for you, young master, the alien warriors below said in unison. After all, Earth is a backward planet. It's already quite an achievement that planetary-level planets have appeared. We can't ask for too much. The blonde youth said, then suddenly turned to look at the left side of the hall. There stood another group of people, clearly distinct from the alien warriors. These people were originally bigwigs in the Bald Eagle Kingdom, but after the alien invaders occupied the Bald Eagle Kingdom, they chose to submit and are now under the command of the blonde youth. Do you have anything to add about Wang Teng? The blonde youth asked. Ute, Suan, Fortes, you had a conversation with Wang Teng at the Global Exchange Conference. Tell me your impressions. Field Marshal Cromwell of the United States looked at the last few people. Suan. Ute nudged Suan, who was standing silently to the side. He can be called a peerless genius. Suan didn't say much. After saying this, he stepped back and didn't say anything more. Yet, Fortes and the others' expressions changed involuntarily. Suan is such a stubborn person. How dare he call Wang Teng a peerless genius in front of an alien powerhouse? He's completely clueless. Everyone in the Bald Eagle Kingdom was extremely worried, fearing they might anger the blonde youth. Peerless genius? Upon hearing these 4 words, the alien warriors all had strange expressions, followed by a low chuckle. There was a clear hint of contempt in that laughter. Ahem, on your planet, you could call him a peerless genius. The blonde youth was quite accommodating, clearing his throat and chuckling as he spoke. You're right, Wang Teng is at most a genius from Earth. Compared to you, he's just a country bumpkin, a far cry from you. Yu Te immediately knelt down and said respectfully. Alright, enough with the flattery. The blonde youth waved his hand and stood up from his seat. Since he has announced that he will gamble with the dark race, he must want us to participate. So I will grant his wish. You can spread the word for me. Central Island is now sparsely populated and is suitable as a gambling arena. I will be waiting for you there. Let's go to Central. Yes. The alien warriors below bowed and respectfully responded in unison. Ellipsis ellipsis. The extraterrestrials from the North Pacific were the first to set off for the central continent, and the message they sent quickly spread throughout the world. The Southern Ocean continent is closest to the Northern Ocean continent, and the alien trial participant who occupies the Southern Ocean continent was the first to receive the news. This trial participant is a burly young man with a very rugged appearance. He is extremely tall, more than 3 meters tall, and has 2 extremely long fangs in his mouth. He is obviously a humanoid, but it is unknown which race in the universe he belongs to. He held a huge battle axe in his hand, dripping with blood, and beneath the axe lay a massive star beast, clearly just slain. The burly young man was shirtless, with a blood-red totem carved into a ferocious beast. His face was also covered with blood-red runes. At this moment, both the blood-red beast and the blood-red runes were radiating a blood-red light, making him look extremely eerie. Meanwhile, the star beast beneath its feet was losing blood rapidly, which quickly disappeared without a trace, causing the entire star beast to wither away instantly. The burly young man stepped off the star beast and said to the group of alien warriors around him, let's go to Central Continent and join in the fun. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath him suddenly exploded, forming a huge crater. Spiderweb-like cracks spread outwards, and the burly young man shot into the sky like a cannonball. The alien warriors behind him were all burly and clearly of the same race as the young man. They laughed loudly and also rushed into the sky to follow him. Northern Europe, Sacred Mountains. Interesting. The woman with long green hair suddenly let out a string of silvery giggles, her expression clearly showing great interest. After laughing for a while, she turned to look at Ailes behind her and said with a smile, my dear sister, how about I take you to see Wang Teng, the one you're always thinking about? Go if you want, Aries said calmly, his expression unchanged. Oh dear, you're so boring. But this has ruined all my plans, the long-haired green woman suddenly said, sounding annoyed. But with the emergence of the dark race, I have no choice but to take this path as well. Let's go, come with me. I want to see Wang Teng for myself and see what kind of person he is. A woman with long green hair flew into a spaceship in the sky. This spaceship was exquisite, with smooth lines and even a light pink color all over. Compared with the spaceships of the other alien trial participants, it was easy to tell at a glance that it belonged to the woman. Ares stood on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed, entering the spaceship. Soon the spaceship left Northern Europe and headed straight for Central Europe. At almost the same time, alien trial participants scattered around the world also set off after hearing the news, heading to Central Continent. In an instant, the entire planet Earth was in turmoil, and all the powerful beings gathered in one place. Central. Surrounded by oceans, a continent floats quietly like an isolated island, with islands of varying sizes scattered around it. This continent has a sparse population, but it is a paradise for star beasts. The entire continent has a tropical and subtropical climate, and large areas are covered with tropical rainforests. Before the martial arts era, this place was a land of abundant plants with lush trees of many different kinds. Later, under the influence of the Force, vegetation grew wildly, and towering trees rose up, many reaching tens of meters in height, some even reaching tens of feet in height. Thick vines hung down to the ground, resembling giant pythons, and it had become a primeval jungle. There are many unknown star beasts among them, with a wide variety and an enormous number. With such a massive number of creatures, many Lord-level star beasts naturally emerged, all incredibly powerful and Overlord-level beings. In addition, there are many unexpected star beasts. Rivers, lakes, and underground are all places where star beasts lurk, and they are extremely dangerous. If an ordinary martial artist were to enter, they might end up in the lair of a star beast, a situation with a slim chance of survival. Even warriors at the general level dare not enter easily. Fortunately, the star beasts and humans had maintained a delicate balance in the past, and there had been no large-scale outbreak of beast tides until now. In addition, Central Island is located in the middle of the ocean and is isolated from other continents, so the situation was not as bad as it is now. Of course, although this place is dangerous, it is also a paradise for martial artists. Star beasts, spiritual herbs, and even some rare minerals and metals are all very valuable. Fortune favors the bold. Many martial artists still form teams to enter the area, fighting against star beasts, seizing star cores and bones, and searching for spiritual herbs. Besides other worlds, primitive jungles like this place or deep mountain ranges on Earth are also places where human martial artists often go. Recently, as a certain piece of news spread, the warriors who were originally hunting star beasts in Zhongwan continent all withdrew one after another, not daring to stay any longer. Alien invaders. Dark Seed. One piece of news after another caused a global uproar, leaving people around the world feeling suffocated and uneasy. The existence of alien invaders is now common knowledge, and all martial artists know that the alien invaders' strength exceeds that of a 13-star warrior, representing a higher level of combat power. The alien invaders are going to have a showdown with the dark race in Central. This is a disaster. How powerful are planetary-level warriors? Earth warriors don't know, but if even general-level experts are so terrifying, how much more powerful planetary-level experts must be? Central Island will be at the center of the battle, which will inevitably cause huge aftershocks. Who would dare to stay? Ellipsis. Before the arrival of powerful humans, Central Continent remained peaceful, with star beasts lying dormant and everything proceeding as usual. Roar. However, in this silent primeval jungle, the roars of beasts occasionally echoed, hovering above the rainforest, demonstrating the dominance of the star beasts on this continent. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and an extremely loud noise came from the jungle below. Boom! Looking around, two enormous figures appeared in a certain area of the jungle, a giant python and a giant ape, both over tens of feet tall, emanating extremely powerful auras. Clearly reaching the Lord level. They fought each other, tumbling through the jungle, knocking down swaths of trees and causing a huge upheaval. The weaker star beasts all around scattered into the distance, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. However, just as the two Lord-level star beasts were locked in fierce combat, a shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The shadow quickly approached and was revealed to be a huge spaceship. After approaching, the spaceship made no other moves and simply hovered above the jungle. However, the two Lord-level star beasts below stopped fighting, stiffly raised their heads, and looked at the huge spaceship in the sky. Before they could think any further, another black dot appeared in another direction in the distance. The black dot instantly appeared above the jungle, transforming into a giant spaceship. However, this spaceship had clearly noticed the first spaceship, so it did not approach but stopped at a distance. The people on the spaceship did not appear, they seemed to have agreed to wait quietly for something. The two Lord-level star beasts looked at each other, feeling a chill run down their spines. Then, in perfect unison, they lowered their bodies and disappeared among the tall trees, slowly crawling away into the distance without daring to make a sound, for fear of being discovered by the two spaceships overhead. However, they were clearly overthinking it. The beings on the two spaceships didn't have time to pay attention to these two mere Lord-level star beasts. As time went by, spaceships continued to arrive at Central Island. 1, 2, 3, 4. The entire Central Continent was enveloped in an extremely tense and solemn atmosphere. All the Lord-level star beasts in the area sensed the abnormality and mobilized to try to find out what was going on, but to no avail. All the star beasts were in a panic, running around in circles, extremely agitated. However, they dared not attack what was inside the spaceship, because the aura emanating from it terrified all the Lord-level star beasts. A day passed in this agonizing wait. More and more spaceships arrived, and by the morning of the next day, the number of spaceships flying over Central Island had reached a full 18. This represents 18 alien trial participants. As dawn broke, the alien trial participants, who had been waiting all night, seemed to have finally lost patience. Someone appeared on the top of the spaceship and unleashed their powerful aura. Boom! The powerful aura of a planetary-level force swept across all directions. The countless star beasts below were terrified, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling incessantly. That's terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying. When did such a powerful being emerge among humankind? Countless star beasts whimpered and trembled, and many of the weaker ones were so frightened that they wet themselves. It's really not their fault. Planetary-level powerhouses are terrifying. How could mere star beasts that haven't even reached the Lord level possibly resist them? At the same time, the planetary-level powerhouses in the other spaceships were also alarmed and stepped out of their ships, seemingly unwilling to be outdone, and released their auras one after another. Boom! 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 Ellipsis! Ellipsis! The skies above the jungle had become a forbidden zone for planetary-level powerhouses to fight each other. Terrifying auras swirled and clashed, producing astonishing roars. These alien trial participants were hostile to each other, and none of them seemed to be willing to submit to the others. Now that they had gathered together, the tension was naturally even greater. The fact that they hadn't started fighting was already a sign that they were wary of the approaching dark race. However, several spaceships remained completely still, seemingly unconcerned about what was happening outside. Time passed once again. However, after most of the day had passed, no one else arrived. The blonde youth who had occupied the Bald Eagle Kingdom finally stepped out of the spaceship. This youth had an extremely powerful aura, as if he were a giant magnet, attracting all eyes as soon as he appeared. It's him, August, that Augustus, known as the most promising student under 30 in the Kanglang galaxy of the Orient Federation. Why is he participating in this trial too? Wasn't there a rumor that he left the Orient Federation a long time ago to go out and gain experience? Damn it, with Augustus around, our chances have diminished even further. Ellipsis! Ellipsis! Even as he heard the crowd's words, the blonde youth known as Augustus remained calm, though the arrogance in his eyes was impossible to conceal. The Orient Federation has 7 star systems, one of which is the Kanglang star system, and he is the most powerful prodigy in the Kanglang star system. This title was not self-proclaimed, but rather recognized by the outside world. Therefore, he has every reason to be proud. Has that Earth warrior Wang Teng not arrived yet? At this moment, Augustus's gaze swept around, his brows furrowed slightly, and his voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, slowly spread out. No one answered him. Although the other trial participants were quite wary of Augustus's reputation, they did not flatter him. They also had the pride of being trial participants. Ha ha ha, Augustus, you've lost face now, haven't you? Nobody's paying any attention to you. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, rough and unrestrained. Cattle! The blonde youth, Augustus, turned his head to look with a slightly somber expression, his eyes flashing. Above a roughly shaped spaceship, a burly figure appeared, with a blood-red beast totem on its upper body, making it look extremely rugged and ferocious. Cattle! Damn it, it's Katu, the prodigy of the Blood Moon Galaxy. Another galaxy-level prodigy, the chances are getting smaller and smaller. I heard that the totem on his body was drawn with the blood of the most famous Blood Moonstar beast in the Blood Moonstar system. It was an adult Blood Moonstar skybeast with the strength of a planetary-level 9th-tier peak, which was killed by Katu alone. It is said that he is clearly a 5th-level planetary, but he has the combat power of a 9th-level planetary. That's truly terrifying. Ellipsis! Ellipsis! Whispers erupted again from the alien trial participants, their faces grim, all equally wary of this card. August, I didn't expect you to participate in this trial as well, Katu said with a smile. Aren't you the same? Augustus's expression had returned to normal, and he retorted calmly. Looks like we might become classmates. Katu laughed nonchalantly. Although he was arrogant, he didn't dare to underestimate Augustus's strength. HMPH. Augustus snorted coldly and said no more. He, you two are having a good time, arguing at a time like this. Two women appeared on a pink spaceship nearby, and the green-haired woman in front was covering her mouth and laughing crisply. Azure Profound Star System, Azure Bamboo. Augustus and Katu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when they saw the woman with long green hair. So you're here too. The allure of the Holy Star Tower is indeed irresistible to most. Of course, the Holy Star Tower is the #1 academy in the Orient Federation, and I certainly can't take it lightly, said Bai Luo, the green-haired woman, with a smile. 3 of the geniuses from the 7 star systems have already arrived. I wonder if any other geniuses will be here? Katu crossed his arms and looked around with great interest. I'm one too. A voice came from behind. A man with long brown hair appeared on a spaceship. The man's general appearance was similar to that of a human, except that his ears were slightly pointed and he looked exceptionally handsome. Pucklin. Augustus and the other 2 recognized the newcomer instantly, their expressions turning slightly serious. Hee, since everyone's out here, I won't hide anymore. A chuckle rang out. A short, petite humanoid appeared before them. Compared to the other alien test takers, this humanoid was practically a dwarf. His appearance was somewhat peculiar, with a few small, dark scales on his face, though they were only near his neck and not very noticeable. Loggins, the prodigy of the Blackscale clan in the Euro galaxy. The #1 prodigy and #1 beauty in the Qingshan galaxy. Bai Luo. And there's also the prodigy of the Wood Elf race in the Blue-Silver galaxy. Pucklin. Exclamations of surprise rang out from the surrounding alien trial participants, causing quite a stir. These alien trial participants were clearly very familiar with the 3 of them, recognizing them at a glance and knowing their deeds inside and out. They quickly recounted the details of the 3 individuals. These 5 prodigies are truly locked in a fierce battle. Who will emerge victorious? And who will successfully enter the Holy Star Tower? While those 5 are indeed powerful, we are not without a chance. We must fight for them no matter what. That's right. Besides, the appearance of the dark race has brought unexpected changes, and no one knows what the final outcome will be. Ellipsis. Above the jungle of Central Island, the atmosphere had reached its peak with the appearance of the 5 prodigies. Not far from here, in a void, 3 furtive figures peered through spatial barriers, observing the situation. I didn't expect so many powerful figures to appear this time, one of the octopuses exclaimed in surprise. Boss, we've heard enough. Shouldn't we show ourselves? Another chubby figure asked. These so-called prodigies are just impatient, they can't even wait a day. The last figure stroked his chin, shook his head, and looked like an elder looking at a junior with disappointment. These 3 were none other than Wang Teng, Jin Yuan, and Haddock. They had actually arrived long ago, but Wang Teng wanted to verify everyone's identities and observe them in secret. So he used the special ability of his spatial body to hide the 3 of them in the space, secretly spying on the strength and reactions of the alien trial participants. The results were quite good. At the very least, he had a pretty good grasp of the strength and identities of these prodigies, and with the combined intelligence from Jin Yuan and the other 2, he could ensure that nothing went wrong. However, Jin Yuan and Haddock looked speechless and disgusted when they heard Wang Teng's words. Their newly recognized leader is truly shameless, he's been ignoring everyone for a whole day and is still making sarcastic remarks. Being so reckless, you're likely to get hacked to death if you go out. The 2 couldn't help but complain inwardly. Alright, it's time for us to make our appearance. Wang Teng didn't say much, straightened his clothes, and then disappeared from the spot. He then suddenly appeared in front of all the alien trial participants, waving his hand in a harmless manner. Hello, everyone's here. Just as all the alien trial participants' attention was drawn to the geniuses of the Orient Federation, including Augustus, a laugh suddenly rang out. The sound appeared extremely suddenly, and even the group of planetary-level martial artists present did not notice it beforehand. All the alien trial participants were startled and turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. A young man appeared in the distant sky, riding on a reddish-black raven, and looked at them with a grin. Behind the young man, 2 more people appeared. A fat man and a tentacle monster with more than a dozen tentacles growing from its feet. This combination is truly bizarre and peculiar. All the alien trial participants looked somewhat solemn, not daring to underestimate this strange combination. Because in everyone's eyes, the fat man and the tentacle monster were both planetary-level powerhouses. The young man's strength was even more unfathomable, making him seem quite mysterious. What's even more surprising is that no one noticed when these 3 people appeared. The blonde youth, Augustus, remained calm, but a glint of shrewdness flashed subtly in his eyes. Katu crossed his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips, looking at Wang Teng with apparent interest. Biluo's pretty face was full of smiles. She glanced back at Alassi, her smile widening, before her eyes flickered as she looked at Wang Teng. Alasa's eyes flickered slightly after Bilal looked away. It really is him. She was deeply disturbed. It had only been a short time since they last met, and he had already reached this point, able to contend with alien warriors. It was truly unbelievable. Besides, Lotkins and Puklin also looked at Wang Teng with different expressions, seemingly lost in thought. Who are you? Loggins, the prodigy of the Blackscale clan in the Euro galaxy, asked calmly. I am Wang Teng from Earthstar. Please take good care of me. Wang Teng said with a smile. Earthstar warrior. Everyone's eyes flashed and a meaningful smile appeared on their lips. This introduction is interesting. Everyone present was an alien warrior, but Wang Teng insisted on claiming to be an Earth warrior. Wasn't that just deliberately putting himself in opposition to them? Was it you who spread the news that you wanted to gamble with the dark race? Augustus asked. Indeed, it seems you all are interested in participating? Wang Teng asked, feigning ignorance. Quote ellipsis quote. Everyone was speechless. This guy spread the news to lure them over, but now he's playing dumb. Does he really think everyone can't see through him? You think you're enough? Lotkins said with a hint of contempt in his voice. Whether it's enough or not, we'll only know after we fight. Wang Teng didn't care and said with a smile, but after all, I set this bet. If you all want to participate, you either have to talk to the Dark Ones yourselves, or you should shut your mouths and stop talking nonsense. Lokins's expression changed. Insolence. Behind him, an alien warrior suddenly shouted. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze bypassed Lotkins and landed on the alien warrior behind him, a malicious smile curving his lips. When did it become your turn, a star apprentice-level martial artist, to speak here? Jin Yuan, who was behind Wang Teng, was quite adept at handling things. Before Wang Teng could speak, he glared back and shouted coldly. The aura of a planetary-level martial artist instantly overwhelmed the opponent. In the universe, star apprentice level is a general term for martial artists below the planetary level, and they are naturally powerless to resist when facing planetary-level martial artists. The alien warrior's face paled slightly, and he involuntarily took several steps back from the top of the spaceship. HMPH. Lotkins snorted coldly, his powerful aura emanating from his body and colliding with Jin Yuan's aura. Boom! Although their power was intangible, the collision still produced a tremendous roar. Jin Yuan's momentum was immediately crushed. My men are not for you to teach a lesson. Lotkins's expression turned cold, and his aura surged forth, not only targeting Jin Yuan but also enveloping Wang Teng and the other two. Jin Yuan's expression hardened slightly, as if facing a formidable enemy. The fact that Lotkins is considered a renowned prodigy in the Euro galaxy speaks volumes about his extraordinary strength. A galaxy is so vast, to stand out from the crowd, Lotkins is absolutely a genius among geniuses. Boom! The imposing aura arrived in an instant, pressing down on Wang Teng and the other two. Lotkins made a sudden move for two reasons. Firstly, to protect his own people, and secondly, to test Wang Teng, this suddenly appearing Earthstar warrior. These alien martial arts prodigies actually look down on the native Earth martial artists. Even though Wang Teng had reached the planetary level, in their eyes, his foundation was far inferior and incomparable to theirs. At this moment, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. Just as the imposing aura was about to strike, he gently waved his hand. Bang! With a muffled thud, the imposing aura shattered. Lotkins' expression finally changed slightly, his eyes fixed on Wang Teng, though he was quite surprised. The other alien warriors were equally astonished, including Augustus, Katu, and Bilal, all of whom showed unusual expressions. Jin Yuan and Haddock, standing behind Wang Teng, couldn't help but look at each other with disbelief. How come it feels like this cheap boss's strength has increased a lot in such a short time? The two exchanged a glance, confirming that their perception was correct, and were even more shaken. However, Wang Teng did not give up. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his mental energy seemed to condense into an invisible sword and pierce out. Not good. Lotkins' expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The sword formed from condensed mental energy was incredibly fast, the instant it pierced Wang Teng's eyes. It had already pierced the eyes of the alien apprentice-level martial artist behind Lockins. Silently, the alien star apprentice-level martial artist only shuddered once before blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his body lost its support, causing him to fall backward. Bang! His body crashed heavily onto the top of the spaceship, his consciousness destroyed, and he completely lost his life. Lockins' face turned ugly, his eyes almost spitting fire. Your subordinate has a foul mouth, so I've sent him back for retraining. No need to thank me, Wang Tang said indifferently, ignoring his gaze. You bastard, Lockins roared. He had never been ignored like this before. I have never been offended like this before. This native of Earth killed his most trusted subordinate right in front of him, which was tantamount to stomping on his face. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot. If you're not satisfied, then let's fight. I'm ready. Wang Tang finally put away his smile, looked at his opponent expressionlessly, and said coldly. He had only one principle when it came to his enemies. If you're not convinced, beat them into submission. If you still disagree, I'll kill you. No matter how talented you are, we'll kill you without hesitation. Instantly, the atmosphere froze, and all eyes were fixed on Wang Tang and Lockins, some with shock, some with mockery, and some with schadenfreude. The gazes of the group of alien trial participants were complicated, shifting back and forth between Wang Tang and Lockins. The strength of this Earth warrior, Wang Tang, is somewhat unfathomable. It's undoubtedly at the planetary level, otherwise it would have been impossible to withstand Lockins' imposing presence. But that was way too easy. And that was probably telekinesis, right? The ability to launch attacks outwards, making them impossible to defend against, is definitely due to mental power. This Wang Tang is also an extremely rare mentalist. However, Lockins is a renowned prodigy in the Euro galaxy. How can Wang Tang compare to him? His actions just now were tantamount to courting death. Ellipsis. The murmurs echoed around them. All the alien trial participants were shocked, especially by Wang Tang's identity as a divine sense master, which they found utterly unbelievable. An extremely rare divine sense master has appeared on this backward planet. Even so, people still didn't think highly of Wang Tang, believing that he couldn't possibly be a match for Roggins. Now that he had angered Roggins, he was simply courting death. Lockins' face was ashen, his anger burning fiercely, almost to the point of exploding. But he took a deep breath, calmed down, glanced at Wang Tang expressionlessly, and then said nothing more. Everyone was disappointed. Everyone thought that Loggins would not be able to swallow this insult and would definitely kill Wang Tang on the spot, but who knew that this would be the outcome? He remained silent, choosing to temporarily avoid confrontation. The alien trial participants weren't stupid, they naturally knew why. Their gazes swept over Augustus, Katu, and the others, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. With these people present, how could Lockins possibly make a move for a mere Earth native and prematurely reveal his strength? Boring, Wang Tang muttered to himself when he saw that Lockins showed no intention of making a move. A shape appeared on Lockins' forehead, and his facial muscles twitched almost imperceptibly. The others were speechless. This guy seems to thrive on chaos. That's courting death. A word suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. We've all come here for the dark race, there's no need to fight over such a trivial matter, said Pucklin, the prodigy of the wood elf race in the silver-blue galaxy. The life and death of a star disciple-level martial artist was nothing more than a trivial matter in their eyes. That's good, let's talk about how to deal with the dark race next. Wang Tang, you should know about our trial, right? Although you are a Earth Star warrior, since you have obtained the terminal, you are qualified to participate in the trial. The admission qualification for the Holy Star Tower of the First Academy of the Orient Federation will be determined in this trial. It is undoubtedly a great opportunity for you. Bai Luo, the genius of the Qingshan star system, said with a smile. I don't care, I just think it's fun, so I'll play along. I don't really care about any trials, Wang Tang said nonchalantly. Bai Luo's expression stiffened slightly. They treated it as a trial with a tremendous opportunity, but Wang Tang didn't take it seriously at all? Billah did not believe it. All I can say is that Wang Tang is a master of pretense. Wang Tang was already incredibly fortunate to have obtained the qualification to participate in the Holy Star Tower trials. How could he not understand this? How could he truly be indifferent as he claimed? Billah, Augustus and others all shared the same thought, believing that Wang Tang was just showing off. Wang Tang didn't intend to explain anything to these people. He found a comfortable position on Xiaobai's back and sat down cross-legged. Oh dear, running around like this has exhausted me. Since you want to chat, let's chat then. Everyone was speechless again when they saw Wang Tang's lazy appearance. Is this guy really a once-in-a-lifetime genius, the kind that only appears when there's a dog shit on the entire planet? Something just doesn't feel right. Looking like this, he doesn't look like a prodigy at all. Don't just stand there, everyone. Speak freely, come on, let's all talk, Wang Tang said, acting like a host, and inviting everyone to start chatting. Quote ellipsis quote. Bila, Pukarin, and the others couldn't help but twitch their eyes, feeling a sense of powerlessness welling up inside them. This bet was made between you and the Dark Ones. Tell me the specific rules first, Bai Luo said to Wang Tang with a deep breath and a helpless expression. There aren't any specific rules. It's just like the information I've been spreading, nothing else, Wang Tang said, shrugging. You actually want to gamble with the dark race without setting any rules? Biluo's emotions, which had just calmed down, showed signs of exploding again. This guy is so infuriating. That's right, exactly. Wang Tang nodded. A well character suddenly appeared on Bai Luo's forehead. It seems there's nothing more to say. Let's wait for the dark race to arrive and see. Augustus glanced at Wang Tang, shook his head, then sat cross-legged on the top of his spaceship and closed his eyes. Ha ha ha, you're just my type. What plan do you need? Just attack. Katu laughed loudly, his eyes shining as he looked at Wang Tang. Sorry, I'm not gay, thank you, Wang Tang said. Bila and the others immediately cast strange looks at Katu. Quote. Katu choked abruptly, his lips twitched, and an impulse to beat Wang Tang to death arose out of nowhere. He finally understood where the helplessness of Lokins, Bila, and the others came from. As long as they spoke to Wang Tang, they would inevitably fall into his trap. Wang Tang has a natural talent for roasting people. And he's incredibly annoying. Katu obediently shut his mouth, indicating that he didn't want to talk to Wang Tang anymore. Bila and Puklin, two prodigies, also waited at the top of their respective spaceships. However, these two went too far, actually ordering people to set up tables and chairs and put up parasols, and leisurely drinking afternoon tea there. When Wang Tang saw this, his eyes lit up slightly, and he let Xiaobai land on Bai Luo's spaceship. Wang Tang jumped off Xiaobai's back, looked at a lassie sitting next to Bai Luo and said with a smile, Your Excellency, it's been a long time. As he spoke, he took out a chair from his spatial ring and sat down as if they were old friends. Sigma, circled dot operator hollow down pointing triangle circled dot operator, A, Alice. Quote. Bai Luo. Wang Tang picked up a rather exquisitely looking pastry from the table, examined it carefully, and put it in his mouth. While chewing, he said, Is this a specialty pastry from your universe? Let me try it and see how it differs from the ones on our planet. Has anyone ever told you that you're really shameless? Bila said, both amused and exasperated. Yes, there are quite a few, but I've forgotten them all, Wang Tang said, shaking his head after thinking for a moment but unable to recall them. Are you here to meet acquaintances, or to freeload off my afternoon tea? Bila asked with a sidelong glance. No, actually I came here to get to know you, this beautiful and talented woman from the Qingshan star system, Wang Tangtian said shamelessly. Oh, you know me. Bai Luo was somewhat surprised. How did Wang Tang know that she knew her name and that she came from the Qingshan star system? Not just you, I know almost all the geniuses present, Wang Tang said mysteriously with a smile. Oh, Bai Luo was slightly startled, and her gaze shifted from the tea in her hand to Wang Tang. They came from outer space. How could Wang Tang possibly know their origins? Is it just a bluff? Or is there another channel? Countless thoughts flashed through Bai Luo's mind. Her eyes flashed and she spotted Jin Yuan and the other person behind Wang Tang. She asked, These two look unfamiliar. I wonder which star system these geniuses are from. Bai Luo was somewhat surprised. Jin Yuan and the other man had stood obediently behind Wang Tang the whole time, as if he were the leader. Two alien warriors willingly submitted to Wang Tang, a native Earth warrior. That's quite intriguing. Jin Yuan and Haddock glanced at Wang Tang, and seeing that he didn't say anything, they chuckled and said, We dare not compare ourselves to you. We are just ordinary geniuses from small families. Jin Yuan and Haddock were both shrewd people. They would never easily tell Bai Luo that they had escaped from a wasteland. Those who can participate in the trial are all geniuses. Bai Luo chuckled and said a few flattering words. As for whether she believed it or not, only she knew. The conversation between the group was not concealed. The other alien trial participants were all planetary-level martial artists, so they could naturally hear everything at such a close distance. They had many speculations about the relationship between Jin Yuan, Haddock, and Wang Teng. Many people were quite surprised to see two trial participants following behind Wang Teng. This situation has been heard of in previous trials. Some trial participants, believing they have no hope, will choose to seek refuge with some powerful trial participants. However, it is quite rare. After all, those who can become trial participants are all highly talented and proud individuals, so how could they easily submit to others? Therefore, at this moment, apart from Augustus, many of the other 5 prodigies felt a bit more wary of Wang Teng. The northern border of the Xia Kingdom. A group of war correspondents risked their lives to reach the military camp of the Xia Kingdom stationed here. The leader was a spirited woman in her 30s, dressed in military uniform, who was a very famous news anchor in the Xia Kingdom. A military general stationed in northern Xinjiang personally received the reporters. Master Zhen, I didn't expect you to come in person this time. The military general-level martial artist looked somewhat tired as he shook hands with the host and said, "The martial arts leader ordered me to come here personally to officially announce the situation here," Zhen Ping said solemnly. "Do we really have to do this? If word gets out about the situation here, it will cause a huge panic," General Chen said, his brow furrowing slightly. "There's nothing we can do about it. At this point, it's impossible to hide it anymore. Everyone has the right to know," Zhen Ping said. "Alright, I was too naive. My thinking is still stuck in the past." "Well then, go ahead and report it." General Chen sighed, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "General Chen, you don't need to be like this. Things have developed so suddenly, no one could have predicted it. You don't need to blame yourself for this," Zhen Ping said. Without further ado, Zhen Ping instructed her team to point the cameras at the sky. A dark, ominous cloud filled most of the sky, forming a terrifying vortex. Thick, silvery white lightning bolts struck intermittently from all around, as if it were the end of the world. Even within those dark clouds, various ferocious figures of dark creatures could be seen appearing and disappearing, emitting mournful and terrifying roars and howls. This scene spread instantly throughout the entire Xia Kingdom via the internet, and many people already knew about it, so they waited in front of their computers and televisions. As this image appeared, everyone held their breath. Despair, fear, panic, these emotions surged in everyone's hearts in an instant. Dark seed, is this what the dark race is like? Such a terrifying being has actually appeared on Earth. Is this the end of Earth? At the same time, not only in Xia Kingdom, but also in Nanyang Continent and Beiyang Continent, the Dark Seed Rift was spread by local official departments. No high-ranking officials from any country intended to block the news. Since the Star Beast uprising, the world has been plunged into chaos, and these things can no longer be contained. Therefore, at this moment, people all over the world know about the invasion of the Dark Race. The world was in uproar. Countless people were plunged into panic and despair. The Star Beast riot had just ended, and in many places the fighting against the Star Beasts was still ongoing. Now, an even more terrifying dark species had appeared. How could humanity possibly resist? Moreover, news of the situation in Central has gradually spread around the world. A duel, a gamble between humans and the Dark Race. This battle concerns the very survival of Earth. If humanity wins, there is still hope, but if it loses, everything will be reduced to dust in history. Perhaps this history will be unearthed and studied by new civilizations millions of years from now. What a tragic ending. Time passed slowly. In Central Continent, the Dark Race has not yet arrived, but many warriors of various countries have already come upon hearing the news. Only after the alien test subjects from various countries left did the leaders of those countries dare to take any action. Warriors of general level have arrived from major powers such as the Inga Kingdom, the Nordic countries, the Bald Eagle Kingdom, and the Great Bear Kingdom. A fleet of intelligent fighter jets, independently developed by various countries, hovered in midair, gazing at Central Island. They dared not approach and could only watch from a distance. On aboard a smart fighter jet belonging to the Xia Kingdom, the Xia Kingdom's martial arts leaders and others were gathered in the circular hall inside the jet, where a projection of the situation over the Central Continent was being displayed. I didn't expect there to be so many alien trial participants. The martial arts leader's eyes flashed, and he said with a slightly serious expression, If it weren't for the invasion of the dark race, these trial participants wouldn't have been able to gather like this. They're all planetary-level powerhouses. These people are enough to take down the entire Earth, Hong Shuai said with a solemn expression. Let them gamble with the dark race in Central Island. Won't they end up sinking Central Island? Yang Shuai said with a wry smile. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then their expressions changed slightly. This isn't impossible. Whether a planetary-level expert can break through depends on whether they want to or not. Report the situation here back as well, the martial arts leader ordered. The crowd hesitated for a moment. This is a catastrophe for Earth, and everyone should witness it firsthand, said the martial arts leader. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, and without further hesitation, they transmitted the footage back to the Shah Kingdom. Almost simultaneously, other powerful warriors from other countries also made the same decision, and footage from Central Continent was released. Time passed again. As countless people waited anxiously, the third day arrived. At noon, the sky suddenly darkened dozens of kilometers away from Central. The darkness appeared simultaneously from 3 directions, descending from the sky as if night had fallen, and spread rapidly toward Central Island. They're here. These 2 words appeared in everyone's mind. One by one, the alien trial participants stood up from the top of the spaceship, their expressions slightly solemn as they gazed into the darkness in the distance. Dark clouds rolled in, spreading across the sky and obscuring everything. This is truly a sky-covering phenomenon. As the dark clouds passed, all that remained was darkness, and the light of day was completely cut off. Before long, the dark clouds arrived over Zhongwanzhou at a speed visible to the naked eye, first enveloping the area where Wang Teng and his group were located. But soon, the dark clouds enveloped the entire Central Island. The countless star beasts in the Central Continent fell silent, some hiding in their lairs, others crawling on the ground, all trembling with extreme fear. Wow, quite a few people have come. A cynical laugh suddenly came from the dark clouds. All the alien trial participants looked up and saw a figure appear out of thin air beneath the dark clouds. It was a black skull with green flames dancing in its eye sockets, looking at everyone with a grinning expression. That's right, it's the kind of laugh and go look. Although it was just a skull with no visible expression, for some reason everyone could sense that it was an unserious skull. Hey, you brought a lot of henchmen with you too? As everyone was examining the black skull, a cynical voice suddenly broke the silence. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound, their gazes finally settling on Wang Teng. Why does this guy look so much like that skull? If it weren't for the fact that one was a person and the other a skull, they would almost have thought they were brothers. Wait a minute, he said, also. Little henchmen? Added together, it is. What does MMP mean? Did they treat them like lackeys? The group of alien test takers were immediately enraged. If looks could kill, Wang Teng would have already been torn to pieces by these alien genius martial artists. Wu Gu's gaze fell on Wang Teng, the human it considered its mortal enemy. Ghost flames flickered in its eye sockets, and it uttered, "Hee hee, we're all in the same boat. With so many people, the soul contracts need to be renegotiated." Wang Teng cut to the chase without wasting any words. No problem. Wu Jiyu looked around, surprisingly easy to talk to, and waved his hand, saying, "Minions, come out and greet our guest." Dark clouds drifted across the sky, and figures appeared within them. These figures were all incredibly powerful, standing tall and majestic amidst the black clouds, like gods and demons, emanating extremely terrifying energy. "Wu Gu, do you want to die?" A cold voice came from the mouth of a dark demon lord. Its appearance resembled a demon from Earth's mythology, tall and robust, with muscles all over its body like black rocks, bulging high, with a blue face and fangs, a ferocious look. A pair of horn-like sharp horns on its head curling straight forward, and a pair of fleshy wings on its back pressed tightly against its back, not spread out, yet already appearing extremely large. This demon lord level being is somewhat similar to the dark race of the goat-headed demon clan that Wang Teng had once seen. This is clearly the high-end version. Haha, don't be angry, it was just a joke. Wu Jiyu shrank his neck and smiled sheepishly at the demon lord. Alright, enough talk, take out the contract, sign it, and let's start fighting. I can't wait to drink the blood of these human prodigies. A vampire dark demon lord, though pale-faced, was incredibly handsome with long black hair, resembling a dark nobleman, and spoke calmly. Alright, coming right away. Wu Jiyu immediately took out the soul contract signed last time and tossed it to the Dark Demon Lords. The soul contract scroll unfolded automatically in midair. Most of the Demon Lord level beings simply cut off their fingers and left their names on the scroll with a wave of their hands. The scroll then flew down to the alien trial participants below. One by one, the alien trial participants, including geniuses such as Augustus, Katu, and Bila, signed their names without hesitation. Their attitude towards the dark race seemed remarkably unified, only a fight to the death. Wang Teng's eyes flashed when he saw this. It seems that dark species also exist in other regions of the universe, otherwise these alien trial participants would not be so unsurprised and would not even unite against the outside world. That's good, at least we don't have to worry about them causing any trouble. Given the current situation, we still need to rely on the power of these alien trial participants to some extent to protect Earth. After signing the soul contract, Wang Teng excitedly said, "Come on, everyone, let's start fighting. I can't wait any longer." Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone looked at Wang Teng as if he were an idiot, their minds filled with countless complaints they didn't know how to express. Is this guy crazy? That's a dark race. It's easy to imagine how brutal the battle that followed would be. But this guy, instead of being excited, seemed to think things weren't going to get any worse. He, let's begin then. Wu Gu let out a strange laugh and looked at the demon lord behind him. Who wants to go first? Then I'll do it. A troll race dark demon lord, who was extremely tall and almost 5 meters high, stepped forward. His voice was deep and booming, like thunder. Wow, that's huge. Wang Teng took a step back, looking scared, and looked at the other alien trial participants. This guy looks really strong. I can tell at a glance that I can't beat him. Does anyone want to step in? How far has shamelessness been taken for someone to say, I can't beat them, so easily and naturally? Moreover, this duel was originally initiated by Wang Teng and the Dark Race. Now that he's saying he can't win, why didn't he do it earlier? Coward. All the alien trial participants wished they could beat Wang Teng to death at that moment. Don't just stand there, everyone. We must punish those who come from afar. Wang Teng continued, seeing that no one was reacting. Oh. What the hell is this? Friends coming from afar, though far away, shall be punished. Nonsense. The group of alien trial participants were all stunned and speechless, yet they felt that what he said made some sense. However, they dared not let Wang Teng continue to embarrass himself. HMPH. One of the alien trial participants was clearly impatient. He snorted coldly, glanced at Wang Teng with contempt, took a step forward, and a battle blade appeared in his hand, pointing directly at the dark demon lord of the troll clan opposite him. I'll fight you. The two, one human and one demon, without exchanging any unnecessary words, immediately charged forward. Kill. The troll lord, wielding a massive club-shaped weapon, transformed into a streak of black light and crashed into it. The alien trial participant showed no fear. With his battle blade in hand, he gathered terrifying blade light and slashed straight out. Boom, boom, boom. A great battle erupted in the sky, with the two sides transforming into two beams of light, one black and one yellow, colliding continuously and producing a deafening roar that echoed in all directions. The terrifying aftershocks of the force swept around, destroying the trees and peaks in the mountains below, causing the earth to shake violently. Boom! A few minutes later, the yellow light suddenly shattered, and the alien trial participant coughed up blood and flew backward, almost falling to the ground, his face deathly pale. We lost. An alien trial participant was defeated just like that. The other trial participants around them wore solemn expressions, and they began to take the Dark Demon Lord's strength even more seriously. Wow, well done, Wu Gu called out with a grin. HMPH. The Troll Demon Lord glanced at Wu Gu, snorted, and disappeared from the spot again. Careful. One of the trial participants' expressions changed slightly, and he quickly shouted. The alien trial participant who had been seriously injured earlier changed his expression drastically and, almost without thinking, immediately retreated. But it was too late. The next moment, the Troll Lord appeared before him, his massive club-shaped weapon casting a shadow that enveloped the trial participant. The trial participant's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but roar as he mobilized his primal force to its limit, unleashing it. Boom! The Troll Lord's attack had already landed. The alien trial participants hastily defended themselves, unable to hold out for even a second, their forced defenses shattering under the attack of the Troll Lord. Then the club-shaped weapon landed on the alien trial participant's head. PFF'd. The intact head instantly shattered like a watermelon, spraying red and white matter all around, leaving only a headless corpse falling to the ground. Quiet. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. The duel had barely begun when a planetary-level powerhouse fell. Many people stared in horror at the demon lord of the troll clan, their eyes revealing a hint of fear and apprehension. This scene was also transmitted to the fighter jets of various countries through distant monitoring devices, and everyone fell silent. Even such powerful alien beings are no match for the dark race? Everyone looked grim, their spirits plummeting. Human prodigies are nothing special. The troll lord, carrying a club-shaped weapon still dripping blood, coldly surveyed his surroundings and slowly spoke. You. Many of the alien trial participants were furious, glaring coldly at the troll demon lord. Augustus, Catu, and the other 4 prodigies had icy expressions, their eyes flashing with intense killing intent. The dark race shall be exterminated. Everyone, let's attack together. Without wasting any words, Augustus looked around and spoke. No sooner had he finished speaking than he vanished from his spot, charging towards the demon lord level expert of the troll race. Wherever it passed, it was like a dazzling golden streak of light, transforming into a sharp arrow. The troll lord narrowed his large, bell-like eyes slightly, a bloodthirsty light flashing within them, and he grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Boom! The two collided the next moment. The shockwave reversed. The blonde-haired youth Augustus appeared before the demon lord of the troll race. His blonde hair flew into the sky, and his whole body was bathed in golden light, showing his true nature as a prodigy. Without using any weapons, he fiercely attacked the troll lord with only his fists. Bang bang bang. The troll lord was forcefully repelled, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and fist marks appeared on his rock-hard body, a shocking sight. Roar! It roared, its eyes bloodshot, and instead of retreating, it advanced, swinging its club-shaped giant weapon at Augustus. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone came to their senses, Augustus and the troll lord had already fought several rounds. Ha ha ha, kill. When Catu saw Augustus make the first move, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter rough and unrestrained. Where he stood, a dense crimson light shot into the sky, condensing into a ferocious blood beast. Roar! The blood beast roared to the sky before disappearing into Catu's muscular body. Boom! In an instant, Catu seemed to transform himself into a blood beast, recklessly charging into the group of dark demon lords above. That's incredibly bold. However, it is very much in line with his style, invincible and fearless. Come on, let's have a good fight with Grandpa. Catu roared, raising his massive battle axe with both hands and unleashing terrifying blood-red axe beams. It was an almost indiscriminate attack, hacking down any dark demon lord he saw, a veritable mad beast. Insolence! The ram-headed demon lord roared, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent as he charged toward Catu. Its weapon was a sickle-like blade, which slashed in front of it, and a dark light was instantly unleashed. Boom! The crimson axe light and the black blade light collided, lingered in midair for 3 seconds, and then dissipated together. Both Catu and the goat-headed demon lord emerged from behind the shockwave and engaged in fierce combat with each other. On the other side, the other alien trial participants did not hesitate either, and almost simultaneously took action, each choosing a dark demon lord to fight. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a chaotic battle erupted in the sky. The roar was deafening and earth-shattering. Terrifying bursts of primal force light erupted all around, and the powerful attack destroyed all the surrounding mountains and trees. In the distance, Lockins was battling a dark lord when he crashed into a mountain, shattering it into pieces. On the right, Poklin, radiating a vibrant green light, was battling the dark demon lord named Illusion. With a wave of his hand, Poklin's green primal force light condensed into vines that rushed towards the illusionary demon lord, attempting to bind him. However, the illusionary demon lord was extremely strange, shrouded in mist, seemingly without a physical form. The vines passed directly through his body, missing their mark. On the other side, Bai Luo clashed with the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Bila had long, green hair cascading over her shoulders and an exquisitely beautiful face, while the Black Nightmare Demon Lord had purplish-black curly hair, a voluptuous figure, and an equally exquisite and flawless appearance. The two stunning beauties stared at each other with icy gazes, making no attempt to conceal their murderous intent. Boom! At one point, the two disappeared from their spot and then collided with a loud crash. Ellipsis ellipsis. Just as everyone was engrossed in a fierce battle, Wang Teng's gaze fell on the spot where the body of the trial participant who had just been killed had fallen. Several brightly lit attribute bubbles were floating there. Attribute bubbles of planetary-level powerhouses. Nice one. Without any hesitation, Wang Teng quickly picked it up. Earth-type Star Force *1800. Royal Spirit 120. Royal Realm Comprehension 108. Universal Common Language *300. Peerless Earth-type Talent *360. Ellipsis ellipsis. Not bad, not bad, another wave of wealth. Wang Teng silently apologized in his heart, and then absorbed all the attribute bubbles without any hesitation. His Earth Elemental Celestial Force surged instantly. Earth-type Celestial Force, 2795 1/1000ths, Planetary Level 1. Next is the Spirit of the Imperial Realm. As this spiritual attribute was integrated, Wang Teng's mind was suddenly jolted, and a storm raged within his sea of consciousness. His mental strength actually broke through at this moment. Wang Teng's spiritual attributes were already close to the peak of the Emperor Realm. With the addition of acquiring Emperor Realm spiritual attributes multiple times recently, his spiritual power naturally improved rapidly. As a result, without realizing it, his spiritual power actually broke through at this moment. Boom! Thunder seemed to explode within Wang Teng's sea of consciousness, and terrifying spiritual power surged within it, forming an astonishing vortex. A massive amount of spiritual energy continuously rotated, contracted, and converged towards the center. This process is like tempering one's spiritual power, causing it to undergo an incredible transformation, leaping out of its original state and entering a higher level. The changes in the sea of consciousness may seem slow, but in reality, only a dozen or so breaths have passed in the outside world. Meanwhile, the mental energy vortex within Wang Teng's sea of consciousness had completely shrunk into a single point, leaving only a tiny, bright spot of light, the size of a grain of rice. Then the point of light suddenly burst forth with an extremely intense radiance. Boom! In an instant, an incomparably powerful spiritual force erupted, swirling wildly within Wang Teng's sea of consciousness, as if declaring ownership of this territory. A sphere of spiritual energy floated in the sea of consciousness. Planetary level mental power, achieved. Spirit, 1/1000th, planetary level. At that moment, Wang Teng had a sudden realization. Like martial arts cultivation, spiritual cultivation is named as Star Apprentice level before reaching the Emperor Realm, and then as planetary level, stellar level, and so on after that. Wang Teng's spirit has now reached the planetary level. A completely new realm, a spiritual realm several times stronger than the Emperor Realm. This level is unattainable for ordinary planetary level martial artists. Generally, only stellar level martial artists have strict requirements. They must reach the planetary level spirit level in order to advance. In other words, Wang Teng's spirit is now equivalent to that of a star-level powerhouse. If you only reach the planetary level in terms of mental strength, it's nothing special. At most, it just gives you an advantage over others in some aspects. For example, mental perception and the intensity of consciousness, etc. But Wang Teng is a mind master, he possesses mental powers. Spirituality includes mental power and consciousness. As one's spiritual realm improves, one's mental strength will naturally increase as well. The mental power of a planetary level being is something that ordinary planetary level martial artists simply cannot withstand. Wang Teng felt that if he used his planetary level mental power to control his weapon and attack, he could almost instantly kill any martial artist below the 5th level of the planetary level. As for martial artists at the 5th level or above, he was able to hold his own against them without being at a disadvantage. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He had thought he would have to rely on his spatial body to fight the dark species, but he had unexpectedly gained another trump card. He was about to look away from the attribute panel when his gaze suddenly stopped. The Soul Origin column has also changed, from 1256 points to 5030 points. Wang Teng seemed to be deep in thought. Spirit, soul, these two seem to be the same thing, so does spiritual elevation also elevate the origin of the soul? He suddenly remembered that when his soul's essence was enhanced, his mental attributes would also be enhanced. It seems that this is indeed the case. Wang Teng's gaze lingered on the first and second columns of the attribute panel for a moment. The first column is the origin of life, and the second column is the origin of the soul. These two are the most important things hidden within a living organism. One represents the physical body, and the other represents the soul. Together, they constitute a complete living organism. As Wang Tang's martial arts cultivation and spiritual realm improved, both of these origins underwent a leap. At that moment, Wang Tang seemed to understand something. It seems that we must pursue both simultaneously and not neglect one. In a way, he sensed the importance of both. Thoughts flashed through Wang Tang's mind as he looked at the changes in the other three attributes. With his royal realm comprehension increasing by 108 points, Wang Tang's comprehension reached the peak of the royal realm, and he was not far from breaking through. Comprehension is an elusive thing, but you absolutely cannot be without it, or you'll just be a moron. Wang Tang will be entering the universe in the future to compete with the geniuses of other universes, so he can't afford to fall behind in terms of comprehension. In addition, there are two other attributes, Peerless Earth Element Talent, and Universal Common Language. To be honest, ever since his Ice-type talent reached the king level, Wang Tang has looked down on this top-tier talent. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. However, to reach the king-level talent, you must max out the supreme talent, otherwise, you can only wait for the king-level talent attribute bubble to appear. The universal language is quite useful, it's the most commonly used language in the universe, allowing him to communicate normally with other human races. As more attribute bubbles are collected, Wang Tang's mastery of the universal common language will naturally increase. Universal language, 12 1/1000 minor success. Ellipsis. Wang Tang turned his attention away from the attribute panel and looked around at the battlefield. I should get some exercise too. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on a fierce battleground. There, the prodigy Billah from the Qingshan star system was battling the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Wang Tang swore that he was not there to see beautiful women, he just wanted to settle old scores with an old acquaintance. At this moment, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord created several clones, surrounding the jade bamboo. 8 identical Black Nightmare Demon Lords flashed around the jade bamboo, making it difficult for the jade bamboo to find its true form. Bai Luo frowned, holding a battle sword. Countless sword lights burst from the blade, sweeping across the surroundings. However, they still couldn't hit the physical form of the Nightmare Demon Lord. Damn it, how can this Nightmare Demon Lord have such a bizarre method of creating clones? It's so unpredictable, we must find the real body as soon as possible. Bai Luo said expressionlessly, various thoughts flashing through her mind. Do you need my help? Just then, Wang Tang flashed out of the two's battle circle and asked with a smile. Can you find its true form? Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's eyes flashed. We'll know once we try, Wang Tang said casually. Then what are you still standing there for? Bai Luo rolled her eyes at him and said irritably. Why don't you beg me? Otherwise, I have no reason to help you, Wang Tang said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Bai Luo suddenly felt a throbbing pain in her head. Why would MMP have such a bizarre existence? This guy is an idiot. What was he thinking? The situation was so urgent, and this guy still had time to joke around. Damn it, I really want to kill him. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense. Bai Luo raised her eyebrows and shouted coldly. We're not related, and you're even intruders. If you don't ask me for help, I can't get over that mental hurdle. I really can't help you. Wang Tang remained unmoved, his voice calm and his words logical. Billah felt helpless. Although what Wang Tang said seemed to be correct, she still felt that something was strange. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord glanced at Wang Tang, but couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Could it be that Wang Tang could really find its true form? No, we must deal with him as soon as possible, we absolutely cannot let him make the first move. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord recalled Wang Tang's past actions and had an ominous premonition. Without further delay, his 8 clones rushed forward, each wielding a dense black light that formed a sharp dark blade, slashing towards Bai Luo. Bai Luo's expression changed slightly. She dared not be negligent in the slightest. Sword intent erupted from her sword blade, forming an all-around absolute defense. She is a renowned martial arts prodigy throughout the entire Qingshan star system. Asking her for help is simply wishful thinking. Despite her previous politeness towards Wang Tang, she still harbored some contempt for him, a native earth martial artist. Some things cannot be smoothed over with just a few words. Heritage. Earth's foundation is clearly far inferior to that of the Orient Federation. The difference between the two is like a chasm between heaven and earth. It's like a noblewoman living in high society encountering a beggar from the slums. They're worlds apart. Even if the beggar is outstanding, would the noblewoman place him on an equal footing? That's absolutely impossible. Seeing that Bila was stubbornly refusing to ask him for help, Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. He just watched with a smile. How could he not understand the thoughts of these alien trial participants? They're all a bunch of arrogant and conceited people. Their arrogance led them to look down on Earth warriors, considering themselves superior and above the backward planet Earth. But so what? Wang Teng wanted to trample the dignity of these geniuses into the ground and crush it mercilessly. Don't they look down on Earth warriors? Let him, this Earth warrior, shatter and crush their pride completely. If it weren't for the invasion of the dark race, Wang Teng would have gone to each of them one by one and defeated all these prodigies. Since these prodigies value the trial so much, he will make their trial vanish like a bubble. This is true revenge. Wang Teng was, after all, a genuine Earthling and naturally had deep feelings for his home planet. These alien warriors descended upon Earth as invaders, treating it as a training ground and a hunting ground for opportunities. How could Earthlings tolerate this? This is unacceptable. So we have to take them down. At this moment, the 8 clones of the Black Nightmare Demon Lord sealed off all directions around the jade bamboo and unleashed dark blades in unison. Die! A furious roar erupted from the Black Nightmare Demon Lord, filled with chilling killing intent. It understands Wang Teng's troublesome and terrifying nature better than Bai Luo. Back then, when it wasn't even a war general, it was able to force it into such a sorry state, let alone now that it has advanced to the planetary level. That guy is definitely not to be underestimated. Bai Luo's expression was extremely solemn. She discovered that the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's 8 slashes were actually real, not illusions. How is that possible? She found it hard to believe. The 8 clones she had just seen were clearly a mix of real and illusory, not all of them were physical. How could they possibly unleash 8 real slashes? This is completely against common sense. Bai Luo's expression was solemn. Even a prodigy like her had to be cautious in the face of 8 full force attacks from a Demon Lord level expert. At this moment, the stellar primal force within her body surged wildly, transforming into countless sword beams that converged into the defensive shield around her, enveloping her completely. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 8 dark slashes finally landed. Black and blue primal force rays erupted at the center, completely enveloping the area where Bila was located, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The violent fluctuations of the force reverberated in all directions, destroying a large area of towering trees and stirring up clouds of dust. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord stared intently at the source of the burst of light, then his expression suddenly changed. A figure emerged rapidly from the aftershocks of the explosion, his long, turquoise hair disheveled, his clothes slightly torn, and a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Many alien warriors around were shocked to see this. Bai Luo is one of the 5 most renowned and powerful prodigies in this trial, yet she has actually fallen into a disadvantageous position under the attack of the Dark Demon Lord. He's still alive. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord's eyes flashed with cold light, showing some surprise. You can't kill me. Although Bai Luo was somewhat disheveled, her expression remained unchanged, maintaining the proud demeanor of a favored daughter of heaven. Regardless of whether we can win or not, we can't lose face. Wood type Star Force *800. Dark Star Force *950. Open black lens bracket Dark Clone Technique *360 Close black lens bracket. *. Wang Teng picked up several attribute bubbles with a smug grin, then looked at Bai Luo and shouted gleefully. Are you sure you can handle this? If not, just beg me already. Stop clinging to your last bit of stubbornness. Quote. What the hell is this last act of defiance? Biluo's eye twitched almost imperceptibly and she nearly lost her composure. That damn bastard. They were actually making sarcastic remarks over there. She glanced sideways and glared fiercely at Wang Teng. Go to hell. How heartless. We've had a long-standing relationship and you're actually helping this woman against me. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord gave Wang Teng a seductive look. Then immediately put on a heartbroken expression. Oh, mouth, oh. Wang Teng was stunned and stared at the Dark Lord in horror. Despite the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's stunningly beautiful appearance, Wang Teng witnessed its demonic transformation firsthand, and the memory remains vivid to this day. That assemblage of rotten flesh is enough to send chills down your spine and give you goosebumps just thinking about it. It's terrifying, sob. Bai Luo, unaware of these matters, looked at Wang Teng with a bewildered expression. This guy actually has that kind of relationship with the dark race? While the interracial bond is touching, one has to admit, Wang Teng has some serious teeth. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Tilda. What the hell is that expression you're making? Wang Teng immediately became furious. This woman actually suspects him of having an affair with this dark-skinned woman. It's simply unbearable. Are all women's minds this dirty? Boom. Just then, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord suddenly disappeared from his spot and launched another attack while Wang Teng and Bai Luo were distracted. Clearly, they wanted to kill Bai Luo as soon as possible. Even the mighty Black Nightmare Demon Lord is truly helpless. This is really too difficult. Wang Teng watched intently from the side, making it uneasy. Fortunately, Wang Teng acted unpredictably. Otherwise, if the two of them had joined forces, it would have had no choice but to run away. Now, before he makes a move, we should get rid of this woman in front of us as soon as possible. Boom. Billa was always on guard against the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. When she saw it make a move, she stepped forward and immediately went to meet it. The human and the dark creature transformed into two afterimages, colliding wildly in the sky. Tisk tisk, women are really ruthless when they fight. Wang Teng looked up, stroked his chin, and kept making sounds of admiration. Bai Luo was, after all, a prodigy of the Qingshan star system, possessing immense strength. When she got serious, she fought to a standstill with the Black Nightmare Demon Lord, even inflicting considerable injuries on him. Boom! PFF'd. With a single clash, Bai Luo and the Black Nightmare Demon Lord both coughed up blood and flew backward, their hair disheveled, looking like two madwomen. Roar! Suddenly, the Nightmare Demon Lord roared, and his body erupted with an extremely dense black light, which beat wildly like a dark heart and continued to expand. In the sky, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's body swelled, radiating extreme black light, like a black sun. This sudden turn of events drew everyone's attention. Magical transformation. A demon lord actually unleashed a terrifying demonic transformation. It should be noted that demon transformation is exclusive to powerhouses at the demon lord level and above, and each demon lord's demon transformation is different. But they all have one thing in common: they are all extremely powerful and terrifying. Of course, the demon transformation is not something that can be used casually. Unless forced to the extreme, very few powerful dark race individuals are willing to use it. Therefore, the surrounding dark demon lords were all very surprised and looked at the Nightmare Demon Lord one by one. Wah, that black nightmare guy actually used demonic transformation. The green ghost fire in Wugu's eye sockets flickered violently, and his jaw opened and closed, emitting strange cries. What is it trying to do? That human woman can't possibly push it to this point, can she? A dark vampire demon lord frowned. Foolish. The ram-headed demon lord scoffed disdainfully. The other dark lords had different expressions, some sneered, some frowned. Clearly, the dark lords were not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. They probably couldn't imagine that the reason the Black Nightmare Demon Lord was able to unleash his demonic transformation so quickly was entirely because Wang Teng forced him to. It's that simple, there's no other reason. They didn't understand the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's misery. Wang Teng just stood by, and even without taking action, he still put immense psychological pressure on it. Therefore, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord decisively transformed into a demon. Of course, it's also because Biluo's strength is comparable to that of the Black Nightmare Demon Lord, which is why it couldn't defeat him in a short time. Otherwise, things wouldn't have come to this. Oh dear, the demon has transformed. Looking up from below, Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was the third time he had witnessed a demonic transformation. The first time was with the Black Nightmare Demon Lord himself, and the second time was with the Kai Yan Demon Lord. That guy is still inside Wang Teng's spatial fragments, enduring the scorching heat of the three great strange flames of heaven and earth day and night. The pain is no less than when he was imprisoned at the bottom of the holy mountain. After all, it was only scorched by the flame of light before, but now it is being served by the flame of light, the azure jade flame, and the dark flame all at the same time. The tangy and spicy flavor. Well, let's not even go there. And this third time, it was still the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. However, Wang Teng is no longer the rookie who hadn't even reached the level of a warrior general. Now he is a true planetary level powerhouse. Even if the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's demonic transformation is strong, it cannot exceed the range of the 5th level of the planetary level. Therefore, Wang Teng can still easily defeat it. Billa also witnessed this scene, and her expression became completely serious. These alien prodigies were also extremely familiar with the dark race, because the dark race existed not only on Earth but also throughout the universe. It seems that records of the dark race have existed almost since the birth of the universe and the emergence of civilization. Over countless years, all the battle experiences against the dark races were naturally recorded. Among them, the most detailed record is of the transformation of demons. Billah knew all too well how terrible it was. Just then, the blinding black light in the sky suddenly subsided, revealing the appearance of the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Its body had swelled to an enormous size, like a collection of countless rotting chunks of flesh, constantly writhing, with tendrils of flesh hanging down, drifting in the air without wind. Her originally slender purple hair became as thick as a giant python, flailing wildly, with a pair of sharp horns protruding from it, gleaming with a chilling light. Countless blood-red eyeballs were embedded in its body, making it look evil and terrifying. Roar! It opened its enormous mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth like steel saws, letting the slime drip down, and then let out a roar that was neither human nor beast. Wang Teng noticed that the appearance of the Nightmare Demon Lord was somewhat different from what he had seen during the last demonic transformation. Last time, it didn't have so many eyeballs. Those densely packed eyeballs covered the entire body of the Nightmare Demon Lord. Anyone with trypophobia would probably get goosebumps and wet themselves in fear at the sight of them. Holy crap, has this mutated? Wang Teng was quite surprised and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seemingly sensing Wang Teng's gaze, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's countless eyeballs began to move, all landing on him. Those eyes were bloodshot, filled with chaos, evil, distortion, indifference, resentment, and other negative emotions. Boom! As the eyeball looked in, an extremely violent mental fluctuation spread out and rushed into Wang Teng's mind. Snort! Wang Teng snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. His mental state is now at the planetary level, and even though this mental fluctuation is extremely chaotic, it is only at the Emperor level. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord even dared to try to influence him with his Emperor-level mental power. He was simply showing off his limited skills before an expert. Boom! In an instant, within Wang Teng's sea of consciousness, a vast and terrifying spiritual power transformed into more than a dozen bolts of lightning, striking down with divine might. The chaotic mental energy was instantly shattered, transforming into pure mental attribute bubbles that were directly absorbed by Wang Teng. Royal Realm Spirit *360. Unfortunately, he is already at the planetary level in spirit, and even after converting 360 points of Royal Spirit, he will only have 36 points of planetary spirit. However, this is Wang Teng's first spiritual income after advancing to the planetary level, which is commendable. Well, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord did make some contributions. When you kill it later, try to be quick and decisive so it doesn't suffer too much. Of course, we still need to take advantage of the deals. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes, various plans flashing through his mind. For some reason, the Black Nightmare Demon Lord felt a chill run down his spine. Roar! At the same time, it sensed the collapse of that spiritual power, and the pupils of countless eyes contracted simultaneously as they stared at Wang Teng. Although Wang Teng wasn't intimidated, those eyeballs were truly creepy. He glared back at him. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll eat you. P2E, P2E, if you look again, I'll beat you to a pulp. Damn it, I almost said the wrong thing. The appearance of this Nightmare Demon Lord was incredibly disgusting. Just looking at him made one want to vomit. What to eat? That's such a challenge. Quote. Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Quote. Quote. Billah gave Wang Teng a strange look. Damn it, you said it was okay, but you almost exposed us. Get lost. Wang Teng glared back angrily, the look in that eyes making him so unhappy. Roar. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord seemed to know that Wang Teng was not to be trifled with, so he stopped testing him and charged directly at Bai Luo. Its enormous, terrifying body resembled a ball of flesh, with its jagged fangs bared, as if trying to devour Billah. Holy crap, Billah couldn't help but swear. This Nightmare Demon Lord is a perfect example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He couldn't defeat Wang Teng, so he came to cause trouble for her. He's utterly shameless. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Billah was also enraged, her face as cold as frost, and a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from her body. The force of light. She actually possesses the force of light. The force of light. The sudden appearance of the force of light took everyone by surprise. Especially for the dark race, the force of light is their greatest nemesis and has a great restraining effect on the force of darkness. The two are like day and night, representing a pure, natural, and unpolluted opposition. No one expected that the force of light would appear here, especially in the body of a cosmic prodigy. The eyes of more than a dozen dark demon lords all fell on Bai Luo. What kind of look was that? It was as if they wanted to tear her apart completely and devour her alive. For those who possess the power of light, the Dark Ones have always adhered to only one principle. That is, complete annihilation. Moreover, it must be eliminated before it even grows up. Every possessor of the light force is a great threat to the dark race, and the dark race will never allow them to grow up. Augustus, Katu, and other alien prodigies also looked on, and were all extremely surprised that Billah possessed the force of light. Light force is a relatively rare force attribute, it's not commonly seen. Moreover, Biluo's light force is clearly superior to the wood force she has been displaying, indicating that her true strength is more than twice as strong as she appears. When Billah saw the dark creature's eyes, she was still startled, even though she had expected it. Being stared at by so many dark demon lords at the same time, she immediately felt her scalp tingle and the hairs on her body stand on end. Truly terrifying. However, she had no time to pay attention to these things. Dealing with the Black Nightmare Demon Lord in front of her was the most urgent task. The jade basket instantly transformed into a white light and rushed towards the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's true form. Boom! As the battle erupted, Billah seemed to transform into light, traversing the sky and unleashing a dense primal force of light with each strike, bombarding the body of the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Boom boom boom. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord's body, resembling rotting flesh, retreated continuously. The chunks of flesh on his body hissed under the influence of the light force and melted away at a visible speed, turning into wisps of black smoke that drifted around. This woman is pretty strong. Wang Teng stared in disbelief at Bai Luo, who seemed to have transformed into a Super Saiyan, and almost swallowed his tongue. He originally thought that Billah was just a wood-type elemental force martial artist, but he never expected that she would also hide light elemental force. Moreover, it seems that the level of this light force is higher than that of the wood force, at least reaching the 4th level of the planetary level. At this moment, she was bathed in white light, like an angel descended from heaven. Super Billah Light Mode. However, Wang Teng's attention was soon drawn to the continuously falling attribute bubbles. Dark Star Force *130. Dark Star Force *120. Royal Spirit 30. Royal Realm Spirit *45. Open Black Lens Bracket Radiant Star Force *180 Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Radiant Star Force *220 Close Black Lens Bracket. Ellipsis ellipsis. Great stuff. These are all attributes I'm missing. Quick, pick them up. Wang Teng's lips curled into a wild smile as he hurriedly unleashed his mental energy to diligently collect the attribute bubbles. It seems like I'm out of the picture. I didn't expect Bai Luo to have such a trick up her sleeve. She should be more than capable of dealing with the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. As Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles, he stroked his chin and thought to himself. Boom! Just as they were thinking this, the balance of battle in the sky indeed tilted. Bai Luo's entire body erupted with brilliant light primal force, like a giant sword of light striking horizontally and piercing through the body of the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Roar! The Black Nightmare Demon Lord let out a shrill, painful roar, the sound so piercing that it made the eardrums of those around him ache. Its body continuously emitted black smoke, which was rapidly purified by the primal force of light and disappeared without a trace. Its enormous body was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Die! Let's die together! A frenzied roar came from the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's mouth, and its countless eyeballs suddenly swelled up, bloodshot and like blood-filled bombs. Not good. Biluo's expression changed slightly. Her primal force surged to form a defense, and at the same time, she retreated rapidly, trying to escape the area that the Black Nightmare Demon Lord could cover. The other Dark Demon Lords all narrowed their eyes and looked in this direction. Self-destruct. That Black Nightmare guy was actually forced to this point. Boom! Almost immediately, a terrifying explosion occurred where the Black Nightmare Demon Lord's body was located, the roar resounding through the sky. And violent primal force fluctuations swept outwards. Rumble. The trees below seemed to collapse like mountains of gold and jade pillars overturned. Falling in all directions from the center of the explosion and being completely destroyed by the powerful aftershocks. The ground was shaking violently, and huge cracks appeared, spreading outwards like a spider web. The entire ground collapsed. The black explosion in the sky resembled a mushroom rising straight up into the heavens. The force's influence extended over a radius of thousands of miles, causing immense terror. The powerful figures around them couldn't help but retreat. Bai Luo's figure was swallowed up by the explosion before she could rush out, and she can no longer be seen at this moment. Augustus, Katu, and the others stared intently, their brows furrowed deeply. Unfortunately, they were all held back by the Dark Ones and were unable to go to their rescue for the time being. A moment later, the light of the dark force gradually dissipated in the sky, finally revealing a white light and shadow within it. The white light appeared somewhat weak, flickering and almost dissipating. And among them was Bila. She was not in good condition at the moment. She was weak, pale, and blood was spilling from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that she had suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, he survived. The Black Nightmare Demon Lord's enormous body had long since vanished, as if it had completely dissipated into the world. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, humanity had won a small victory in this battle. If Bila is killed, it will be a huge blow to the human side. After all, she is one of the 5 great prodigies. If even she is defeated, what confidence will the others have to fight against the dark race? However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Careful! A cold shout suddenly came from Augustus's mouth. Bai Luo's expression changed drastically as she felt a chill creeping up from behind, heading straight for her heart. Completion. Her face turned deathly pale, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart. With her injured body, her movements had become extremely sluggish. She couldn't even dodge, let alone resist. Bang! However, the expected pain did not occur. Instead, a muffled thud suddenly reached her ears. Bila quickly turned around and was surprised to see a familiar figure blocking her way. Wang Teng. It was that bastard. Bai Luo was incredulous, never expecting that it would be Wang Teng who made the move. He had been watching the whole thing from the sidelines, yet he had taken the initiative to save her. Could this guy really be that kind? Don't misunderstand, I just want to settle the score with this skull from last time. Wang Teng seemed to know what she was thinking, and without even turning his head, his calm voice came over. In the sky, Wang Teng suddenly appeared behind Bai Luo and grabbed Wu Ji Yumo Jun's bone palm with one hand. The bone palm radiated a sharp, cold light, like a sharp bone knife. Bila gazed at the figure not far in front of her, her expression shifting slightly, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He clearly wanted to save her, but he insisted on finding a plausible reason. Too proud to admit it. At this moment, the eyes of the other alien warriors and a group of dark demon lords all fell on Wang Teng, who had suddenly made his move. They hadn't even noticed how this guy appeared behind Bila and saved her in time. Augustus, Katu, and the others narrowed their eyes slightly, carefully examining Wang Teng. It has to be said that his actions this time really surprised everyone. In such a critical situation, even they might not be able to arrive in time. The group of dark demon lords were equally astonished. The one who made the move was the notoriously cunning Black Bone Demon Lord, yet he was easily blocked by the human named Wang Teng. That was truly unexpected. Wang Teng ignored everyone's thoughts and used his mental power to scan the surroundings, picking up all the attribute bubbles that Bai Luo had dropped earlier. Open black lens bracket Radiant Star Force * 1860 Close black lens bracket. Body of light * 1200. Lightsaber / * 450. Wood type Star Force * 1450. King level Wood type Talent * 300. Dark Star Force * 2530. Royal Spirit 540. Dark Magic Book * 100. Magic Transformation 10. A huge explosion. A real huge explosion. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he almost burst out laughing. This includes not only the light type attributes dropped by the Jade Bamboo, but also the wood type attributes, as well as the dark type attributes dropped by the Nightmare Demon Lord. The 1860 points of force from the starry sky are an absolute huge source of force income. After all, this is not ordinary force, but genuine stellar force, which is more than twice as powerful as ordinary force. 1200 points of light body. Body of light. Wang Teng once obtained the body of light physique from Alice's. Now, with the addition of 1200 points, the body of light physique instantly increased from more than 2000 points to 3350 points. Wang Teng's body underwent a transformation, and his mastery and understanding of the body of light quietly rose to a new level. Next up is Lightsaber Slash. This was the same move that Billah used to kill the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Wang Teng felt a connection to it, and the image of that dazzling sword flashed in his mind. The blade of light transforms into an invincible longsword. With a single thrust, light shines forth, piercing through endless darkness. Wang Teng's eyes were bright, filled with the power of that sword strike, and his mind was slightly shaken. Stellar Class. This is actually a stellar-level light-type combat technique. Wang Teng was extremely surprised, yet felt that it should be done this way. Billah killed the Black Nightmare Demon Lord with this sword. How could an ordinary planetary-level combat skill achieve such a feat? As expected of a galaxy-level genius. With only planetary-level strength, he possesses a stellar-level ultimate move, which is an extremely rare light-type stellar-level combat technique. Local Tycoon. Rich Woman. Wang Teng suddenly had a strong urge to rush up and hug Bai Luo's leg. Sister, I don't want to try anymore. But a sliver of reason made him forcefully dismiss the idea and crush it under his feet. Pa, is he the kind of person who has no morals? We have a system as our master, so sticking close to the system is the right and proper solution. System Daddy, I love you. As long as you cling to the system's leg, no combat skill matters, it will still be obtained for you. Such a lightsaber strike has no lineage. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't even dream of it, yet he still managed to obtain it. Lightsaber Slash Proficient. His 450-point lightsaber Slash attribute allowed him to go directly from beginner to proficient in this combat skill. To advance from the proficiency stage of lightsaber Slash to the mastery stage, a full 1000 attribute points are required. Wang Teng glanced at Bai Luo discreetly. This sheep needed to be thoroughly fleeced. Billah felt a sense of malice coming at her for no reason. She frowned slightly but was a little confused. In addition, there is 1450 points of Wood-type Star Force and 300 points of King-level Wood-type Talent. Wood-type Star Force, King-level Wood-type Talent. After the King-level Ice-type Talent, Wang Teng obtained another King-level Talent, the King-level Wood-type Talent. Biluo's talent is indeed powerful. Not only does she possess a King-level Wood-type Talent, but she also has the rare light body constitution. At this moment, Wang Teng couldn't help but pay more attention to these alien prodigies, and at the same time, he also felt a bit of anticipation. I wonder what powerful attribute bubbles the other prodigies will unleash. After reviewing Bai Luo's attribute bubbles, Wang Teng looked at the attribute bubbles dropped by the Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Dark Star Force, 2530 points. Royal Spirit 540 points. Wang Teng's Dark Primal Force surged once again. Once he broke through to the planetary level, his strength would definitely surpass that of an ordinary planetary level. And he also acquired a martial arts technique this time. A planetary level dark magic technique, the Dark Codex. A humanoid figure immediately appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Its body was covered with black veins and acupoints. Dark primal force flowed and circulated in the veins and acupoints, and then condensed into a black star above the sea of nothingness. Planetary level. This is how the dark force breaks through to the planetary level. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite complex. Without the corresponding planetary level cultivation technique, there's no way you can break through. Dark Magic Codex, Proficient. The 100 points of Dark Magic Grimoire attribute are just enough to skip the beginner stage and advance to the proficient stage. Now, if Wang Teng wanted to, he could raise the dark force to the planetary level. After all, he still has a lot of blank attributes, so raising the dark force to the peak of 13-star warrior level is just a piece of cake. However, this dark force is useless now, so there's no rush to break through. Finally, there's one more attribute bubble. Magic Transformation. This magical transformation even has attribute points. When Wang Teng saw the attribute bubble, he was truly astonished. The Demon Transformation is an exclusive ability possessed only by powerful beings at the Dark Lord level or above. It can be considered their greatest secret, and now it has been revealed. Wang Teng integrated this attribute bubble, and although it only had 10 points, some related insights appeared in his mind. A light and shadow appeared in his mind. The light and shadow absorbed various negative emotions and stored them in the primal force stars unique to planetary level experts. When needed, this negative energy would be released, fused with dark primal force, and an incredible mutation would occur, causing his body to unleash strength far exceeding his own level. This is what's called a demonic transformation. Magic Transformation, Beginner's Guide. As he realized this, a subtle black light flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. He was somewhat uncertain. While the demonic transformation was indeed powerful, his state after the transformation was not something he could be complimented. That really turned them into monsters. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Tang felt he probably wouldn't need to use this magical transformation. Just as Wang Tang was comprehending the demonic transformation, the Black Bone Demon Lord opposite seemed to have sensed something, and a hint of doubt appeared in his heart, but when he looked closely at Wang Tang, he found nothing. Could I have seen wrong? The Black Bone Demon Lord was filled with doubt and surprise. Wang Tang absorbed the attribute bubbles, a long story, but it happened in just a few breaths. At this moment, Wang Tang and the Black Bone Demon Lord were still standing opposite each other, becoming the center of everyone's attention. The human and the dark creature locked eyes, sparks flying and lightning flashing. Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to find me. At this moment, the Black Bone Demon Lord chuckled and let out an extremely exaggerated cry of surprise. Is it strange that I found you? Wang Tang said calmly. Really, I hid it so well, I almost succeeded. Wugu Demon Lord said with some annoyance. You still want to succeed? You're dreaming, Wang Tang sneered. HMPH, since you want to settle the score from last time, then I'll play along with you. Two ghostly flames flickered in the Black Bone Demon Lord's eye sockets. As soon as it finished speaking, it twisted its wrist and its bones became extremely smooth. It also shrank instantly, and with a whoosh, it was pulled out of Wang Tang's palm. Wang Tang's expression shifted slightly, but he did not rush to pursue. He calmly looked at the Black Bone Demon Lord, who had retreated more than 10 meters away in an instant, and said indifferently, Your bones are quite interesting. He, the most interesting part is yet to come. The Black Bone Demon Lord chuckled. Wang Tang glanced back at Bai Luo and said, Hey, why don't you beg me again? If you do, I might just help you get revenge and give that skull a good beating. Bai Luo glanced at Wang Tang speechlessly. Even at this point, this guy still hadn't forgotten about it. He really had perseverance. Fine, I'm begging you. Please help me get revenge, she said weakly and irritably. She was still somewhat shaken by the sneak attack from the Black Bone Demon Lord. If Wang Tang could truly defeat him and avenge her, she wouldn't mind asking him for help. In the past, she would never have been able to utter these words of asking for help, but for some reason, she could say them without any pressure now. You should have said so earlier. Wang Tang laughed, but when he turned back, his expression was completely serious. He looked at the Black Bone Demon Lord with icy eyes and said, It's about to begin. Boom! Suddenly, the air beneath his feet exploded, creating an invisible ripple, and Wang Tang vanished from his spot. In less than a breath, Wang Tang appeared in front of the Black Bone Demon Lord, without using any weapons, but simply threw a punch. La, you're too naive. Have you forgotten the lesson you learned last time? This kind of punch can't hurt me at all. The Bone Demon Lord's bone fist suddenly grew larger, completely disproportionate to its small body. The bone fist was jet black, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and met Wang Tang's fist head-on. Boom! The two fists collided with a deafening roar, even producing a long, metallic tremor. Bang! The small, thin body of the Black Bone Demon Lord was sent flying backward, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. It crouched in the air, a look of horror in its eyes. The bone fist that had just clashed with Wang Tang now had numerous cracks, and within those cracks burned clusters of blue flames that could not be extinguished. During the collision, an extreme shockwave invaded its fist, and the shockwave even carried a sharp sword intent. Wang Tang's punch not only unleashed the profound meaning of power, but also incorporated 100% of the golden radiance killing sword intent and the azure jade glazed flame. Even with the Black Bone Demon Lord's incredibly hard bones, he couldn't withstand it. I was careless. For the first time, a sense of gravity arose in the heart of the Black Bone Demon Lord. Wang Tang's attack was already capable of injuring it. If not handled carefully, all the bones in its body could be shattered. At that point, it will only face certain death. At this moment, Wang Tang looked down at the Black Bone Demon Lord with a calm expression and slowly said, Did you think that was my true strength last time? How do you know that what you saw was not what I wanted you to see? The Black Bone Demon Lord was shocked. If it weren't a skeleton, but a normal person with flesh and blood, its appearance would certainly be extremely unpleasant. To push the usually jovial Demon Lord of Black Bones to such an extent, Wang Tang can be considered the first person to do this. The other Dark Demon Lords in the distance were both shocked and solemn upon witnessing this scene. This Wang Teng is no ordinary person. And that azure flame must be a rare, otherworldly fire. He actually possessed such a strange item. Ha ha ha, I almost fell for your trick. You think you can scare me with this method? So what if you're hiding your strength? I, the Demon Lord, have killed countless arrogant human prodigies like you. The Black Bone Demon Lord suddenly burst into laughter. Ignorance is bliss. Wang Teng shook his head, his expression extremely calm, looking at the Black Bone Demon Lord as if he were looking at a dying man. That kind of look is what it truly means to not take someone seriously. After all, who would care about a dead person? Roar! Enraged, the Black Bone Demon Lord roared and stood up, his body suddenly swelling. Rumble! A burst of black light erupted from its body. It was just a skeleton, but there seemed to be another world inside it, containing terrifying dark primal forces. At this moment, the surging dark primal force erupted instantly. Nourished by the dark primal force, the body of the Black Bone Demon Lord continued to grow larger. In just a few breaths, it transformed from a thin skeleton into a towering skeletal giant. What is that? Many of the alien trial participants were horrified, staring dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing giant skeleton. Demon transformation. It's another demonic transformation. This is the demonic transformation of the Black Bone Demon Lord. Some people guessed what had happened and cried out in shock. The other dark demon lords also looked over, their eyes flickering, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, black light emanated from the Black Bone Demon Lord, and two green ghost flames in his eye sockets looked down at Wang Teng. The green will-o'-the-wisps contained an aura of coldness, violence, and decay. Looking at it sends chills down one's spine, as if all life force within has been frozen, leaving only a dense aura of death. Snort! Wang Teng snorted coldly, and the stellar force within his body began to circulate, reviving his life essence. At the same time, his planetary spiritual power also began to rotate at high speed, stimulating the power of his soul essence. These two orbs represent the most essential energy of life, like flames, dispelling cold and death. You're really good. A strange and muffled sound came from the giant mouth of the skull. Suddenly it stretched out a hand, and in a flash of black light, a huge bone knife appeared in its hand. This is... Wang Teng's eyes narrowed. Die! A cold shout rang out. The Black Bone Demon Lord swung his arm holding the sword, and the huge bone sword burst forth with a dazzling black light, condensing into an unparalleled sword beam. Boom! The blade's edge slashed straight at Wang Teng, a violent explosion rang out, and black light instantly engulfed Wang Teng. A colossal black skull stood between heaven and earth, wielding a bone knife as it slashed down, striking Wang Teng. The flash of blades engulfed them. Rumble! The ground was split in two, revealing an extremely deep, dark crack that seemed to connect to the abyss of hell, with no bottom in sight. Not only that, the ground was also shaking violently, and the cracks continued to spread into the distance, reaching all the way to a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak split open, forming an antenna. The entire mountain peak split in two. Many alien warriors stared wide-eyed, their hearts filled with shock. What terrifying attack power! It was just a single blow. After his demonic transformation, the Black Bone Demon Lord's strength leapt to a whole new level, making him completely different from before. Even the 5 prodigies, including Augustus and Katu, had their eyes flicker slightly, their hearts filled with unease. Wang Teng. Bai Luo's expression changed as she watched Wang Teng's figure disappear under the black blade light. That guy isn't really dead, is he? She couldn't help but bite her lip, lost in thought. Above the sea area surrounding the central continent, several fighter jets from various countries received the footage from this location. The martial artists from all countries changed their expressions drastically and couldn't help but gasp. Horrible. That's terrifying. With a single strike, it cleaved a bottomless abyss in the continent, even splitting distant mountains in two. What power is this? How can humanity possibly withstand such a powerful dark species? The world's bigwigs were all horrified, speechless for a long time, staring blankly at the huge skeleton projected on the screen. Inside the fighter jet belonging to the Sha Kingdom, the martial arts leaders, the 3 marshals, and others stared in shock at the huge bone blade on the screen, trying to find Wang Teng's figure. Wang Teng is the hope of the Sha Kingdom. If he were to be killed like this, the Sha Kingdom would likely perish. Even Earth has no future. Above the central continent, the Black Bone Demon Lord slowly raised his enormous bone blade and let out a strange laugh. He, let's see you show off to this Demon Lord. However, before the laughter had completely subsided, a calm voice suddenly rang in the ears of the Black Bone Demon Lord. Aren't you getting excited too soon? The Black Bone Demon Lord's expression changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look. To his left, a figure stepped out from the void and was looking at him indifferently. You think you're so great just because you're bigger? Wang Tang spoke, his voice slowly escaping. Arrogant. The Black Bone Demon Lord's voice was icy, and he let out a furious snort. Get bigger? Anyone can do that. Suddenly, Wang Tang threw a punch at a distant mountain peak. A beam of yellow light shot straight past. Boom! A terrifying surge of primal force slammed into the mountain, instantly turning the massive peak into countless fragments that shot into the sky. What is this kid up to? The Black Bone Demon Lord was a little confused. Instead of attacking it, Wang Tang bombarded a mountain peak. That mountain peak is completely innocent, doesn't it know? Not only it, but the other Dark Demon Lords and alien warriors like Augustus were also completely baffled and had no idea what Wang Tang was up to. Wang Tang, however, remained expressionless, inwardly scoffing. The heart of magnetic elements. Open. He instantly activated the elemental magnetic heart talent. Instantly, Wang Tang's body seemed to transform into a magnetic field, generating a terrifying magnetic field, and countless pebbles rushed towards him. Rumble. Countless pebbles formed a huge rock sphere around Wang Tang. The sphere continued to grow larger, and in a short time, it became the size of a small meteorite. Even the enlarged Black Bone Demon Lord felt the pressure. This kid. The Black Bone Demon Lord stared at the giant stone sphere, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth, showing that he was not at peace at this moment. At that moment, the giant sphere changed. Boom! A pair of arms and a pair of giant rock legs suddenly emerged from it. Boom! Then came a huge rock head. The head was round and had 2 empty holes in it. Suddenly, 2 beams of yellow light shone from it. A powerful aura emanated from it. The rock giant has arrived. The expressions of the Dark Demon Lords changed slightly, clearly startled by the rock giant. Augustus, Katu, Pucklin and other alien prodigies were also shocked, their eyes fixed on the rock giant. Special physical talent. They immediately saw through the deception. This only intensified their astonishment. These Earth natives are quite talented. They actually have such a powerful physical talent. Bai Luo's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Wang Tang, who had transformed into a rock giant. Her surprise was no less than that of anyone else. Boom! At this moment, the rock giant fell from the sky and landed in front of the Black Bone Demon Lord. The ground shook violently, kicking up a cloud of dust. A rock giant, as large as a mountain, stood before the skeletal giant, several heads taller than it. Black Bone Demon Lord. Come on, let's have another match. Wang Tang's voice came from inside the rock giant. He controlled the rock giant to raise its huge arm and show off its muscles in front of the Black Bone Demon Lord. The Black Bone Demon Lord looked at his elbow and suddenly felt an urge to cry. Why does it feel like a little guy being bullied by a muscular man? Is something not quite right? Die! Wang Tang gave it no time to hesitate. He suddenly roared and swung his huge rock arm, slamming it down on the Black Bone Demon Lord. This scene was truly spectacular. Every move a giant makes causes a great commotion, let alone such a violent bombardment, which creates an even more terrifying spectacle. The giant rock fist swept through the air, compressing the air and creating a booming sound, whipping up layers of white airwaves. The ultimate meaning of power. Suddenly, as the giant fist swept through the air, it shone with an intense golden light, faintly forming the phantom of a golden giant sword. A full 100% golden radiance killing sword intent. The Black Bone Demon Lord's expression changed drastically. His black bones seemed to melt and surged, quickly condensing into a huge bone shield in front of him. Boom! The giant rock arm, carrying the phantom of a golden greatsword, slammed into the bone shield, producing a deafening, muffled sound. Click! A clear cracking sound suddenly rang out. Then, the golden greatsword pierced straight through the bone shield, heading straight for the Black Bone Demon Lord's face. The Black Bone Demon Lord was terrified and, unable to dodge, quickly turned his head to the side. Boom! The golden greatsword continued its momentum, slamming into the Black Bone Demon Lord's right eye socket. The hard bone exploded with a roar, and the green ghost fire within it seemed to have suffered a devastating blow, extinguishing in an instant. Ah! The Black Bone Demon Lord let out a shrill roar. Its massive body staggered backward, only half of its head remaining. The green ghost fire in its left eye socket flickered violently, seemingly revealing its pain. Quiet! A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. The Dark Demon Lord and the alien prodigies were all incredibly powerful beings, yet they stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them. Although they had seen such powerful attacks before, they rarely saw such a visually striking scene. That's way too violent. Wang Teng didn't look particularly strong, but he turned out to be a real violent maniac. Many alien martial arts prodigies couldn't help but feel a little wary of Wang Teng. Such a big fist, even they couldn't withstand a single punch. Many of the Dark Demon Lords had their eyes twitching slightly, and some even felt sorry for the Black Bone Demon Lord. That punch must have hurt a lot. But will the bones hurt? It must hurt, otherwise why would it scream so pitifully? Each of the Dark Demon Lords had a strange thought in their mind. Ha ha ha, that punch was awesome. Katu, the prodigy of the Blood Moon Galaxy, laughed heartily. He seemed to have his blood boiled by Wang Teng's actions, and his whole body burst with blood-red light as he charged toward the ram-headed demon lord he was fighting. The two sides had stopped fighting because of Wang Teng's battle with the Black Bone Demon Lord, but now a major battle has broken out again. Snort. The ram-headed demon lord showed no fear, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he transformed into a black afterimage and clashed with Katu. Suddenly, the troll lord on the other side attacked, swinging his giant club at Augustus. Die! Augustus remained expressionless, but his entire body suddenly erupted with extreme golden light. And his battle sword transformed into dozens of golden sword intents that enveloped the troll demon lord. They instantly clashed. The battle erupted once again, with the remaining Dark Demon Lords and alien prodigies joining the fray, and a fierce battle broke out once more. The entire central continent was instantly shrouded in a terrifying battle. The speed of a planetary-level expert is incredibly fast, they can travel thousands of miles in an instant, and a single leap can traverse a vast area. Their attacks were terrifyingly powerful, each strike incredibly strong, truly capable of shattering mountains and overturning seas. Back when Wang Teng was still a martial arts novice, he longed for such strength. Now he has already reached that level. The world is truly unpredictable, no one can foresee what the future holds. The entire central continent was shaking in all directions. Waves surged onto the land, submerging large numbers of star beasts, creating a terrifying scene. At this moment, the bones of the Black Bone Demon Lord wriggled again, filling the gap in half of his face. Soon, a complete skull reappeared in front of Wang Teng. At the same time, half of the ghost fire in his left eye socket also split off and appeared in his right eye socket. However, the will-o'-the-wisps in both eye sockets had shrunk considerably. Wang Teng smiled coldly, strode forward, and swung his two giant rock arms again, like two golden swords, to strike the skeletal body of the Black Bone Demon Lord. Boom! 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 The Black Bone Demon Lord retreated continuously, but could not avoid Wang Teng's bombardment. Wang Teng manipulated his rock body with extreme agility and speed, striking the Black Bone Demon Lord with punch after punch, producing a booming sound. The massive body of the Black Bone Demon Lord was blasted apart, pieces scattered everywhere. His bones could not withstand Wang Teng's bombardment, and gaps appeared all over his body. Roar! The Black Bone Demon Lord roared in fury. It had never felt so humiliated, being forced into a state of utter helplessness by a human martial artist. Boom! You think you're so great? Wang Teng sneered, breaking 3 of its ribs with a single punch. Boom! Didn't you want to have a duel? Why aren't you making a move now? Wang Teng sneered, breaking a section of its arm bone with a punch. Boom! Didn't you want to kill me? What are you still hesitating for? Wang Teng shouted, breaking its right leg bone with a punch. Boom! Come on, kill me. Don't back down. What are you backing down for? Wang Teng continued to roar, and the rock giant suddenly rushed in front of the Black Bone Demon Lord, its 2 large hands suddenly grabbing onto its shoulders. Click tilde click tilde click. Then it suddenly exerted force, causing its body to emit a rough friction sound. Boom! The immense force acted upon the body of the Black Bone Demon Lord, and in just an instant, its body was shattered by Wang Teng. A perfectly healthy skeleton was instantly torn to pieces, with bones flying everywhere in the air. Meanwhile, the enormous skull of the Black Bone Demon Lord flew high into the air, tumbling through the sky, its eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. It was defeated just like that? The Black Bone Demon Lord was incredulous and completely unable to accept this fact. Bang! Finally, its skull fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. No, I will not lose, how could I possibly lose? The Black Bone Demon Lord roared in unwilling anger, and the 2 green ghost flames in his eye sockets emitted a terrifying light. The scattered bones seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, flying towards the direction of the skull. Still trying to struggle. Just then, a disdainful voice came from above. As the shadow fell, the massive body of the rock giant immediately appeared in the eyes of the Black Bone Demon Lord. Boom! Wang Teng controlled the rock giant and stomped on the skull of the Black Bone Demon Lord, crushing it into the dust. Ah, humans, you've gone too far. The Black Bone Demon Lord was filled with grief and rage, and let out a furious roar. Are you even human? How dare you say you're going too far? Wang Teng sneered, slowly increasing the pressure under his foot as he stepped down. The Black Bone Demon Lord seemed to sense something and was greatly alarmed. What are you doing? Stop. No, stop. Stop right there. Do you submit? Wang Teng's indifferent voice came from above, his footwork unwavering. I surrender, I surrender. The Black Bone Demon Lord only remained silent for a moment before immediately admitting defeat. However, his heart was filled with resentment, and he wished he could tear Wang Teng to pieces. Good. Wang Teng nodded and slowly lifted his foot. The Black Bone Demon Lord was overjoyed. His skull rolled, trying to get away from Wang Teng's big, taut head. Boom! However, after rolling twice, a shadow fell again, stepping directly on the skull, unleashing tremendous force. Click! The skull shattered instantly. No! The Black Bone Demon Lord let out a shrill scream as the entire skull was crushed to pieces, and the two ghostly flames within were also extinguished and disappeared into the world. Once you submit, I can send you on your way. In the moment it lost consciousness, it heard Wang Teng's last words. Why did I provoke this evil star? Filled with regret, the Black Bone Demon Lord's consciousness completely plunged into darkness. The Dark Demon Lords in the distance, witnessing this scene, fell into silence. Among the group of Dark Demon Lords, Wugu Demon Lord's strength ranks among the top. Yet such a being has fallen at the hands of that human. Those alien prodigies were also shocked by Wang Teng's strength, feeling utterly incredulous that such a prodigy could have been born on this backward planet. Wang Teng's strength is probably already approaching that of the 5 most outstanding talents present. That's unbelievable. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a slightly disdainful voice rang out. These bone fragments are so disgusting. Quote. The crowd. What the hell? Everyone stared speechlessly at Wang Teng's current state. On the ground, a rock giant was raising his foot and looking down at the sole of his foot, where many bone fragments were stuck upside down. The bones in the Black Bone Demon Lord's body were indeed incredibly hard, and they also had the unique property of being able to stretch and contract freely. But now it has been crushed to pieces by Wang Teng. After a moment of silence, the powerful figures around them were all filled with shock. Another Demon Lord level powerhouse has fallen. Including the previous Nightmare Demon Lord, the Dark Race has now lost 2 Demon Lord level powerhouses. On the human side, only 1 planetary level powerhouse perished. Even the Black Bone Demon Lord was so simply and brutally crushed to death with a single stomp. How humiliating and how lowly. This is not how a Demon Lord should die. However, that's the result. And all of this was caused by that somewhat carefree human martial artist. Even though other Dark Demon Lords found it hard to believe, they still had to grit their teeth and accept it. This human must die. A group of Dark Demon Lords had a cold glint in their eyes. Wang Teng showed no awareness of being targeted by a group of Dark Demon Lords. He remained calm and composed, riding his rocky body like a mountain standing there. However, no one knew that Wang Teng was using his mental power to sweep around and collect the scattered attribute bubbles. Planetary level mental power is incredibly strong. As long as you're careful and avoid other people, you'll never be discovered. Quietly collecting attributes, so satisfying. As the Black Bone Demon Lord fell, enormous dark-colored attribute bubbles fell out and were all obtained by Wang Teng. Dark Star Force *2550. Black Bones 600. King Level Dark Talent *260. Royal Spirit 580. Open Black Lens Bracket Magic Transformation 25 Close Black Lens Bracket. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. Looks like there are some good items. With 2,550 points of Dark Star Force, Wang Teng's Dark Star Force has increased again. The Royal Realm Spirit 580 points, after conversion, becomes 58 points of Planetary Spirit attribute, which is also a considerable income. King Level Dark Talent 260 points. Wang Teng's 3rd King Level talent appeared, and his original top level Dark Talent was upgraded to King Level. King Level Dark Talent, 261 thousandths. Suddenly I felt incredibly talented and adorable. Although he is not a dark race, I possess pure dark talent, that's how luxurious it is. Then there are 25 points of magic transformation attribute. Another demonic transformation. After obtaining 10 points from the Nightmare Demon Lord, I obtained another 25 points from the Bone Demon Lord. Magic transformation, 35 100ths, beginner. What's going on? Why does he have to control the magic transformation? Wang Teng muttered to himself, his expression somewhat strange. But it's really too ugly. Ugly. In addition, there's one last attribute bubble. Black Bone. Black Bone attribute of 600 points. What is this black bone? As soon as Wang Teng merged into this attribute bubble, he felt the changes in his body. More accurately, it should be described as changes in the bones within the body. Wang Teng lowered his head, activated the Eye of Origin, and his gaze pierced through flesh and blood, landing on the bones. His bones turned black at a visible speed, and in just a few breaths, all the bones in his body turned pitch black. Within that darkness, there were also golden patterns formed by the cultivation of ancient divine bodies, which appeared extremely strange. At the same time, Wang Teng also noticed the difference in his bones, which seemed to have become quite unique. He felt as if he could control the changes in his own bones, shaping them into whatever form he desired. Flexibility. That's right, just like the Black Bone Demon Lord who can freely transform bones into bone swords, bone shields, and so on. Wang Teng has now acquired this characteristic as well. Moreover, the hardness and toughness of these bones reached an inhuman level. Originally, Wang Teng possessed multiple physical constitutions and cultivated the incredibly powerful body refining technique, the ancient divine body. His bones were already comparable to divine iron. Now, with this change, it can be said that his bones are even stronger than those of the Black Bone Demon Lord. Wang Teng's expression turned somewhat peculiar, and he suddenly felt a pang of pity for that guy, the Black Bone Demon Lord. After jumping around in front of him for so long, he still had to give up his strongest talent before he died. That was truly horrible. Just as Wang Teng was picking up the attribute bubbles, he was unaware that the 5 prodigies, including Augustus and Katu, were looking at him with complicated expressions. Even these prodigies had to admit that Wang Teng, this Earth Star martial artist, was very strong. Even they couldn't kill a dark being of Demon Lord level so easily. However, they also had their own pride. Seeing Wang Teng kill a dark being of the Demon Lord level first, these geniuses were also aroused by their own pride and unwillingness to admit defeat. Kill. Katu, the prodigy of the Blood Moon Galaxy, unleashed his power. The Blood Moon Beast totem on his body transformed into a blood-red phantom that enveloped him, and then he charged fiercely at the ram-headed Demon Lord opposite him. Boom! The ram-headed Demon Lord retreated rapidly, but he couldn't keep up with Katu's speed. He was instantly hit and his entire body was sent flying like a broken sack. Boom! A mountain peak collapsed, turning into countless fragments of stone amidst billowing smoke and dust. Roar! The ram-headed Demon Lord flew out from the pile of rubble, flapping his fleshy wings and letting out a roar. His muscles swelled up instantly, making him tens of feet tall. Not only that, 2 fleshy bulges suddenly appeared on its neck. With 2 plop, plop sounds, 2 heads pierced through the flesh and appeared on either side of its original head, with the same sharp snouts and fangs. And the same ferocious and terrifying appearance. The 3 heads are facing 3 different directions, making them look terrifying and bizarre. Not only that, but several fleshy bulges also appeared on its back, and with a few popping sounds, 4 arms actually grew out. 3 heads and 6 arms. Wang Teng's attention was drawn to the scene, and he looked over with some surprise. If I remember correctly, the 8-armed demon general had 8 arms back then, and Wang Teng even obtained the 8-armed demon body from him, although he never used it. If we were to destroy this ram-headed demon lord, would a bubble containing a 3-headed, 6-armed physical attribute drop out? A brilliant idea suddenly popped into Wang Teng's mind. Wouldn't he become a demon child? Wait a minute, blind student, I think I've discovered the key point. Wang Teng had a sudden inspiration and used the power of the elemental magnetic heart to draw the rubble left behind after the distant mountain exploded towards this side. Boom boom boom. Countless fragments of stone merged into the rock's body, coalescing behind it. In an instant, 6 giant rock arms appeared behind the rock giant. Wang Teng controlled the rock giant, using the ability of one mind, 18 functions, and simultaneously grasping its 8 arms. It feels awesome. True rock giant, 8-armed form. The ram-headed demon lord. No one can imagine what the demon lord of the goat-headed demon clan was thinking at that moment. It has just used its demonic transformation to take on a 3-headed, 6-armed form. Wang Teng immediately followed suit, transforming into an 8-armed rock giant. Damn, who would believe that this isn't directed at them? The ram-headed demon lord was devastated and furious. Did he want to fight 2 against 1? Come on then. Damn it, we'll fight to the death. Not only did the goat-headed demon lord think that Wang Teng was going to bully the weak with numbers, but even Katu thought that Wang Teng was going to do so. He frowned and quickly said, "Don't interfere, this is my prey." Now it was Wang Teng's turn to be a little confused. He was peacefully verifying his ideas when this alien warrior suddenly blurted out, "Don't interfere." It's as if he's meddling in other people's business. Problem. You do your thing, it's none of my business. Wang Teng's speechless voice came from inside the rock giant. He turned around and ignored him. Katu, the demon lord of the goat-headed demon clan. This turn brought them directly to the direction where Augustus was. Augustus, who was confronting the troll demon lord, frowned and said coldly, "Stop. Take another step and don't blame me for being impolite." The pride of these alien warriors made them unwilling to let Wang Teng get involved. After all, this guy had just killed a dark demon lord, and if he got involved again, what chance would they have? Wang Teng was full of questions. Are these alien warriors out of their minds? Do they all think he's a busybody? Get lost. Augustus grew impatient seeing Wang Teng standing still without making a move and immediately shouted coldly. Damn it. Wang Teng's temper flared up immediately, his gaze turning icy cold. Who are you telling to get lost? Get out of here, Augustus said. Who do you think you are, telling me not to interfere and then not to interfere? I wasn't planning on interfering anyway, but since you said so, I'm going to get involved anyway. Wang Teng sneered, controlling the rock giant to charge towards Augustus and the troll demon lord. Boom, boom, boom. Its enormous body stomped on the ground, producing a thunderous roar that shook the earth and created a terrifying spectacle. What the hell did I do to deserve this? The demon lord's expression changed. It felt incredibly innocent. It hadn't done anything, so why did it suddenly have a powerful enemy? It's all that blonde guy's fault. What does it have to do with me? Don't come looking for me. Get out of here. The troll lord roared inwardly, feeling so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. Augustus was indeed extremely powerful. It was already struggling to deal with Augustus and even fell into a disadvantageous position. If Wang Teng were added to the mix, it would be a death sentence. Augustus looked grim and realized that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Damn it, you should have said you didn't want to get involved earlier. Now look who's to blame for this mess. Ha ha ha. Katu couldn't help but laugh gleefully. Fortunately, he had a good attitude and didn't anger Wang Teng, otherwise it would have been his turn to be frustrated. Boom. Wang Teng didn't care what they thought. His huge rock body suddenly leapt up, soaring dozens of meters, and pounced on the troll demon lord from the sky, swinging his 8 giant rock arms in a wide arc and smashing down. 8 fists, each bearing a fist imprint, embodying the essence of the 5 elements. 5 primal forces erupted instantly. At this moment, Wang Teng seemed to have grasped the true essence of using the 8-armed demon body. This requires the combination of 1 mind, 18 functions, and his various elemental forces to unleash its true power. The troll lord's eyes were almost blinded by the light, his pupils involuntarily contracted, and he was extremely horrified. The 5 elements force. This Wang Teng is actually a martial artist using the 5 elements force. Even Augustus, who was standing to the side, was stunned. He even forgot his anger at Wang Teng's interference and stared blankly at him. These Earth natives actually possess such talent? At this moment, even a prodigy like him felt a little jealous. Meanwhile, the other alien prodigies also noticed the situation and were all greatly surprised. Was Wang Teng really a native of Earth? How could he have such powerful talent? Everyone felt extremely incredulous, finding it hard to imagine that such a prodigy could emerge from a backward planet. The troll demon lord, seeing Wang Teng pounce down, did not dare to be careless and immediately reacted. Its eyes suddenly became bloodshot, its whole body surged with black light, and its blood boiled, as if it had used some kind of secret technique. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from its body. This troll demon lord was a tough opponent. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to meet the attack head-on, swinging his thick arms to clash with the 8 arms controlled by Wang Teng. Boom! 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 The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with their fists in a simple and brutal manner. Trolls are known for their physical strength and have always used their physical strength to crush their enemies. As a result, it ran into Wang Teng, a monster, and not only did it not gain the upper hand, but it was also suppressed and beaten by Wang Teng. Moreover, with Wang Teng's 8 giant rock arms striking simultaneously, the demon lord of the troll clan simply couldn't keep up. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, let alone Wang Teng who has 8 hands. This is absolutely bullying the demon. The troll lord was on the verge of tears. Boom! At this moment, the troll demon lord raised his hands to block the attack of 2 of the giant rock arms. Just as he was about to withdraw, Wang Teng suddenly controlled the rock arms to turn fists into palms and grabbed the troll demon lord's wrists. The troll lord's expression changed drastically, his muscles tensed, and he unleashed a powerful burst of strength, trying to break free from the control of the giant rock arm. However, the 2 giant rock arms seemed unshakable, firmly frozen in midair, and it was impossible for it to pull the arms out. "You're still too green to compete with me in strength." Wang Teng's disdainful voice rang out, and the other 6 giant rock arms slammed down. Boom boom boom. All 6 fist imprints slammed into the body of the troll demon lord, unleashing the 5 elements of primal force simultaneously. One of the arms contained poisonous primal force, which mixed with the other 5 elements and invaded the troll demon lord's body. That's why Wang Teng is so cunning. The 5 elements force alone isn't enough, he needs some extra seasoning. The poison of the demon lotus poison body is enough to give even a demon lord level expert a hard time. The muscles of the troll demon lord collapsed, and his physical body was instantly severely injured. The 5 elements of primal force plus the poison-type primal force surged within his body, causing him to bleed profusely and roar wildly. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from Wang Teng's restraints, but unfortunately, he could not succeed. Boom boom boom. Wang Teng controlled his other 6 arms, his fists pounding down again and again, all landing solidly on the troll race's body. Terrifying power and vast primal force were all unleashed into the troll race's demon lord's body. No! Under Wang Teng's bombardment, the troll lord showed fear on his face and let out a terrified roar. However, the sound was immediately drowned out by a loud bang. Boom! The troll demon lord's powerful body actually exploded. He was blasted apart by Wang Teng, turning into a shower of blood and flesh that flew through the sky. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone fell into a deathly silence. Quote. Augustus silently stopped taking a step forward, his face ashen, and fell completely silent. A dark demon lord was brutally destroyed, a truly horrific scene. All the dark demon lords looked grim, their hearts filled with shock and rage. Anyone who sees their own kind being so brutally defeated would likely be speechless with shock. The other alien trial participants were also dumbfounded, their hearts filled with unparalleled shock. As fellow planetary-level powerhouses, they knew they couldn't do it. To defeat a demon lord-level powerhouse, especially a troll known for its physical strength, was simply unbelievable. Well, on the outer perimeter of the central continent, on the fighter jets, martial artists from various countries stared at the projected scene, their mouths agape, their throats seemingly stuck. Wanting to speak but unable to utter a sound. This scene is terrifying. The appearance of a Dark Lord-level being is a disaster every time it appears, and the other world has already suffered greatly from it. Therefore, all countries are well aware of the power of a Dark Lord-level expert. However, the dark creature at the Demon Lord level was directly crushed by Wang Teng, becoming like a sandbag with almost no power to fight back. How terrifying! The death of the Troll Lord highlighted Wang Teng's power, leaving these warrior-level warriors on Earth utterly terrified. Sha Kingdom. The leaders of world powers such as the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Nordic countries all looked in the direction of the Sha Kingdom's fighter jets. Their faces filled with undisguised envy, jealousy, and hatred. They are both geniuses, so why is there such a big difference between them? Why is it that such a prodigy exists in the Sha Kingdom, while they don't have one? The world leaders were devastated, their eyes reddening. Having witnessed the terror of planetary-level powerhouses, they finally realized that the world was about to undergo a major change. Just like the Industrial Revolution, this is undoubtedly an opportunity to leapfrog to a higher level of civilization. The opportunity is right in front of us. Major changes also mean a reshuffling of the world order. With a powerful figure like Wang Teng, the rise of the Sha kingdom is inevitable, and it may even dominate the reshuffling in the future. The leaders of various countries had different thoughts. The situation on this side was still undecided, but they were all thinking about what would happen next. This is the mindset of politicians. On the Sha kingdom's fighter jet, the martial arts leaders and others were shocked, but then overjoyed. Good. The martial arts leader clapped his hands loudly, his face beaming with joy. Ha ha ha, Wang Teng is getting stronger and stronger. Hong Shuai laughed heartily. Yang Shuai and Long Shuai nodded repeatedly, unable to hide their excitement. This generation has a strong sense of national identity, especially for the people of Sha. This concept is deeply ingrained. Therefore, they were overjoyed to see Wang Teng rise to power. Because this means that the Sha kingdom will achieve unprecedented glory in their hands. No, it should be said that it will be in Wang Teng's hands. Over central. This guy. A strange light flashed in Bai Luo's eyes as she muttered to herself. No one heard what she said after that, only she knew. Such powerful strength, Katu exclaimed excitedly. Wang Teng, after this battle, let's fight. Get lost, ugly. Wang Teng turned around and glanced at Katu in surprise, then said coldly. Katu's expression froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What the hell? Ugly? Is he ugly? Even if you're going to refuse, at least come up with a decent reason, you jerk. Wang Teng didn't have time to pay attention to him. Destroying a dark demon lord would give him another attribute bubble, so happy. His mental energy swept out, collecting all the attribute bubbles around him. Dark Star Force *2300. Royal Spirit 520. King Level Dark Talent *240. 3 heads and 6 arms *360. Open black lens bracket magic transformation 20 close black lens bracket. As the bubbles dissipated, Wang Teng felt himself becoming much calmer. I shuddered, feeling utterly bored. Having absorbed attribute bubbles of the Demon Lord level 3 times in a row, Wang Teng could now take it in stride. However, when he saw the 3 heads and 6 arms attribute, his expression became somewhat strange. Yes, it really exists. He had previously speculated whether the character would have 3 heads and 6 arms, and he never expected it to actually happen. This troll demon lord was not killed in vain. He didn't know how to use this dark race's physique before, but now he understands. This physique combined with the elemental magnetic heart talent is incredibly useful. Moreover, the elemental magnetic heart talent has a very high ceiling, which has been able to support Wang Teng's use for a long time. Perhaps it can still be used even when he reaches the stellar level or even higher. Thinking back to the feeling of just defeating the troll demon lord, this simple and brutal method was still quite satisfying. Wang Teng immediately absorbed the attribute bubble of 3 heads and 6 arms, and silently felt the changes within himself. This 3 heads and 6 arms is very similar to the 8 arms demon body he obtained before. Both belong to the physical talent category, but the 3 heads and 6 arms has 3 more heads. Having multiple heads doesn't make you smarter, but it does allow you to see in all directions without any blind spots. It's not entirely useless, I suppose. From now on, please call him Wang Demon Child Neza Teng. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng turned to look at Augustus. Seeing his grim expression, he said indifferently, "Sorry, I accidentally destroyed it." You weren't even left with a complete corpse. Augustus's eyes twitched, and he wanted to vomit but couldn't, feeling as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. That bastard is definitely getting revenge on him. He was just a little rude before, why the hell do you have to use this method to humiliate him? This guy is so petty. Augustus suddenly regretted that he had no choice but to offend Wang Teng. This guy didn't seem like someone to be trifled with. However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and his pride as a prodigy made him never admit his mistake. Augustus stared at Wang Teng expressionlessly and said coldly, "Killing a dark demon lord is nothing. Don't you think too highly of yourself? That's all? You're quite arrogant. Let's see you kill one." Wang Teng chuckled. "Then you'd better open your eyes and watch carefully." Augustus sneered, ignoring Wang Teng, and aimed at a dark demon lord, charging towards it menacingly. It was a dark vampire demon lord, fighting an alien trial participant. The alien trial participant was being overwhelmed and had suffered serious injuries, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, looking quite pathetic. "Get out of my way." Augustus charged straight at the alien trial participant, gave a cold shout, and then threw a punch at the Dark Lord of the Blood Clan. Although the alien trial participant was furious at Augustus's contempt for him, he was also very relieved. Without saying a word, he immediately retreated far away, prioritizing saving his life. Boom! Augustus immediately clashed with the dark vampire. He said he didn't care, but he was actually provoked by Wang Teng. So he used his strongest killing move as soon as he attacked, and a terrifying fist force was suddenly released. Augustus was bathed in golden light, and his fist was also filled with golden light, dazzlingly bright. Boom! A fist imprint was unleashed, slamming towards the dark blood demon lord. The vampire demon lord's expression changed, and with a flap of his wings, he vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye, turning into a blood-red afterimage. Augustus transformed into a golden light and shadow, following closely behind, relentlessly unleashing punches at the vampire demon lord's body. TCH. This guy's pretty pretentious, all gold and shiny. Does he think he's some kind of Super Saiyan? Wang Teng muttered, pursing his lips. His voice was not concealed, so Augustus, who was in the midst of the battle, clearly caught it and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Unable to do anything to Wang Teng, he vented all his anger on the dark vampire in front of him. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and golden light burst forth from the tip of the spear, traversing the void and piercing towards the blood demon lord. PFF'd. The vampire demon lord hastily tried to defend himself but was still pierced through. The golden spear light pierced straight through his shoulder, spraying blood everywhere. His arm and shoulder were destroyed together. Ah! The vampire demon lord let out a painful roar, his already pale face turning even paler, and large beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Damn it, human, you deserve to die. The vampire demon lord roared repeatedly, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared intently at Augustus. Roar! Suddenly, a burst of black light erupted from its body, instantly reaching an extremely dense level that completely engulfed it, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening within the black light. The black light continued to expand, like a small sun suspended in midair. Gradually, a chilling wave emanated from the black light. Augustus's expression turned serious. He forced the vampire demon lord to undergo demonic transformation. No transformation of any dark species should be underestimated. Augustus stared intently at the ball of black light, his brows furrowed deeply. Pshaw! Suddenly, a pair of fleshy wings shot out from the black light. These wings are enormous. It blotted out the sky, hanging down and almost blocking out all the sunlight. Everyone was captivated by what was happening here, utterly shocked. Then, a huge head emerged from the black light. What kind of head was it? It looked exactly like a bat. Because it was so huge, it looked particularly ferocious and terrifying. Then its enormous body emerged from the black light. The vampire demon lord had completely transformed into a giant bat. Such a huge bat, it's terrifying. Wang Teng exclaimed in shock. The bat's head involuntarily turned towards Wang Teng, but when it saw the huge 8-armed rock giant, it silently turned away again. Then his venomous gaze fell on Augustus. Roar! A roar came from the mouth of the vampire demon lord. When the sound echoed, it actually generated sound waves, which entered the ears of everyone around, sounding extremely harsh and unpleasant. Not good. Many alien trial participants' expressions changed slightly, and they quickly used their force to seal their ears. However, even so, they were still affected by the sound waves and immediately felt dizzy. The Dark Lord in front of them seized the opportunity and launched a frenzied attack. Wang Teng frowned, his mental energy reverberating within his sea of consciousness, directly dispelling the sound waves. However, he was somewhat surprised. This sound wave actually contains a mental attack, it's quite something. Unfortunately, his mental strength was too strong and it had no effect on him whatsoever. As the primary target of the Blood Demon Lord's attack, Augustus was most affected by the sonic waves. He also experienced dizziness, his face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. Because of that momentary dizziness, the vampire demon lord had already launched an attack. With its wings flapping, it moved at an incredible speed, pouncing directly on Augustus from above. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked at Augustus. Surely this guy isn't just good enough? Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. Wang Teng turned his head to look and saw an alien trial participant being pierced through the body by a dark creature, causing an explosion before falling. That dark demon lord also suffered severe damage. The fall of a planetary-level martial artist was terrifying, directly creating cracks in the ground. This seemed to be the beginning. Soon after, other dark demon lords and alien trial participants fell one after another, turning the entire central continent into a battlefield. This is the real battlefield. A planetary-level battlefield. The entire central continent was struck by a horrific attack. It was as if a terrible magnitude 18 earthquake had struck the land. Mountains collapsed, countless bottomless cracks appeared in the ground, and the seawater on the coast surged back, submerging the continent as if a catastrophe had struck. Dark Star Force *1200. Royal Spirit 450. Open black lens bracket magic transformation 25 close black lens bracket. Earth type Star Force *1350. Water type Star Force *2100. Fire type Star Force *1600. Blank attribute *15600. Ellipsis. As Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles, he frowned and looked around. After this battle, the central continent is probably doomed. Fortunately, it wasn't on another continent with a dense population, otherwise who knows how many more people would have died. However, a large number of star beasts suffered an undeserved calamity, affected by the battle, and many died, which led to Wang Teng unexpectedly gaining a large number of blank attributes. This is basically free. On the other side, the battle between Augustus and the Vampire Demon Lord had reached a fever pitch. The Vampire Demon Lord was ultimately no match for Augustus and was now half dead, with multiple bloody holes on his body from which blood was flowing downwards, making him look extremely pitiful. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky, trying to escape Augustus's pursuit. However, Augustus seemed determined to kill a dark creature of Demon Lord level to prove something to Wang Teng, so he attacked with exceptional ferocity, chasing the Vampire Demon Lord away in all directions. Get out of my way. The Vampire Demon Lord turned around and roared, a black orb of light rapidly condensing within his gaping maw. Boom! The next moment, the Vampire Demon Lord opened his mouth wide, and the black ball of light flew out, transforming into a black stream of light that rushed towards Augustus. HMPH. Augustus snorted coldly and thrust out with his spear. Rumble! The golden spear light collided with the black sphere of light, unleashing a terrifying surge of primal force that rippled outwards. However, this wave of attacks did successfully slow down Augustus's speed. The Vampire Demon Lord was overjoyed and flew away into the distance, trying to escape. The geniuses from the universe are indeed not so easy to deal with, they are all freaks. But next time, I will definitely get my revenge. The Blood Demon Lord thought fiercely to himself. However, the next moment, it suddenly realized that it could not fly. Quote. The Vampire Demon Lord looked down and his pupils shrank instantly, terrified out of his wits. Suddenly, one of its legs was grabbed. And the person who captured it was none other than Wang Teng, the very person it least wanted to provoke. When the Vampire Demon Lord was completely bewildered, a giant rocky arm reached up from below, firmly locking one of the Vampire Demon Lord's legs. Whether it was a misperception or not, the Vampire Demon Lord felt as if a mocking smile was appearing on the rock giant's round head. We're not done fighting yet, why are you running away? At this moment, Wang Teng's calm voice came from inside the rock giant. Without saying a word, the Blood Demon Lord once again condensed a black ball of light in his mouth, intending to unleash a powerful attack on Wang Teng. Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't give it a chance. He suddenly exerted force with his rocky arm and swung it around. The Vampire Demon Lord's enormous body suddenly began to spin wildly like a windmill. It felt dizzy and the black sphere of light gathered in its mouth collapsed involuntarily. Boom! Wang Teng grabbed the Vampire Demon Lord's leg and slammed it wildly to the ground. A huge sound rang out and the ground shook. The scene was astonishing. A massive bat was being slammed to the ground by the leg of a rock giant. Just thinking about it makes me feel so painful. Bang bang bang. Dull thuds echoed as the Vampire Demon Lord's body was slammed to the ground again and again. It was so stunned by the impact that it forgot to scream. I've never killed such a big bat before. Let's try it out today. Wang Teng's voice came from inside the rock giant. The Vampire Demon Lord suddenly shuddered, his whole body trembling with fear. Wang Teng, however, did not give it a chance to resist. When he slammed the Vampire Demon Lord to the ground once again, he stepped on its back with one foot, then used his two rocky arms to grab the Vampire Demon Lord's wings and tear them apart. Tear! A pair of fleshy wings snapped off instantly, and blood spurted out. Ah! The Vampire Demon Lord let out a shrill scream and struggled frantically on the ground. Without uttering a word, Wang Teng's entire rocky body landed on the back of the Blood Demon Lord and pressed down, his 8 arms slamming down wildly. Boom boom boom. After a flurry of blows, the Vampire Demon Lord, like the Troll Demon Lord before him, exploded with a bang. Another Dark Demon Lord has been destroyed. Wang Teng used his rocky body to stand up and stretched. Wang Teng. At that moment, Augustus's cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Oh, sorry, I just couldn't resist. Wang Teng turned around and looked at him innocently, as if to say, I didn't mean to. You. Augustus's face turned ashen. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Why don't you get another Dark Demon Lord? There are plenty of them, one more won't make a difference, Wang Teng said with a grin. Augustus almost vomited blood. He was exhausted after barely managing to bring the Vampire Demon Lord to the brink of death, but Wang Teng just stepped in and destroyed the Vampire Demon Lord. This is the kind of cheap deal you can get. It's outrageous. When Augustus saw Wang Teng's smug face, he wanted nothing more than to rush up and fight him to the death. However, at that moment, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Rumble. The ground also shook violently. The noise and shaking were far greater and more violent than when any planetary-level powerhouse or demon lord-level dark creature had fallen. What happened? The crowd flew into the sky in horror and looked down. Wang Teng frowned and controlled his rock body to fly into the air. Although his rock body was huge, under the control of the elemental magnetic heart, it directly broke free from gravity and rose into the air. Then he looked down, and when he saw what was below, his pupils couldn't help but contract. At a glance, one could see that the entire central continent was collapsing downwards. Large areas of primeval forests were destroyed and fell into huge, dark cracks, and mountains collapsed, suddenly sinking into the ground amidst the tremors. Boom! Further away, volcanoes were erupting, with scorching lava shooting straight into the sky. The surviving star beasts in the primeval forest fled frantically, letting out desperate roars, but were soon swallowed up by the earth. Some star beasts struggled at the edge of the rift, but in vain, they soon fell and disappeared without a trace. The entire central continent is about to collapse. Wang Teng's face was shocked, as if he had guessed something. The battle between a planetary-level powerhouse and a demon lord-level powerhouse was so terrifying that the entire continent was destroyed in the battle and was about to sink into the ocean. Therefore, this is the true combat power of a planetary-level being, because any planetary-level powerhouse, given the space to unleash their full potential, is capable of easily destroying a planet. This isn't just a casual remark, it's a fact. In the distance, the heads of various countries aboard the fighter jets stared in utter shock at the scene coming from Central Island, speechless for a long time. This is terrifying. Is an entire continent about to be destroyed and sink into the ocean? On board the Shah Kingdom's fighter jet, even the martial arts leader couldn't help but swallow hard, exclaiming, "This." He didn't know how to describe the complex feelings he was experiencing at that moment. If we allow them to wreak havoc on Earth, the entire planet will be destroyed, Hong Shuai said, his voice filled with shock. Oh no, the entire continent is sinking into the ocean, the sea level will definitely rise, and it will probably cause a tsunami. Yang Shuai's expression suddenly changed, and he said urgently. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned horrified. Don't worry, Wang Teng suggested setting up a defensive formation along the coastline last time, which is enough to withstand the tsunami, the martial arts leader said. Yes, look at my memory. Luckily, Wang Teng had the foresight. Yang Shuai slapped his forehead and said thankfully. I just didn't expect that formation to come in handy so quickly, Hong Shuai said helplessly. I wonder if other countries have taken corresponding countermeasures? Yang Shuai asked. This tsunami will probably keep them in a state of chaos for a while. Look, quite a few warplanes from the United States and the Nordic countries have hurriedly flown away, said Commander Long. No, the central continent hasn't completely sunk into the ocean, it seems to be stopping. The martial arts leader frowned and suddenly said, Everyone couldn't help but look over. As expected, the entire central continent suddenly stopped descending after a certain degree. What is that? Just then, Long Shuai pointed at the projection on the screen and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You should know that at his age and status, he should have developed a calm and composed demeanor, but at this moment he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Even without him saying it, the martial arts leaders and others immediately noticed something, and they all stared at the projection on the screen with horrified expressions. A colossal object was slowly emerging from beneath the collapsed central ring continent. That appears to be a massive underground metal ruin? A massive metal relic rose from beneath the continent. How magnificent and incredible. Looking around, all the buildings were cast from an unknown metal, and their style was extremely unique, unlike any known architectural style on Earth. The powerful figures present all possessed extraordinary eyesight. As their gaze fell upon these buildings, they noticed that some of them were engraved with strange totems. The totem resembles a skull, yet it is highly abstract, exuding an ancient and rustic feel. The high-ranking martial artists on the warplanes of various countries in the distance all showed expressions of shock. They hurriedly ordered their men to continuously enlarge the projections of buildings on the continent until they could not be enlarged any further, and then they reluctantly stopped. My God, this is incredible. Marshal Cromwell of the Bald Eagle Kingdom couldn't help but groan, barely able to hide his shock. Beside him were Ute, Suan, and other prodigies from the White Eagle Kingdom, all staring in horror at the metal ruins that covered almost the entire continent. Ute swallowed hard and said, Marshal, if these metal relics exist underground in the central continent, there's no way we wouldn't be able to detect them. What do you know? The underground situation is too complex. Before the martial arts era, humanity's exploration of the underground was only 0.2%. Machines could only detect depths of no more than 1,000 meters. Even some ultra-deep wells were only drilled in special locations and could not be drilled on a large scale. After the martial arts era, although the depth has increased by about 3,000 meters, it is still far from being able to fully control the underground situation. Marshal Cromwell took a deep breath and said slowly. Ute and the others nodded thoughtfully. Judging from the time it took for the metal ruins to rise and the ground tremors, the metal ruins were at least several thousand meters underground. Moreover, if my guess is correct, this metallic relic is probably a remnant of an ancient civilization. We don't know what kind of methods ancient civilizations possessed. Perhaps this metallic relic was concealed by some means. However, the battle between planetary-level powerhouses this time was too terrifying, even triggering tectonic movements, which rendered the concealment ineffective and revealed the relic to the world, Marshal Cromwell said. Ancient civilization. Everyone was immediately shocked. Marshal, there must be many things of a higher level of civilization in this ancient civilization, Ute said with shining eyes. Cromwell looked at him like he was an idiot. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Suan, Martha, and the others also looked at him with strange expressions. Ute felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and he couldn't help but shiver. He's blinded by greed, that's the kind of person you'd describe. Even knowing there was danger, they couldn't resist their greed. But Cromwell's attitude made him realize that he was overthinking things. Now that these ruins have appeared before those powerful figures, we're probably out of the picture. Didn't you see their strength? They can shatter an entire continent. Going up there would only be suicide. We'll just pick up what's left and maybe we'll get something from it, Marshal Cromwell said with a sigh. A once mighty world power has now been reduced to picking up trash in the backs of others. Yute's lips twitched, but in the end he could only accept the fact. Alas, Sha Kingdom, with Wang Tang now, they're probably going to take the lion's share again, Cromwell sighed, ignoring Yute's expression. Ute and the others looked at each other in silence, their expressions complicated as they gazed at the rock giant projected on the screen, a figure that stood out even among the powerful figures. Marshal, strong energy fluctuations have been detected in the ruins below. Suddenly, a staff member on the fighter jet announced loudly and quickly. Energy fluctuations. Cromwell exclaimed in surprise, and quickly asked, can you confirm what it is? We can't be sure yet, but judging from the strength of the energy, it's hundreds of times stronger than the purest raw stone we know, and the quantity is enormous. The staff member exclaimed. Damn it, Cromwell's eyes turned red. He remained relatively calm when he didn't see anything good, but now that the detected items were so tempting, he immediately lost his composure and wanted nothing more than to rush down and snatch them. But reason prevailed and stopped him. Going down would be suicide, we absolutely must not go down. If the United States could detect the strange energy fluctuations within the ruins, other countries naturally could as well. And the personnel on the warplanes of various countries were thrown into a clamor. High-ranking warriors from powerful nations such as the Great Bear Kingdom, the Nordic Union, the Inca Kingdom, and the ancient Egyptian kingdom were all shocked and discussing how to deal with this suddenly appearing ruin. Ultimately, all the countries chose to remain still. waiting for the powerful figures in the skies above Central Island to finish their looting before considering whether they could pick up any leftovers. They were helpless yet utterly powerless, filled with resentment. Meanwhile, in the cosmic void surrounding Earth, two figures sat facing each other. They sat cross-legged in the void, dressed in uniquely styled golden robes, their long hair flowing, appearing extremely otherworldly. A tea table floated in front of them, with tea sets placed on it. Ignoring the weightless environment of the void, the two washed and poured tea as if they were on land, enjoying their drinks leisurely and feeling quite at ease. A circular beam of light appeared to the left of the two, mirror-like, reflecting the scene in central. There seems to be something in these ruins. One of the middle-aged men murmured in surprise. It's the awakening ground after all, what's so strange about it? Another man glanced at the scene in the light and shadow, looking indifferent, and then joked. Or perhaps you're planning to steal the opportunities from a bunch of juniors. Ahem, am I that kind of person? The middle-aged man coughed and said. That's hard to say. Everyone knows how shameless you, Ma Daywan, are. Another man chuckled. Ning Honglang, how dare you talk to me like that? You're no better than me. Ma Daywan snapped, glaring at the other man. Who isn't a good bird? My bird is excellent, Ning Honglang roared. Ma Daywan. In an instant, their images of superiority crumbled completely, and they were practically fighting in the void. However, both of them were aware of their own strength. If they were to actually fight here, the entire solar system might be destroyed. After a brief bickering session, the two sat down again, drinking tea and chatting in a serious manner, looking like unparalleled masters. Cough. If you ask me, I'm afraid that kid from Earth will take the lead this time, Ma Daywan suddenly said. Oh, great minds think alike. Ning Honglang's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. August, those guys from Katu probably can't handle this kid. Look at him, so cunning and sly, he's got a bit of my style back in the day, Ma Daywan laughed. You're in for some fun now. Ning Honglang glanced at him sideways, not refuting him, but just chuckled. Central Island. As the colossal ruins appeared, the gazes of a group of planetary-level powerhouses and the Dark Demon Lord were all fixed on the area below. At this moment, there are still 13 human planetary-level powerhouses left, and 10 Dark Race Demon Lord-level powerhouses left. So the difference in combat power between the two sides is not too great. With the discovery of the ruins, the atmosphere between the two sides froze again, falling into an eerie balance. However, they soon sensed the energy clusters emerging from the ruins. It's too conspicuous. Each one emitted a hazy white light and floated among the ruins. The energy contained in these energy clusters is extremely attractive even to planetary-level powerhouses. Moreover, this underground ruin is so vast and well preserved that no one knows if there are any other, even better treasures inside. Therefore, both sides fell silent, and then, without saying a word, they rushed straight down in perfect unison. Boom, 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 ellipsis, ellipsis. One powerful figure after another shot out like cannonballs, turning into afterimages as they instantly rushed into the ruins. Everyone rushed toward the nearest ball of light and reached out to grab it. A dark demon lord grabbed a ball of light, saw what was inside, and laughed loudly, the essence of stars. It's actually the essence of stars. Upon hearing this, the others who had not yet caught the ball of light were all shocked, their faces filled with wild joy. The dark demon lord was laughing when suddenly his hand went empty. The star essence vanished in an instant. Quote? Quote. The dark demon lord was immediately stunned. Could you tell me what this essence of stars is? A slightly embarrassed voice reached its ears. The dark demon lord turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Wang Teng appear on the top of the rock giant's head at some point, looking at it from afar. In his hand, he was holding a star essence which looked very much like the one that had disappeared from his hand. Several veins suddenly popped out on the forehead of the dark demon lord, and then it turned around and rushed towards the other orbs of light, completely ignoring Wang Teng. Wang Teng chuckled, not caring at all, and swept out his mental energy, engulfing all the surrounding light orbs. A group that picks up trash? Isn't this his original profession? Very skilled. So everyone who rushed towards the ball of light was stunned. The ball of light, which was clearly within reach, suddenly all rushed in one direction, and they came up empty-handed. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the convergence of the light and were immediately enraged. Wang Teng, Augustus, Katu, Pucklin, Lawkins and the others roared in fury, their eyes practically tearing him apart. A group of dark demon lords also stared at him with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. But in just a moment, everyone rushed to other areas again. This ruin is enormous. What we just saw was only a small area of light clusters. There are still many light clusters in other areas that we haven't collected yet. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, he chuckled, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Although he didn't know the specific function of the essence of stars, he knew from everyone's reaction that it was definitely a good thing. So, grab as much as you can. Wang Teng's figure moved swiftly through the ruins, his mental energy sweeping out and drawing all the surrounding orbs of light towards him. Augustus, Katu, and the Dark Lord were all a step behind. Although they could occasionally catch 1 or 2 orbs of light, compared to what Wang Teng obtained, it was like a few grains of millet falling out of a jar of rice. That's too ruthless. Wang Teng's move was absolutely ruthless. They almost wiped out all the star essence within the ruins, not even giving others a chance to drink the soup, only leaving a few bone fragments. Everyone's eyes lit up with greed as they frantically searched for Wang Teng, eager to fight him to the death. Even Augustus, Katu, and others were no exception. They stared at the few orbs of light in their hands, their bodies radiating a dense aura of malevolence. At this moment, Wang Teng was everyone's enemy. Public enemy. He's here. Suddenly someone spotted Wang Teng and shouted. Swish, swish, swish. The figures, like mad dogs that had smelled meat, all converged on the direction where Wang Teng was. Holy crap, this is insane, these people are all crazy. Wang Teng was startled and used his maximum speed to escape into the depths of the ruins. With so many people, it's impossible for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. It's best to run away first. Wang Teng, don't run. A loud roar rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared from the side, his eyes bloodshot, wielding a sword that flashed with a blade of light as he slashed towards Wang Teng. Don't run, you son of a bitch, don't run. Do you think I'm stupid? Wang Teng threw a punch to meet the opponent's blade, while continuing to charge forward without slowing down. Boom! The fist's energy and the blade's energy exploded directly. The alien trial participant was somewhat disheveled, staring at Wang Teng's already out-of-the-eye figure with a grim expression. Where's Wang Teng? A figure caught up from behind, none other than Lotkins, one of the 5 great prodigies. He had some initial friction with Wang Teng, but now, with a blank expression and slightly cold gaze, he questioned the alien trial participant before him. It's up ahead, heading towards the central hall. The alien trial participant said without hesitation, pointing ahead. Chase! Lotkins shouted coldly, instantly vanishing from the spot in a blur. The alien trial participant thought of Wang Teng's punch earlier, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but he quickly gritted his teeth and followed, clearly not wanting to give up. Behind them, several dark demon lords also caught up and rushed directly towards the main hall. The others followed closely behind. Before long, figures appeared in front of the main hall, and Wang Teng stood in front of him with his back to the crowd, looking up at the main entrance of the hall. As if he was looking at something. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, waved, and greeted everyone with a smile. Oh, everyone's here. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone was filled with anger, but seeing his appearance, they suddenly felt like they had punched cotton. Their anger had nowhere to go, and they felt so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. Wang Teng, hand over the essence of the stars. Your behavior is appalling. Lotkins stepped forward and shouted coldly. No, I eat quite gracefully, don't I? My mom says I eat gracefully, Wang Teng said, puzzled. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. What the hell is your mom saying you had good eating habits since you were little? This guy is just pretending to be ignorant when he knows the truth. Will you hand it over or not? Lotkins' eyes flashed with a cold light. There are so many of us here. You don't think you can take it all for yourself? He wasn't stupid, he pulled the others along and collectively put pressure on Wang Teng. Sure enough, although the others didn't speak, they all looked at Wang Teng, seemingly ready to make a move at any moment. So many people, including the dark race? Wow, you actually want me to share with the dark race? What are you up to? Wang Teng shouted. Damn it, Lotkins' face immediately darkened. I didn't, you're lying. You did, I heard it, and everyone else heard it too, Wang Teng said. You're making baseless accusations. Lotkins roared. What utter nonsense. Ask everyone if they all heard it. Wang Teng pointed at Bai Luo and shouted, Hey beautiful lady, do you think he said that just now? Please tell the truth. I saved your life, you can't go against your conscience. Bai Luo looked at him speechlessly. This guy actually used the debt of saving her life to threaten her, he's unbelievable. She glanced at Wang Teng, then at Lokins, her eyes conveying a meaningful look. After all, Wang Teng had saved her life. She, Bila, is also an honest person. Seeing the look in Biluo's eyes, Lokkin's face grew increasingly dark, and he couldn't help but curse, "Fuck, I'll kill you." Boom! He transformed into a blur, his slender body lunging at Wang Teng, his hands glowing with a dense, dark light as he fiercely grabbed at Wang Teng's heart. It moved at an unbelievable speed, arriving in front of Wang Teng in an instant. Roll! The nonchalant expression on Wang Teng's face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes, and he unleashed a punch. The profound meaning of power. The full power of the golden radiance shocks the sword intent. Both forces erupted simultaneously. Boom! The fist struck the opponent's claws, producing a terrifying roar. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying backward, landing on the ground and stumbling back several steps, cracking the ground beneath its feet. Lokkin's face was extremely pale. His hands were covered in fine scales, but now they were covered in blood, many of the scales had cracked open, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Overestimating yourself. Wang Teng flicked his sleeve, glanced at him coldly, and said indifferently, "Don't mess with me, or I'll beat you to death." You. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Lokkin's face turned ashen, and he was furious. However, Wang Teng ignored him and glanced around. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he said indifferently, "Anyone who wants it can come up and try." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes flickered and their expressions varied. However, they did not make a move in the end, their gazes fixed on the grand hall behind Wang Teng. The entire hall is silver white, flat at the bottom and shaped like a spire at the top, with several spires converging together and piercing the sky, making it quite unique. Directly in front of this grand hall, a massive metal gate stood before everyone. In the very center of the gate is a skull totem symbol, quite unique in appearance. It is slightly different from the skulls of Earth humans. Its skull is very large, much larger than that of a normal human, and it looks as if it has twice the brain capacity of a normal person. This skull. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as if he had remembered something. When he first arrived at this place, he felt a sense of familiarity, but the arrival of others interrupted his recollection. Upon closer inspection, Wang Teng finally remembered. Crystal skull. The skull's design is strikingly similar to the crystal skull he once possessed. Just to be on the safe side, Wang Teng scanned his spatial ring with his mental energy, comparing the similarity between the crystal skull and the skull totem. They were found to be extremely similar, with almost no difference in style. It's definitely the same style. So, is there any connection between the two? Various thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind, but on the surface he remained calm and stood aside without saying a word. At this moment, Augustus, Katu, and the others also stepped forward to examine the gate, seemingly searching for a way to enter. Even the Dark Lord was not idle. His gaze fell on the gate, seemingly quite interested in the main hall. No, it should be said that they were interested in what was behind the gate. Neither side wanted to make a move at this moment, and they kept a distance from each other, remaining wary of one another. A moment later, someone touched the skull totem on the gate, and suddenly the gate began to shake. Rumble. Amidst the tremors, the massive skull totem began to cave in, and within moments, 13 dents appeared. Everyone was extremely surprised and looked over, only to find that the crater was also shaped like a skull. However, the skull was of normal size, forming a complete circle and creating the shape of a giant skull totem. This is? Augustus's eyes flickered, and suddenly an object appeared in his hand. At the same time, after seeing what Augustus was holding, Katu, Puklin, and Lokkins also took out the same item one after another. The items they held were exactly the same. Wang Teng had been watching their every move, and when his gaze inadvertently swept over them and he saw what they were holding, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Crystal skull. The thing they were holding was a crystal skull. If I'm not mistaken, this crystal skull is closely connected to this place. Whoever possesses it, please hand it over. Augustus said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the area. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and then several more alien trial participants took out their crystal skulls. Upon closer inspection, 8 crystal skulls were found. Is that all? There are only 8, we're still 5 short, Kadu said, frowning. The alien trial participants all shook their heads. Augustus, Katu, and the others finally focused their gazes on the several dark demon lords. Many of the trial participants were killed, and their storage equipment was likely obtained by these dark demon lords. The dark demon lord was slightly taken aback, then subtly glanced at the storage equipment he had just acquired and indeed found several crystal skulls. Three crystal skulls appeared in the hands of the 3 dark demon lords. 13 in total, still too short. Augustus said. Where did you get these skulls? Pucklin suddenly asked. I got it from a museum in the Kangaroo Kingdom on Earth. The people of Earth are really stupid to put such a treasure that can enhance one's spirit in a display case for people to admire. Catu shook his head and asked, what about you? The same, Augustus said calmly. I obtained this crystal skull from beneath the statue of the Inga royal family. It seems they used it as an offering, Pucklin said with a chuckle, playing with the crystal skull in his hand. These earthlings haven't discovered the use of this crystal skull. I asked them once and they said it was found in a ruin called the Mayan civilization. But it has been a long time and may have been damaged. One of the alien warriors who possessed the crystal skull said. Destroyed. Catu's eyes widened, somewhat exasperated. Are these earthlings stupid? How could they destroy such a treasure? Holy shit, Wang Tang cursed out loud. This card was so outrageous, actually calling the people of Earth idiots to his face. Catu was slightly startled and glanced awkwardly at Wang Tang. Who are you calling an idiot? You're the idiot, your whole family are idiots. Wang Tang cursed angrily. My temper is terrible. If you weren't idiots, how could you have destroyed the crystal skull? I'm telling you, this is all your fault. Catu glared back. Get lost. Who said the remaining 2 crystal skulls were destroyed? You believe hearsay? Wang Tang took out the 2 crystal skulls he owned and showed them to Catu. Although he had heard before that some crystal skulls had been destroyed and believed it to be true, now that all 13 crystal skulls were present, he had no choice but to accept the fact. I just had some doubts. Huh? Catu stared at the 2 crystal skulls in Wang Tang's hand, completely stunned. He stammered, you have 2 crystal skulls, why didn't you take them out sooner? You didn't ask me either, Wang Tang said matter-of-factly. I'm so angry. Catu almost choked on his breath, his eyes bulging with rage. Augustus frowned and glanced at Wang Tang with disdain in his eyes, then said indifferently, all right, now that we've collected all 13 crystal skulls, let's see if we can open the door. Without hesitation, he inserted his crystal skull into a recessed hole in the doorway. It fits perfectly, without any gaps. Seeing this, the others stepped forward and placed the crystal skull inside. As the 13 crystal skulls fell into the recessed cavity, the enormous crystal skull totem suddenly emitted a dazzling silver-white light. Boom! The gate shook and slowly opened, revealing a grand hall that had been sealed away for countless years. The main hall slowly opened, and everyone's gaze sharpened as they looked into the hall. However, it was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen from the outside. The darkness seemed to swallow up light, and even with the eyesight of a planetary-level expert, nothing could be seen. Go in. The group exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. Fortune favors the bold. Now that we're here, even if there's danger, we have to take the plunge. Therefore, everyone, including the Dark Lord, headed into the main hall. Bila suddenly walked to Wang Tang's side and walked alongside him, transmitting her voice. I always feel that something is wrong with this ruin. The appearance of the star essence before was also very strange, as if it was deliberately lured here. Why are you suddenly telling me all this? Wang Tang asked in surprise via telepathy. Just looking for an ally, Bila said calmly. You're from outer space and I'm a native of Earth. You're asking me to be your ally? Wang Tang gave him a look that said, are you kidding me? Is there anything wrong with that? Bila retorted. No, not at all. I am honored to have such a beautiful woman by my side, Wang Tang said with a grin, his eyes darting around. Be serious, I'm telling you the truth. Bila rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. All right, let's get serious. Wang Tang's expression turned solemn. What do you think of what I just said? Bai Luo asked. I'll stand and watch, Wang Tang said. Quote. Bai Luo's lips twitched, her mentality was about to explode. What the hell are you talking about, standing still and watching? What happened to being serious? I'll kill you. Ahem, let's get serious. Seeing her murderous look, Wang Tang quickly coughed. You speak. Bila took a deep breath. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Wang Tang said, his eyes flashing. I really regret asking you. Bila said speechlessly. At least this is the only way right now, Wang Tang said sheepishly, his face falling. Be careful of Augustus. Bila nodded, gave Wang Teng a deep look and suddenly said, "What do you mean?" Wang Teng was slightly taken aback. Bila remained silent and walked forward without saying another word. Wang Teng seriously suspected that she did it on purpose, definitely to retaliate for his teasing earlier. This woman was very petty. Bila glanced at Wang Teng out of the corner of her eye and saw his sullen face, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. At this moment, the two of them followed the others into the main hall. Boom! Suddenly, the door behind me slammed shut with a loud bang. The main hall was illuminated by a bright white light. Wang Teng squinted slightly to adjust to the sudden bright light, looked around, and then his pupils contracted as he shouted at Bai Luo. "Walk!" Before he finished speaking, he had already transformed into a blur and rushed towards a passageway directly in front of the main hall. Bai Luo's expression changed. Without thinking, she almost instinctively followed Wang Teng's pace, pushing her speed to the limit and staying close behind him. Whoosh! 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 Around the main hall, beams of blinding white light shot out from the walls, aimed directly at the people present. The white light was so fast that it appeared in front of everyone almost instantly. Everyone could only hastily defend themselves, and chaos ensued. Pisha! A beam of white light pierced through the abdomen of an alien trial participant, and the physical body of a planetary expert was directly pierced by the white light. Unbelievable! A scream rang out as the trial participant was severely injured and became sluggish. Immediately, another white light struck. PFF'd. Several beams of white light struck his body directly, and one beam even pierced through his forehead, leaving a cluster of bright red blood. "This is the flower of death." The alien trial participant stared wide-eyed, dying with his eyes wide open. He didn't die in the battle against the dark race, but he died inside this eerie hall. He was killed instantly by a beam of white light. It was incredibly frustrating. However, he was not the only one. Many other alien trial participants were also seriously injured, and they each used their strongest defensive measures to resist the attack of the white light. Roar! A roar rang out, and a dark demon lord collapsed to the ground, utterly dead. Its heart was struck by a beam of white light, and its life force was completely extinguished. On the other side, Wang Teng and Bai Luo were rushing towards the passage ahead, but a large amount of white light seemed to sense their presence and was able to change direction, shooting towards the two of them. HMPH. Wang Teng sneered, his mental energy surging out wildly to form a defense against the white beam of light. The planetary-level mental power was indeed strong. The invisible shield it formed immediately froze the white beam of light in midair. Taking advantage of this gap, Wang Teng had already passed through the encirclement of the beams of light. Bila transformed into a beam of white light. As the rich primal force of light surged, she seemed to become a beam of light, shuttling through the white beams of light. Pisha. However, there were too many white beams, and two of them still grazed her arm and passed through it. If they had shifted inward by just 1 millimeter, her arm would have been pierced. Bai Luo's face was pale, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead, but she dared not relax in the slightest and followed closely behind Wang Teng. She now had only one thought: she absolutely could not be left behind by Wang Teng, or she would surely die. When Wang Teng blocked the white light, he bought her time. If she had been a fraction slower, those beams of light would have hit her again. Wang Teng navigated through the beam of light and discovered that his mental power was surprisingly effective in countering it. Using his mental power, he quickly approached the passage. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. It'll be over soon. Whoosh! Wang Teng stared intently at the passage, then suddenly stepped out, dodging the last beam of white light, and landed on the ground of the passage. Phew! He let out a long breath. However, Bila was not so lucky. It seemed that the white beams of light were shooting out faster, as if sensing the intruder approaching the passage. As a result, Bila could not keep up for a moment and fell behind by half a beat. It's over. Her face paled slightly as she watched a white beam of light shoot straight towards her forehead, and there was no way to dodge it. However, just as the beam of light was half a meter away from her, it suddenly froze in midair, as if it had stopped. Bila almost thought she was seeing things. Hurry up and come here! Wang Teng suddenly shouted, startling her awake. Bila was shocked and incredulous, but she didn't have time to think. She rushed towards the passage and crossed the last few meters. Whoosh! She landed instantly beside Wang Teng, panting heavily, with large beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Are you alright? Wang Teng's calm voice reached her ears. Bila raised her head, glanced at Wang Teng, shook her head, and said, You saved me again. It's okay, you'll get used to it after a while. Just remember to write it down in your little notebook, Wang Teng said. Degree, blue fence. Shameless. What a shameless bastard. Bai Luo was speechless. Although she was very grateful to Wang Teng for saving her life, she couldn't help but feel powerless when she thought about Wang Teng's eccentric personality. Too lazy to pay attention to Wang Teng, she turned around and looked out of the passage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of white light continued to sweep through the main hall ahead, their power astonishing. The alien warriors and the dark demon lord each unleashed their abilities and charged towards this side. Augustus and Katu were both covered in armor at some point. Augustus's armor was gold, reflecting a metallic luster and was extremely dazzling, while Katu's armor was blood red, dark in color, and quite ferocious. The two have very different styles of armor. If we were to describe Augustus's armor as a black tuxedo worn to a high society dinner party, it would be elegant and noble. Katu's armor is like the hide of wild beasts in the primeval jungle, rough and ferocious. Whoosh, whoosh. The two moved almost in sync, their speeds nearly identical, as if two beams of light, one gold and one red, had broken through the blockade of the white beam and rushed towards the passage. The white beams of light seemed unable to penetrate their armor, but each time they struck, they caused the two men to pause involuntarily. Even without any leverage, the two would be thrown back several steps by the beam of light. Fortunately, the two were prepared. Otherwise, the terrifying impact of being hit by that white beam would have definitely sent them flying. Upon seeing this, the others behind him flashed with light and suddenly found themselves wearing armor. Even the Dark Demon Lord himself was covered in various styles of black armor. They then charged towards the passage, braving the attacks of the white beams. Whoosh, 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 ellipsis, ellipsis. A series of whooshing sounds rang out as Augustus and Katu rushed to the entrance of the passage, escaping the attack range of the white beams. The others followed suit and landed in the passage. Wang Teng looked at the armor on these people with a strange gaze. The armor was very peculiar, covering the whole body, even the head, achieving almost all-round defense. Only the eyes had two crystal-like pieces, and the wearer's gazes shot out from behind. However, Wang Teng noticed that apart from Augustus, Katu, and several Dark Demon Lords, everyone else's armor seemed to be standardized, with uniform styles and the same markings. For example, the armor of two of the alien warriors had a firebird symbol on the left shoulder, while the armor of the other three warriors had a unique symbol on the chest. And the symbol was exactly the same in both color and style. This is the star armor, Bai Luo said telepathically when she saw his gaze. Star armor? Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, suddenly thinking of the star armor worn by the Holy Knights of Holy Mountain. However, the starry sky armor is incomparable to this starry sky battle armor. The starry sky armor could be destroyed by an attack from a warrior of the general level, but the starry sky armor could withstand the attack of the white beam. Although the armor on everyone's body was left with many dents under the attack of the white beam, the people inside the armor were not injured. This is enough to show the power of the starry sky armor. This is a suit of armor forged from various precious metals using a special forging process. It has strong defensive capabilities and also contains a rune energy gathering device that can gather powerful offensive techniques, making it a powerful killing move, Bai Luo explained. Furthermore, it contains special runes that can assist in wearing the armor. After the armor's owner activates the runes, they can directly put on the armor, which is very convenient and an extremely useful helper in battle. In addition, these armors have another characteristic. They use memory metal and rune power, which allows them to automatically heal their wounds. As long as the damage is not too severe, they can heal. Of course, it also depends on the armor's level. The higher the level, the better the healing ability. Wang Teng's eyes flickered as he noticed that the armor on the warriors was indeed recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was quite strange. This star armor seems to be a good thing. Are these suits of armor common in the universe? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. Yes, as long as you are rich enough, you can afford them all. Bilal laughed. Of course, the quality of armor varies. For example, the armor of Augustus and Katu is custom-made and must have used a lot of precious materials. Ordinary people simply cannot afford it. If you look at other people, their armor is standard armor, which is available on the market. Although the defense is good, it will be shattered when it encounters a truly powerful attack. However, this is all relative. Although Augustus and Katu's armor is better, it can only withstand attacks from a first-tier stellar-level combatant. Their armor cannot withstand attacks of any higher level. Wang Teng nodded knowingly, looked at Augustus and Katu, and stroked his chin, saying, "So, these two are quite wealthy." "What kind of expression is that?" Bai Luo was taken aback and said with a face full of black lines. "I have a feeling this guy isn't up to anything." "It's nothing, I was just looking. I definitely didn't intend to steal anything from them. I'm not that kind of person," Wang Teng said righteously. Quote. Bai Luo. "Could you have been a little more obvious when you said that?" Bai Luo was completely impressed by Wang Teng. This guy is truly fearless. He doesn't care about even geniuses like Augustus and Katu, and even tries to steal their things. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Wang Teng is absolutely shameless. "Oh right, they all have battle armor, why don't you?" Wang Teng suddenly asked. "I have it," Bila said. "You have it but you don't wear it? Are you stupid?" Wang Teng looked at her in surprise. I forgot," Bila said awkwardly. Wang Teng looked at her strangely, scrutinizing her from head to toe 2 or 3 times. He really couldn't see why this woman, who was quite pretty, seemed so dim-witted. "What kind of look is that?" Bai Luo was furious and embarrassed, her face slightly flushed, and she glared at Wang Teng. "Ahem, no, I'm just quite surprised," Wang Teng said with a dry cough. "Get out," Bai Luo shouted angrily. Wang Teng chuckled, stopped teasing her, and turned to look inside the main hall, where several corpses lay scattered, including 3 alien warriors and 2 dark demon lords. 5 planetary-level powerhouses died instantly. Unbelievable. Bai Luo also noticed Wang Teng's gaze and said with a solemn expression, "I didn't expect there to be such a powerful trap here. It should be a laser-like attack that is generated by the primal force gathered by the rune device. It is several times more powerful than ordinary laser weapons and can kill planetary-level experts." Just now, they were caught off guard and killed without even having time to react. "You think I didn't want to use the armor? It's just that I didn't have time to think about it at the time. If I had been any later, I might have ended up like these people." Wang Teng nodded, acknowledging Bai Luo's statement. The white beam of light was extremely fast and appeared very suddenly, so it was normal that there was no time to react. Sometimes, in the blink of an eye, a single thought can determine life or death. Don't think that planetary-level beings are very strong. In fact, in the universe, planetary-level beings are just at the bottom. "There are too many things that can kill planetary-level beings," Bila said again. "I thought you didn't know," Wang Teng said, glancing at her. "These alien geniuses, upon arriving on Earth, all act as if the heavens are number 1 and they are number 2. Yet they still know that planetary-level beings are merely at the bottom of the universe." Bai Luo was utterly frustrated. She had kindly reminded him, but she was met with ruthless contempt. It was as if her good intentions had been taken for granted. However, under Wang Teng's gaze, she immediately felt a little embarrassed. In the universe, planetary-level beings are nothing special, but on Earth, planetary-level beings are absolute powerhouses, and it's perfectly normal for them to look down on Earth warriors. Now that she had been saved twice by Wang Teng and was being teased by him, Bai Luo really couldn't refute him. "They've given us a huge gift as soon as we entered. I'm afraid there are even more dangers waiting behind this hall." Wang Teng didn't dwell on it and instead laughed. "You still have the mind to laugh?" Bila rolled her eyes at him. 5 planetary-level powerhouses have died just as they entered, more will surely die later. "The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity," Wang Teng chuckled. Bai Luo's eyes flickered, and she had to admit that Wang Teng was right, there was definitely a great opportunity here. When Wang Teng saw Bai Luo's gaze, he couldn't help but smile. Then he withdrew his gaze, used his mental energy to gather up the scattered attribute bubbles around him. Putting aside other opportunities, his own little opportunity is already within reach. Get it for free. Another freebie. The deaths of several planetary-level powerhouses and the Dark Demon Lord dropped a bunch of attribute bubbles, all of which benefited Wang Teng. Fire-type Star Force *1700. King-level Fire Talent *210. Royal Spirit 660. Royal Realm Comprehension 530. 100% Fire-type Sword Intent *780. Wood-type Star Force *2100. Royal Spirit 680. Royal Realm Comprehension 550. Earth-type Star Force *1850. Royal Realm Spirit *560. Royal Realm Comprehension 490. Star Peak Sword Technique *100. 100% Earth-type Sword Intent *1100. Dark Star Force * 2050. Royal Spirit 600. King Level Dark Talent * 120. Dark Star Force * 1900. Royal Spirit 570. Open black lens bracket magic transformation 30 close black lens bracket. Ellipsis. One by one, attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Teng's body. The attribute bubbles of 5 planetary level powerhouses were no joke. A massive amount of force energy flowed into his body, circulating through his limbs and bones, before he entered the stars of the void sea like a fledgling returning to its nest. Fire-type stellar force, wood-type stellar force, earth-type stellar force. The 3 types of stellar force surged instantly. At the same time, his mental and comprehension attributes are also growing rapidly. The fall of several planetary-level powerhouses resulted in the loss of a large amount of spiritual and comprehension attributes, and they were all at the Emperor level. Although it requires a 10-fold conversion to reach planetary star levels, it's still a considerable amount. The total amount of Royal Realm Spirit gained is 3070, which can be converted into 307 points of planetary spirit attribute. Spirit, 566 1,000ths plane level. A total of 1570 points of Royal Realm Comprehension can be obtained, which can be converted into 157 points of planetary spirit attribute. Wang Teng's comprehension attribute had already reached the planetary level. After all, many planetary level experts had perished at that time, and he had already acquired a lot of comprehension attributes, but he just hadn't had time to take stock of them yet. With the infusion of a large amount of comprehension attribute, his comprehension attribute increased by another 157 points. Comprehension, 357 1,000ths planetary level. The improvement in his mental and comprehension attributes brought a sudden clarity to Wang Teng's mind. A slight smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. "What are you laughing at?" Bila asked when she saw him laughing for no reason. "I feel like I've gotten a tiny bit smarter today, that's awesome," Wang Teng said with a smile. Bai Luo's lips twitched, adding another point to her image of Wang Teng. "This guy seems a bit narcissistic." Wang Teng ignored Bai Luo. HMPH, how could mortals possibly understand him? He continued to look at the attribute bubbles, one of which was a king-level fire talent, a talent that Wang Teng did not possess. Among Wang Teng's 5 elemental talents, only the wood element talent reached the king level, and now he has added a fire element talent. Fire-type talents are different from wood-type talents. Fire is a powerful elemental attribute with extremely high attack power. Improving your talent greatly helps in controlling fire-type elemental forces. Next came 2 artistic conception attributes. Wang Teng never expected to encounter 2 perfect artistic conception attributes here. 100% fire-type sword intent. 100% earth-based sword intent. Both are 100%. Following Jin Yaojun's sword intent, Wang Teng has obtained 2 more sword intent attributes that are 100%. This is good news for him, after all, it gives him more reason to show off. Not only that, he also acquired a planetary-level sword technique called Star Mountain Sword Technique. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh. Finally he wasn't getting some kind of powerful combat skill like the mountain-shattering battle axe or the berserker warhammer. That's really not easy. We're not going for the tank route, we're going for the elegant and dashing route, and we're unwavering in that. Wang Teng was quite happy to have acquired a planetary-level sword technique. "I feel like I've gotten stronger again." The remaining 3 attributes are Dark Star Force, King-level Dark Talent, and Demonic Transformation, all of which are dark-related attributes. Wang Teng gained a lot from the dark-related attributes this time, but he didn't look at it in detail. He decided to take stock of everything after this matter was over and not go into details for now. Ellipsis. In addition to picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng also used his mental power to pull over the spatial equipment of several planetary-level powerhouses and the Dark Demon Lord. Of course, these were all his subtle actions, and no one else noticed. With their owner dead, these spatial devices were now ownerless, and Wang Teng instantly probed them with his spiritual power. He discovered that these planetary-level warriors also possessed star armor, which was stored in a special small space on their wrists. Once activated, they could don the armor, which was very convenient. There are 5 star armor sets in total, 3 for humans and 2 for the dark race. Wang Teng chuckled to himself. Now he too was a man clad in armor. These people died so unjustly. They were wearing armor, yet they were still killed by the white beam of light. How could it not be unjust? Wang Teng made a show of expressing his feelings. By this time, the others had also recovered and looked back at the scene in the hall. The armor covering their faces slowly faded, revealing their extremely ugly expressions. Especially when they saw Wang Teng and Bai Luo, who were completely unharmed, they felt as if an arrow had been stabbed into their hearts. "Oh dear, is everyone alright?" Wang Teng asked worriedly when he saw the state of everyone's bodies. Augustus, Katu, and the others immediately turned pale. "That's so fake. This guy is just watching them make fools of themselves, not genuinely caring about them. It's all my fault. The situation was urgent just now, and I didn't have time to remind everyone. It's my fault, Wang Teng said, seemingly oblivious to everyone's expressions, looking very remorseful. Augustus, Katu, and the others' faces darkened even more, looking like a pot, their eyes almost spitting fire as they glared at Wang Teng. Even the dark demon lords, with their cold eyes, glanced at Wang Teng. Bila, standing next to Wang Teng, felt embarrassed for him and couldn't help but secretly tug at his clothes, frantically giving him meaningful glances. "You better not say anything more. Can't you see everyone wants to kill you?" Bai Luo was speechless. It seemed that Wang Teng was really keen on running wild on the road to self-destruction. Suddenly, a dark demon lord shrouded in mist spoke, his voice hoarse. "Wang Teng, you talk too much nonsense. Hey, is this demon lord hiding his face and not showing himself in public?" Wang Teng asked with a light exclamation. Beneath the mist, the dark demon lord paused for a moment, then said, "Do you know how suicidal you are?" "Really? I don't think so. I value my life very much," Wang Teng said doubtfully. "Get lost." Seeing Wang Teng pretending to be stupid, the illusionary mirage demon lord felt that he couldn't communicate with this guy at all. He snorted coldly and led the way forward, not wanting to pay any attention to him. "Honestly, they resort to insults when they can't win an argument," Wang Teng muttered, then said to Bai Luo beside him, "Let's go, don't waste any more time." Bai Luo was speechless. "You still know you're wasting time? You're the biggest time waster, you bastard." However, she didn't say anything more. After all, given Wang Teng's personality, if she started talking to him, he would definitely keep going on and on. Seeing this, the others followed suit and headed deeper into the passage. Everyone became even more cautious, taking each step carefully and constantly observing their surroundings. This is a silver-white metal passage, about 5 meters wide, with extremely smooth walls on both sides and no superfluous structures. The ground is covered with dust, and people stepping over it raises fine dust. The passage wasn't long, only about 30 or 40 meters, and the group quickly crossed it without any incidents. However, as everyone passed through the passage, streaks of red light suddenly appeared in the darkness, and a piercing sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking was very dense, and as it rang out, the red lights streaked through the air, as if they had turned into streaks of red light. Everyone was already on guard, and reacted instantly when the sound of wind breaking rang out. They did not remove their armor. The previous dangers made them dare not relax for a moment, so they wore their armor at all times to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Augustus, Katu, and the others moved, wielding their weapons and charging towards the source of the sound of wind breaking. Boom, boom, boom. Within the confined space, air currents surged back, and a deafening roar resounded. Wang Teng felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind him. With a thought, he activated a star armor wristband that he had obtained from a fallen planetary-level expert. Instantly, a set of red and blue armor appeared on his body, covering him from head to toe. The star armor fit perfectly, almost seamlessly, without any discomfort. Wang Teng felt a cool sensation on his skin, which felt very comfortable. However, this armor is just a standard issue armor, with a firebird symbol on the left shoulder, which is very similar to that of 2 of the planetary-level powerhouses. He then turned around instantly and threw a punch. Boom! A powerful force was unleashed, sending the attacker flying. At this moment, a martial artist took out a light source, illuminating the surroundings. They found themselves in a huge room, surrounded by cold, metallic mechanical bodies with scarlet electronic eyes that stared at them, the intruders. After being knocked away, they charged forward again. Metal robot. Wang Teng frowned, not expecting that it would be a metal robot that intercepted them. The technology on Earth is not yet capable of forging such a powerful and agile robot. It is truly unbelievable that such a high-tech product exists in this ruin that has been sealed for countless years. Boom! A metal robot charged at Wang Teng in an instant. Its arm transformed into a sharp metal blade, gathering primal force and condensing a blade of light that slashed towards Wang Teng. The ground began to shake, and not only this robot, but all the other robots rushed toward their targets, launching their most powerful attacks. It's actually a metal mechanical body. Bai Luo frowned and quickly said, "Be careful, these metal mechanical bodies are not easy to deal with. Although they are very rigid and generally have no independent consciousness, they act entirely based on system commands. Their attack methods are also relatively simple. The only troublesome thing is that the forged metal is very hard and difficult to destroy." Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and a light blue battle sword appeared in his hand, the very one he had obtained from the blue-haired youth. Whoosh! The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot and headed towards the robot. Boom! A flash of sword light clashed with the robot's metal blade. Force pulsed across the surface of the weapons, clashing and dissipating against each other. Wang Teng remained expressionless, and with his other hand, he unleashed a fist strike directly at the robot's head. Boom! The robot was fast, it tilted its head and dodged Wang Teng's attack trajectory. However, Wang Teng reacted even faster. With a flick of his wrist, the fist imprint turned into a claw strike, which did not miss and went straight into the robot's left eye. Sizzle! He pulled out the scarlet electronic eye in an instant, and a series of sparks crackled and flashed. However, to Wang Teng's surprise, despite the damage, the robot still moved freely, and its other arm suddenly transformed into a dark gun barrel, pointing at Wang Teng's head. The two sides were too close. The gun was practically pointed at Wang Teng's head. Holy crap! Seeing that the gun barrel was rapidly gathering primal force light, radiating a scorching heat, Wang Teng couldn't help but swear. Without a second thought, he ducked to avoid the gun barrel. Boom! A streak of fire shot out, flying past the outer shell of Wang Teng's armor, almost touching the top of his head. Damn it, anyone can shoot a gun. Enraged, Wang Teng produced a rune gun and, aiming it at the robot's chin from below, pulled the trigger. Force coalesced, and the rune gun was instantly fully charged. A primal force bullet, condensed from the primal force of a fire-type star, shot out with a burst of fire. Boom! Most of the robot's head disappeared in the flames, and its movements froze in mid-air before it crashed to the ground. As the robot collapsed, Wang Teng turned to look at Bai Luo, pretended to blow on the muzzle of his rune gun, and said, "Hey, what did you just say? This robot is tough?" Bai Luo was fighting a robot when she heard Wang Teng's words and almost choked with anger. Boom! The robot seized the opportunity and launched a frenzied attack. "Get out of here, I don't want to talk to you." She didn't even bother to look at Wang Teng, hurriedly defending against the robot's attacks, and roared uncontrollably. Wang Teng smiled awkwardly, wondering if he had gone too far. They were fighting, and suddenly talking to her would have distracted her, which was not good. "Ahem, I won't bother you anymore, you can continue." Wang Teng became a bystander, squatting down and curiously examining the robot in front of him. This thing is quite technically advanced. Although it was taken down by Wang Teng, it was still quite powerful. Didn't you see how difficult it was for others to deal with it? So all I can say is that Wang Teng is too strong. Yes, that's it. By the way, if we take this out for the country to study, it should be able to bring about a leap forward in Earth's technology, right? Wang Teng muttered, stroking his chin. Without much thought, he put the robot into his spatial ring. Then he raised his head and looked around at the battle. There were many more robots than human warriors and dark demon lords. He counted them carefully and found that there were about 30 of them. Many people were attacked by 2 or 3 robots, but Wang Teng was lucky. He was attacked by only 1 robot. Wang Teng didn't intend to help. He was happy to watch them fight the robots to a standstill, and also to observe the robots' attack methods. However, as Billah said, these robots' attack methods are very monotonous. They either transform their arms into swords or guns. Nothing special, these robots are nothing special. Wang Teng shook his head. Pshaw. However, at that moment, 2 beams of light suddenly shot out from the eyes of one of the robots. The warrior opposite it had no time to react. The defenses at the eyes of its armor were breached, and the light pierced directly through the warrior's head. Bang! The planetary-level warrior fell to the ground and died. Huh, the eyes can actually glow. Wang Teng looked surprised and thought to himself, it seems that the eyes of this armor are a weak point and can be easily damaged by external forces. This scene was witnessed by others, who were all startled and became wary of the robot's eyes. Wang Teng immediately used his mental power to pick up the attribute bubble dropped by the planetary-level martial artist. Water type Star Force *1800. Royal Realm Comprehension *600. Royal Realm Comprehension 540. 100% water-based sword intent *400. It's actually 100% water-based sword intent. Wang Teng was overjoyed. Another 100% intent, what a win. Whoosh. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out. Wang Teng looked up and saw that the robot that had just killed the planetary-level warrior was actually charging towards him. Watch out. Bai Luo saw Wang Teng still squatting there, her expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but warn him. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? Wang Teng frowned and snorted coldly. Having already experienced dealing with this robot once, and after observing it for a while, he now knows its attack methods inside and out, making it incredibly easy to deal with. The next moment, several streaks of light flew out from his body and headed towards the robot. Using mental power, a dozen throwing knives were used to attack the robot's weaknesses, such as its joints and eyes. Wang Teng's spiritual power has reached the planetary level, allowing him to control throwing knives with immense power and lightning speed. Boom! The throwing knife struck the robot's leg joints, causing it to lose its balance and tilt forward. However, it was indeed extremely hard, and even the throwing knife controlled by Wang Teng's mental power could not break through its defenses. The material of these throwing knives is no good. Wang Teng frowned, thinking to himself. Boom! Boom! At that moment, two more explosions rang out. It turned out that two more throwing knives had struck the robot's eyes. Upon seeing its attack pattern, Wang Teng naturally wanted to destroy it immediately to avoid being met with a deadly glare later. With its eyes destroyed, the robot's movements became sluggish, and it could no longer pinpoint Wang Teng's location, so it could only attack haphazardly. Boom boom boom. This has caused great trouble for the martial artists around. The robot attacked haphazardly, missing Wang Teng but landing its attacks on them instead. Damn it, Wang Teng! Get rid of it right now! Roars erupted from the surrounding martial artists, revealing the deep resentment they harbored towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng looked embarrassed and couldn't help but shrink his neck, muttering to himself, it has nothing to do with me, it was all done by the robots, okay? However, he didn't hesitate. He stood up, took a step forward, and suddenly appeared behind the robot. He was about to punch its head to pieces, but then he remembered that he still needed to take it back for research, so he reluctantly gave up and simply turned its head 180 degrees. Click! The robot's movements froze instantly, its body twitching, and it was unclear which circuit had malfunctioned. Wang Teng put it into his spatial ring. A robot solved the problem just like that. The others were stunned. They suddenly wondered if the robot that attacked Wang Teng was the same one that attacked them. Why does it seem like Wang Teng solved it so easily? However, it was Augustus, Katu, and the other four prodigies who were the first to notice the clues. Instead of fighting the robot head-on, they secretly learned Wang Teng's method and quickly dealt with the robot as well. Bai Luo walked over carrying a robot and tossed it to Wang Teng. Since you're interested, here you go. Thanks then. Wang Teng didn't stand on ceremony and put the robot away directly. You really don't hold back, Bila said irritably. Why are you being so polite? We're all family here, Wang Teng said in a very familiar manner. Get lost, who's with your own people? Bai Luo said speechlessly. A woman who says one thing but means another, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. Bila pretended not to hear and asked, you want to study this robot, right? Just take it apart and play around with it, Wang Teng said. If you want to do research, then do it. Don't be so secretive. Bai Luo rolled her eyes and said, you can't do research like this. It's a waste of time, manpower and resources. Besides, you might not even be able to find anything. Your Earth's technology is too backward. You might as well go to the Orient Federation and buy some technology patents to improve your own civilization level first. Sigh, you don't know the cost of living until you're in charge. Earth doesn't have that much money to buy technology patents from the Orient Federation. Those patents must be ridiculously expensive, Wang Teng said. It's alright, basic technology patents are easy to obtain. The main problem is that your Earth's technology is too backward, so buying some basic ones will suffice and won't cost much, Bai Luo said. Is it really that cheap? Why don't you contribute some? Wang Teng said, his eyes flashing. Get lost. Bai Luo glared back directly. This guy was really dreaming. Seeing that the others had also dealt with the robot, Wang Teng immediately ran over excitedly, ready to collect the trash. Let's not get this, shall we? Do you still want this robot? Hey bro, you gave me this robot, huh? Ellipsis ellipsis. Wang Teng asked everyone he met, but the alien warriors were all arrogant and didn't care about these robots. They were too lazy to respond to him and simply walked away. Wang Teng didn't mind and happily put the robot away. Hey buddy, do you still want this robot? Wang Teng walked up to Katu, asking as he quickly put the robot away. Excuse me, but I really like this robot. Katu grabbed it and looked at him with a forced smile. Wang Teng looked at him too, and their eyes met, sparks flying everywhere. If you want it, then put it away. If you leave it on the ground, people will think you don't want it anymore. Trash needs to be recycled. We're all adults, don't be so inconsiderate, Wang Teng said seriously, withdrawing his hand. Holy crap, Katu's eye twitched and he was speechless with frustration. Wang Teng is utterly shameless. He had never seen anyone with such thick skin. With a cold snort, Katu put away the robot, avoided Wang Teng, and walked to the side, preferring to stay out of sight. Wang Teng then turned to look at Augustus. The other party immediately put the robot away, not giving him a chance to speak at all. TCH, if you don't want to give it, then don't. What's the big deal? Wang Teng muttered, deciding not to press the matter any further. After some commotion, everyone looked at a large door in front of them. This is an exquisite, bright gold door, carved with some peculiar patterns, which seem to be just graphics and not some rare plants or animals. Without paying much attention, the group arrived at the gate one after another. Katu frowned. Could there be another trap here? No one answered him, because no one could be sure what lay beyond the door. Wang Teng activated the Eye of Origin, a deep light flashing in his eyes, and then his gaze slowly pierced through the brilliant golden door in front of him. At first, the line of sight penetrated very smoothly, and the internal structure of the entire door was peeled away layer by layer. However, he soon discovered that the material of the door was very peculiar, and it actually had a strong obstructive effect on the Eye of Origin, so the further in he went, the more difficult it became to peel it off. Just when he thought he was about to completely penetrate the door, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of him, completely blocking his view. Wang Teng frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. His Eye of Origin had already been upgraded to the intermediate level last time, and he could even see through the essence of the soul contract. Now, he can't even see through a mere door? Could there be something fishy about this door? Should I get promoted? Wang Teng hesitated. Last time, upgrading Eye of Origin from beginner to intermediate level directly consumed a full 10,000 blank attribute points. And now, to upgrade from intermediate to advanced, wouldn't it take 10 times more? That's 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Wang Teng felt his vision go black and almost fainted. Damn it, how long did it take him to accumulate over 300,000 blank attributes? This includes the attribute bubbles dropped during the Star Beast riot and the previous sinking of Central Continent, when a large number of Star Beasts died. Only then did he have such a huge number of blank attributes. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he would be able to accumulate 300,000 blank attribute points. Now I'm going to spend 100,000 points all at once. My heart aches so much I can't breathe. Wang Teng took a deep breath and ultimately chose to add the blank attribute to Eye of Origin. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. The more impenetrable this gate is, the more unusual the situation inside must be. Spending 100,000 blank attribute points is like buying insurance. It's always better to play it safe. With a single thought, Wang Teng instantly cleared 100,000 blank attribute points, and at the same time, the Eye of Origin began to change, going directly from intermediate to advanced. Open black lens bracket Eye of Origin close black lens bracket, 1/1000th, advanced. At this moment, Wang Teng was full of confidence, feeling that his eyes were comparable to 24K titanium alloy dog. Oops, divine eyes. A glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the door again. At this moment, all obstacles were as fragile as tofu, and the golden gate was easily penetrated, even the last golden light could not stop it. So it was the power of runes. Wang Teng realized the true nature of the last golden light and a sudden realization flashed through his mind. His gaze passed through the gate and finally made out the situation inside. This was actually a spacious command center, surrounded by various instruments, but now all of these instruments were silent, having stopped operating for who knows how many years. Surprisingly, the command room was spotless and extremely clean. Could this ruin be a giant spaceship? A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and he was almost frightened by his own guess. This ruin covers the entire central continent. If it were a spaceship, how big would it be? Wang Teng shook his head inwardly, his gaze continuing to sweep across the command room behind the door. Suddenly, he paused, his pupils contracting sharply. What did he see? There were several people there. Wang Teng was shocked. There was someone behind the door? No, that's not right. I can't sense any life in them, they're dead. Wang Teng saw through the bodies and found that there were no signs of life in them. All 6 bodies were completely lifeless. This is a corpse. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. This ruin is ancient. If there were still living beings inside, that would be truly bizarre. After relaxing, Wang Teng finally had the mind to examine the appearance of the 6 bodies. These 6 corpses, whose death dates are unknown, still retain their appearance from when they were alive, looking incredibly lifelike. Otherwise, Wang Teng wouldn't have mistaken them for living people. 3 of them looked like normal humans, except for a slightly different hair color. They were wearing armor, but it was all damaged, revealing several fatal wounds. However, there was no sign of decay in those wounds, and you could even see a trace of bright red blood in them. The other 3 corpses were as follows. The first one was covered in scales, its face resembled that of a lizard, it had a single horn on its head. And it had a long tail covered in scales trailing behind it. Lizard people? Wang Teng asked curiously. However, by now, he had seen enough aliens, even tentacle monsters like Haddock, so this mere lizard man was nothing to be ashamed of. Speaking of Haddock, Wang Teng couldn't help but think that he and that fat man had disappeared somewhere. During the battle with the Dark Race, they lured away a Dark Race demon lord, and later, when the continent fell, they did not reappear. Wang Teng wasn't worried about their safety. Given how cunning those 2 were, it was impossible for them to die. The second corpse was dark blue all over, with skin like snakeskin. Its 2 arms were like scythes, gleaming with a cold metallic light. It was leaning to one side, with a noticeable cave in its chest, on which were 3 clear, huge fist-shaped marks. The last body was the best preserved. He sat in the center of the command room, his hands crossed over his chin, his eyes fixed on the machine screen in front of him, as if deep in thought. The corpse was also very peculiar in appearance. Its entire body was extremely tall, estimated to be more than 6 meters high, with bulging muscles all over its body, exuding an explosive sense of power. Its head was enormous, and there were several organs that looked like tentacles growing from its chin. The strangest thing is that it has a 3rd eye on its bald forehead, a vertical eye. When Wang Teng inadvertently met those eyes, a chill ran down his spine, and he trembled all over, his back immediately soaked with cold sweat. Horrible. That's terrifying. Wang Teng gasped, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sense of fear, which was simply unbelievable. It was a kind of pressure from a higher level of life, and no matter how strong his will was, it was useless. What level of powerhouse is this? Wang Teng forced himself to calm down, quickly averted his gaze, and muttered to himself. It's truly unimaginable that such a corpse, which has been dead for countless years, could be so terrifying with just a trace of residual power. If it were alive, how terrifying would it be? Wang Teng calmed himself down and carefully examined the last corpse. This corpse has no wounds. How did it die? After observing for a moment, Wang Teng noticed something unusual and was filled with doubt. He couldn't help but use the eye of origin again to look inside the corpse, trying to find out the cause of his death from a microscopic level. His gaze swept inside the corpse, but he found nothing. When he reached the neck, Wang Teng hesitated again. If you go any higher, you'll be facing those eyes. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and continued upwards. Although the lingering power of the corpse was terrifying, it was still just a corpse after all, so he couldn't back down. Boom! When Wang Teng met the vertical eye, his head suddenly trembled, and he felt an immense pressure rushing towards him. Wang Teng's face turned pale, and large beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His sea of consciousness trembled, and his spiritual power surged and swirled within it, resisting the oppressive force. Phew! Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. The planetary-level mental attributes were indeed powerful, barely managing to withstand the oppressive force. This was only the residual power. If it were the full body pressure of this powerful figure in his previous life, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. After blocking the oppressive force, Wang Teng finally had time to examine the corpse's head. To his surprise, under the eye of origin, he actually saw a faint glow of soul light. Wang Teng was stunned and fell into a daze. His soul has not completely dissipated. Wang Teng was shocked, it was simply unbelievable. Seeing Wang Tang's unusual behavior, Bai Luo, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Wang Tang's thoughts were pulled back to reality by her voice, and he shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Bilal looked at him suspiciously, clearly not believing him. Just now, Wang Tang's face was pale and he was covered in sweat. Then he looked incredulous, and he didn't seem to be all right at all. However, since Wang Tang didn't say anything, she didn't press him further. "Be careful when you go in," Wang Tang suddenly transmitted his voice. Bai Luo's eyes flashed, and she looked at Wang Tang with surprise. This guy really knew something. Creak. Wang Tang ignored her and stepped forward, pushing open the bright gold door. Under Wang Tang's immense strength, the heavy door slowly opened. Everyone was still pondering how to open the door when they saw Wang Tang push it open with brute force, leaving them completely astonished. "Is it really that simple?" Katu looked at Wang Tang and couldn't help but ask. "What do you think?" Wang Tang retorted. "Damn it," Katu blurted out a curse. The others were equally speechless, feeling intellectually outmatched. Intelligent people always tend to overthink, so they never considered such a simple method. They had been wandering around for a while, even taking out the crystal skull, trying to find a way to get inside. Then Wang Tang pushed the door open. It felt like a giant wheel had run over everyone's faces. It really hurt. "Aren't you going in? What are you standing there for?" Wang Tang turned around and looked at everyone, asking. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. No one responded to him. Augustus, Katu, and the other prodigies all looked toward the command room with stern faces. As the door opened, a bright light suddenly shone into the command room, illuminating the surroundings. As everyone's gaze swept across the scene, they immediately noticed the 6 corpses among them. All of them had their pupils shrink and their faces showed horror. This, 6 corpses. Hiss. What terrifying eyes. This is terrifying. How powerful must they have been in life? Ellipsis ellipsis. A commotion arose around them. Some noticed the eyes of the intact corpse, which, like Wang Tang's, were also visible. They gasped, their faces turning pale, their hearts filled with horror. Faced with the lingering power of that corpse, none of these alien prodigies were spared. They were all stunned, filled with fear and trembling. Bai Luo was also pale-faced, and couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Tang, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. Did this guy already know? Wang Tang didn't notice her expression, but his face changed slightly. Just then, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the single eye of the corpse, and then a phantom appeared. The phantom looked exactly like the corpse. Everyone was shocked and immediately became alert. The illusory figure looked around and suddenly let out a long and ancient sigh. 1,000,000 years. The phantom spoke in the universal language, so Wang Tang and the alien prodigies present could all understand his words. For a moment, everyone was rendered unusable. 1,000,000 years. What's the meaning? Does that mean he has existed for 1,000,000 years? Even though alien warriors like Augustus and Katu knew that powerful warriors had extremely long lifespans, they were still speechless with shock when they heard about this 1,000,000-year period. 1,000,000 years, what does that mean? Although they have reached the planetary level and possess a lifespan equivalent to 1,000 years, their actual age is only in their early 30s. Which is negligible compared to 1,000,000 years. This being, with a lifespan of over 1,000,000 years, is an absolute powerhouse beyond their comprehension. Wang Tang tried his best to calm himself down, but no matter how he tried to control his emotions, his heart was still in turmoil. 1,000,000 years. What an incredibly long lifespan. Can a true strongman really live this long? Wang Tang originally had no concept of what a powerful being in the universe was, but now he seemed to understand, and lifespan alone explained everything. For ordinary people, living to 100 years old is considered a long life, but in the end, they will all turn into a handful of dust. Throughout history, people have lamented the fleeting nature of time, how quickly it passes, like a white horse galloping past a crack in the wall, impossible to grasp its passing. Ancient emperors sought immortality but could not attain it, and today's wealthy and powerful strive for longevity, but all their efforts are in vain. Only martial artists, who transcend the mundane world, can achieve a life leap and possess an unimaginably long life as long as they continuously grow stronger. What an enormous temptation this is. Wang Tang felt that he was no exception. Immortality and carefree existence, that's the ultimate pursuit. Just as everyone was in shock, the phantom spoke again. A full 1,000,000 years, and finally someone has come before me. The crowd snapped out of their daze and looked at the illusory figure, both wary and eager to hear what he would say next. The illusory figure glanced at Augustus, Wang Teng, and the others, nodded, and said, "It seems that heaven has been kind to me. Just as my soul was about to dissipate, it sent me a group of talented young juniors." This statement contained a lot of information, and everyone's eyes flickered as they tried to guess what he meant. "Let me introduce myself first. I am a baron of the Great Qian Empire." The illusory figure slowly introduced his origins. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Augustus's horrified voice. The Great Qian Empire. Not only Augustus, but also the other prodigies such as Katu, Bila, and Puklin had drastically changed their expressions, their faces filled with shock. The Great Qian Empire. Is it that Great Qian Empire? Indeed, in this vast universe, there is only one Great Qian Empire. The illusory figure smiled faintly upon seeing the crowd's reaction. How is this possible? A baron from the Great Qian Empire, of incomparably noble status, how could he appear on this backward and remote planet? Augustus took a deep breath and asked incredulously. Nothing is impossible. 1,000,000 years ago, I was ordered by the Emperor to hunt down a fugitive. I chased him through countless star systems for 300 years, and finally killed him on this planet. But I was also seriously injured and unable to leave, and eventually perished on this planet. The phantom said slowly, its voice devoid of joy or sorrow. As if it were not talking about its own death. Chasing countless galaxies. It lasted for 300 years. Everyone was speechless, stunned by what the phantom said, and couldn't help but imagine a terrifying intergalactic war. The group of geniuses were stunned and remained in a daze for a long time. Meanwhile, the Dark Lords on the side exchanged bewildered glances, unable to conceal the shock on their faces. Even a powerful demon lord would tremble with fear before such a formidable phantom, a hint of dread creeping into his heart. This phantom is clearly a powerful being from the human side. They won't be easily killed here, will they? Although he is only a phantom now, who knows what incredible abilities he might possess. Please scold my father." Just as everyone was still in shock, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, including the illusory figure, looked toward the source of the sound. Wang Teng raised his hand, speaking like a primary school student, his eyes filled with a pure thirst for knowledge as he looked at the crowd. Augustus. Katu. Bai Luo. Dark Demon Lord. Phantom Image. Excuse me, but actually I wanted to ask what kind of existence the Great Qian Empire is. You all seem quite shocked, Wang Teng asked cautiously. A barely perceptible hint of speechlessness flashed across the phantom's face. So all that bragging he did was just for a pig? Fortunately, the others knew how powerful the Great Qian Empire was, otherwise he would have been in a real embarrassment. It was incredibly embarrassing. At this moment, Lockins frowned and said disdainfully, "Natives are just natives. They don't even know about a cosmic overlord empire like the Great Qian Empire." Wang Teng immediately glanced at him sideways. "Do you want to get beaten up again?" "You." Lockins glared at him coldly. Augustus suddenly spoke, interrupting him, and said calmly, "The Great Qian Empire is one of the few ancient advanced civilizations in the universe. Do you know what the concept of an advanced civilization in the universe is? An advanced civilization in the universe rules over countless star systems, including thousands of intermediate civilizations in the universe. While the intermediate civilizations in the universe rule over at least thousands of star systems and hundreds of rudimentary civilizations in the universe. Our Orient Federation is just a primitive civilization in the universe, but it controls 9 star systems, each of which has about 100,000 life-bearing planets with different civilizations. Your planet Earth is located in the Milky Way galaxy, which is one of the 9 major star systems under the jurisdiction of the Orient Federation. Earth is just one of the most insignificant planets among the hundreds of thousands of inhabited planets in the Milky Way. Now do you know what kind of existence the Great Qian Empire is? Compared to this, Earth is not even a drop in the ocean." Augustus's voice was extremely calm, but the contempt and disdain it contained could not be concealed. Simplicity is disdain. Everyone else's eyes immediately focused on Wang Teng's face, which was also filled with disdain and mockery. In their view, Wang Teng's asking such a question demonstrated his ignorance and foolishness. The natives of a backward planet are still natives after all. Bila couldn't help but look at Wang Teng with worry. Most people would be shocked and have their worldview shattered upon hearing such news, leaving an indelible shadow in their hearts. After all, compared to the Great Qian Empire, the planet he was born on was far too backward and insignificant. Let alone ordinary people, even geniuses would find it difficult to accept. If they hadn't been born in the Orient Federation and grown up surrounded by such things, they probably wouldn't have fared much better upon hearing such news. Augustus's explanation just now was also not for pure purposes. He wanted to leave a shadow in Wang Tang's mind and affect his path of martial arts. For martial artists, especially those pursuing higher levels, they must maintain a fearless heart. If a shadow is left in their hearts, even if it is only a little bit, it will be magnified infinitely when they reach a higher level in the future, and eventually become a fatal wound. Augustus was attacking the heart. However, Bai Luo saw that after the initial shock, Wang Tang's lips actually curved into a smile, and his expression returned to normal. It was an extremely indifferent expression. At this moment, composure represents confidence. This guy recovered so quickly, and doesn't seem to have been affected at all. Bai Luo looked surprised and muttered to herself, "It seems I underestimated him." The others also noticed Wang Tang's expression, their eyes showing surprise and regret. Many alien prodigies are wary of Wang Tang's talent, and they would be happy to see him suffer as a result. Unfortunately, Wang Tang did not grant them their wish. Wow, so the Great Qian Empire is such a massive entity. Wang Tang suddenly exclaimed in amazement. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone was speechless, feeling that Wang Tang's words were somewhat exaggerated. That's so fake. Does this guy think everyone else is stupid? Who would believe something so fake? However, Wang Tang paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd and looked at the illusory figure with excitement. Senior, do you need any accessories on your thigh? What do you mean? The illusory figure asked, somewhat bewildered. Give me a chance to latch onto someone's coattails, Wang Tang said with a chuckle, rubbing his hands together. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked by Wang Tang's shamelessness. How can a person be so shameless? The illusory figure glanced at Wang Tang speechlessly, indicating that it had never seen such a shameless person before. It coughed and said, cough cough, I'm already dead, I can't be your lapstick. Are you dead? Wang Tang asked in surprise, then what happened to you? This is just an image I left behind. I left behind a legacy, hoping to wait for a successor to appear, the phantom said. An heir? Upon hearing the illusory figure's words, those present were slightly taken aback, but then all revealed expressions of excitement and fervor. The heir to a baronship in the Great Qian Empire. What does that mean? Everyone knows it without even thinking. Although baron is only the lowest rank of nobility, the Great Qian Empire is a high-level civilization in the universe. And a baron in a high-level civilization must at least be a universe-level powerhouse. Augustus and the others were very clear about what a cosmic-level powerhouse meant. Above the planetary level is the stellar level, and above the stellar level is the cosmic level. A cosmic level being is a powerful being that can only be born once in a galaxy. They can rule over a galaxy. For example, the Orient Federation has 9 star systems, which means it has 9 cosmic level powers, each guarding one star system, and they are like regional governors. The phantom figure before them, being a baron from a high-level civilization in the universe, held a status even higher than that of a cosmic level being from a low-level civilization. Therefore, his legacy goes without saying. Wang Tang's eyes flashed. To be honest, he wasn't very clear about these levels in the universe. But he could clearly guess from the faces of Augustus and the others how much weight this so-called successor of the phantom was. Moreover, based on their previous description of the scale of an advanced civilization in the universe, Wang Tang could easily guess just how high the baron's status really was. In short, the bait thrown out by this phantom is very tempting. At that moment, Bila also sent a telepathic message to Wang Tang, seemingly afraid that he didn't know what the title of baron meant. Aren't you afraid that I'll become a strong competitor for you? Wang Tang replied in surprise. He will definitely choose from among us. Everyone will rely on their own abilities, Bila said calmly. Hey, so arrogant, Wang Tang chuckled to himself. Who are you calling arrogant? Bai Luo sneered immediately. Wang Tang chuckled. Do you intend to choose an heir from among us? Augustus asked cautiously, barely suppressing his excitement. Indeed, I have waited so long to see so many talented young people like you arrive. If we miss this opportunity, we may never have another chance like this. The illusory figure nodded and said, you should have all obtained the star essence that I scattered outside before, right? That was bait that I deliberately placed outside to attract martial artists. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Tang again. Why are you all looking at me? I'm just a few star essences. You're all geniuses from the universe. You wouldn't try to steal from a poor native like me, would you? Wang Teng raised an eyebrow and said disdainfully. Everyone glared fiercely at Wang Teng. Were those the essences of several stars? That's just a bunch of good things. You make it sound so easy, why don't you share it with us? Although they all came from extraordinary backgrounds, they weren't so arrogant as to look down on treasures like the essence of stars. Huh, did you obtain all the essence of the stars? The Phantom asked in surprise. No, how could that be? I left a few for them. Wang Teng quickly shook his head. Is there really only a few? Katu said resentfully. Oh, so you managed to wipe them all out. The illusory figure was even more surprised, scrutinizing Wang Teng for a moment before asking, didn't you just say you were from this planet? Exactly, does the big boss still accept accessories? I have some talent. Wang Teng nodded repeatedly. Phantom image. You can't get around this, can you? He was speechless and quickly changed the subject, saying, it seems that Earth has produced a rare genius. Over the past million years, although there have been 1 or 2 people who have stumbled in by mistake, none of them have been any decent geniuses and are unable to inherit my mantle. This planet is so backward, there are hardly any geniuses here. The illusory figure shook its head and sighed, seemingly lamenting that a million years had been wasted. Everyone looked at Wang Teng, their gazes seeming to say, look, even the big shots say you Earth natives are backward. Wang Teng remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged. What does it matter to me, Wang Teng, if other people are useless? What a joke. My name is Wang Teng, and I am a genius. My time is running out. Without further ado, I'll ask you one question. Are you willing to accept my inheritance test? The illusory figure said with a serious expression. The alien prodigies were all excited. Augustus, Katu, Lawkins, Billah, and Pucklin, the 5 greatest prodigies, also looked on with fervent eyes and nodded repeatedly. Willing. We are willing. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he shouted, Boss, I'm willing, please grant me the inheritance. The formation was immediately disrupted. Of all the voices, his stood out. Everyone glared angrily at Wang Teng. Why did this guy always have to stand out wherever he went? Did he have no shame? The Phantom nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the dark creatures, its eyes flashing coldly as it said, my legacy will not be given to the dark creatures. You may leave. HMPH, you're just a dead man. Whether or not you give us this inheritance is not up to you. A glint flashed in the eyes of the illusionary demon lord as he coldly snorted. The other dark beings stood behind it, cautiously on guard. Despite their claims of fearlessness, they couldn't be sure whether the deceased powerhouse still possessed any formidable abilities. Hey, I've been dead for so long, and even a mere demon lord level dark being dares to disregard me. The Phantom chuckled self-deprecatingly. That sense of helplessness evoked a feeling of sorrow in everyone. This was a powerhouse of the universe level, yet he was still looked down upon after his death. Just when everyone thought the Phantom was helpless against the Dark Lord, a golden light suddenly shot out from the single eye of the corpse behind the Phantom. The expressions of those dark demon lords changed, and before they could react, they were enveloped in golden light. Boom! They only felt a violent jolt in their heads, and their consciousness collapsed without any resistance, causing them to lose consciousness in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the Dark Lords fell, none of them escaping unscathed. Everyone was shocked and looked at the scene in disbelief. Although I am dead, dealing with you demon lord level dark beings is still a piece of cake. It's a pity that I wasted my last bit of spirit. The Phantom shook its head and said. Senior is awesome. Senior is amazing. Wang Teng shouted from the side. Phantom image. Quote. The crowd. Everyone looked at Wang Teng, this eccentric guy, and had a lot of complaints stuck in their throats, unable to utter them. Senior, they are dead? Augustus asked after a moment's hesitation. No, he just fainted. He won't wake up for at least 10 days to 2 weeks, the Phantom said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's finish them off quickly. We can't miss such a good opportunity. Wang Teng prepared to make his move. Don't waste any more time. I just wasted some of my sealed spiritual power and can't hold on for much longer. You should accept my inheritance test first. A hint of urgency flashed across the illusory figure's face as he spoke. Wang Teng stopped and turned to look at the illusory figure. No one knew what he was thinking. He then smiled and said, in that case, let's start with the assessment? I don't know how to conduct the assessment, Katu asked cautiously. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate this Phantom. The fact that they had just killed several dark demon lords with a single blow proved that even if the opponent was just a phantom, they were definitely not someone they could resist. It's very simple. I will radiate the mental maze I constructed before my death. You just need to open your minds and enter it, and then walk to the end of the maze to pass the test, the phantom said. We need to relax. Augustus and the others hesitated. You don't need to worry. Based on what I just did, do you think I would need to go to such lengths if I wanted to do something to you? The illusory figure seemed to know what they were thinking and smiled faintly. Everyone suddenly realized. Are there any doubts now? The illusory figure asked. If not, sit cross-legged and relax your mind. Without further hesitation, Augustus, Wang Teng, and the others sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing this, the phantom nodded in satisfaction. A beam of golden light shot out from the single eye of the phantom corpse. This beam of light was several times more intense than the previous one, and it enveloped Wang Teng and the others as soon as it appeared. The next moment, everyone closed their eyes, their consciousness plummeted, and they suddenly found themselves in a vast and dreamlike maze. The phantom then revealed a strange smile and slowly dissipated into the air. After a moment of weightlessness, Wang Teng found himself standing on solid ground, surrounded by a stone wall more than 5 meters high. The stone wall was covered with unknown vines, blooming with brightly colored flowers. It looks like the entrance to a beautiful garden. But Wang Teng knew that this must be the maze that the phantom had mentioned. A vast labyrinth built of the mind. Is this the method of a cosmic-level powerhouse? Wang Teng was somewhat amazed, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and he longed for such powerful strength. He looked around but did not see Billah, Augustus, or the others. Clearly, they had been separated. This was expected, don't panic. After thinking for a moment, Wang Teng flew into the sky again, intending to see if he could fly directly to the destination from high altitude. Unfortunately, no. When he flew to a height of about 5 meters, close to the top of the stone wall, he could no longer rise. This was expected, but Wang Teng was still somewhat disappointed. It seemed there was no shortcut. He was angry. He landed on the ground again, stopped thinking about it, and strolled into the entrance of the maze in front of him. Then a fork in the road appeared before him. There are 3 forks in the road. Which way should I go? Wang Teng muttered to himself, and a coin suddenly materialized in his hand. In the spiritual world, he could perform simple materialization, which could be considered a simple application of spiritual power. Go to the right if it's facing forward, go to the left if it's facing backward, and go to the middle if it's vertical. Okay, it's decided then. Wang Teng continued talking to himself, tossing the coin in his hand into the air. A crisp, resonant sound. The coin landed perfectly in his hand, standing upright and perfectly steady. Very good, you are indeed as steady as I am. Then let's go down the middle. Wang Teng nodded solemnly, clapped his right hand, the coin disappeared, and stepped towards the middle path. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. The person who was monitoring the entire maze suddenly had a black line appear on their forehead. Is this really a hasty decision? Ellipsis ellipsis. Meanwhile, at other entrances, one after another, alien prodigies entered the maze. For them, this was a tremendous opportunity, and they were determined to do everything in their power to pass the test. At one of the entrances, Augustus transformed into a blur and rushed into the maze at an incredible speed. His expression was stern, and when he encountered a fork in the road, he didn't hesitate at all, choosing one path regardless of whether it was right or wrong, and entered directly. He undoubtedly chose to use speed to break through the maze. As long as he's fast enough, no matter how complex the maze is, he can find the right path among countless wrong turns. On the other hand, Katu's method was also very simple. When he encountered a fork in the road, instead of choosing a path, he directly punched the stone wall in front of him, trying to break through the obstacle and take a shortcut. However, things were not as simple as he thought. This was a stone wall constructed by his mind, which ordinary attacks could not break through. No matter how fiercely they bombarded it, they couldn't break the stone wall. Katu looked dejected and had no choice but to choose a side road, burying his head in searching for a way out. Billah stood at another entrance to the maze, gazing at the fork in the road, a thoughtful look in her eyes. The maze is not without clues, there may be some kind of pattern. As long as you find this pattern, reaching the end is not difficult. As she pondered, she entered the maze, groping her way forward. Each alien warrior uses their own method to conquer the labyrinth and advance towards the end. This labyrinth, sealed away for countless years, now welcomes its guests, like a sleeping giant slowly awakening. Wang Teng walked through the maze for about half an hour before he had to stop. Because there was no road ahead, blocked by a stone wall. He had reached a dead end. Wang Teng frowned, thought for a moment, and decided not to take a detour. With a thought, he condensed his mental energy into several sharp spikes, which floated in front of him. Mental puncture. Wang Teng understood perfectly that since this was a labyrinth constructed by the mind, the most effective method was undoubtedly a mental attack. Unfortunately, Wang Teng happens to possess a method of mental attack. Go! The next moment, Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he uttered a single word indifferently. Whoosh! 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 Those sharp spikes instantly transformed into a beam of cold light and shot out. Boom! With a loud bang, a large hole was blasted in the stone wall, and the path behind it appeared in front of Wang Teng. I'm so smart, I actually came up with such a perfect solution. Wang Teng smiled and silently gave himself 12 thumbs up. Huh! Just as he was about to pass through the large hole and continue deeper into the maze, several attribute bubbles caught his eye. Attribute bubbles have appeared. Wang Teng was both surprised and delighted. It was somewhat unexpected. Pick it up. Planetary Spirit 120. Planetary Spirit 100. Mental Maze Fragment *10. Ellipsis ellipsis. As the 3 attribute bubbles merged into his body, a strong look of joy flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. 220 points of spirit attribute. Moreover, it's a planetary level spiritual attribute. As expected of a mental labyrinth constructed by a cosmic level powerhouse, it actually revealed planetary level mental attributes. Wang Teng never expected such an unexpected gain. Of course, what made him happiest was not this, but what the last attribute bubble represented. A fragment of the mental labyrinth. When this bubble entered his mind, Wang Tengming understood a glimpse of the method for constructing a mental labyrinth. This is an extremely rare spiritual technique. As Wang Teng felt the enlightenment in his mind, he took a deep breath, and when he looked at the maze around him, his gaze became exceptionally fervent. This maze must be destroyed. If you don't destroy them, where will the attribute bubbles come from? Wang Teng was eager to try, but for some reason, his expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, and he finally sighed. It's definitely impossible to destroy it all. That phantom wouldn't let him do that. If he's not mistaken, the entire maze is probably under the other party's control. If he goes too far, the phantom will definitely come out and beat him up. After a moment of contemplation, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Wang Teng's lips. He stopped and continued walking forward. Several sharp spikes reappeared in front of him. Boom! This time, he didn't wait for a dead end to appear, but instead aimed directly at the center of the maze and bombarded that direction. Planetary Spirit *80. Mental Maze Fragment *10. A large hole appeared, and Wang Teng picked up attribute bubbles as he walked through it toward the center of the maze. Ellipsis ellipsis. Meanwhile, at the center of the maze, a figure sat leisurely in a recliner, watching the progress of a group of alien prodigies. When he saw what was happening to Wang Teng, he jumped up from the recliner, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, his face contorted in rage. Damn it. This kid can actually destroy the mental maze. At this moment, the phantom of this baron of the Great Qian Empire was very unhappy, extremely unhappy. The mental labyrinth was his method of testing a group of geniuses and weakening their mental power. Whoever tries to navigate this maze to reach the end will lose a great deal of mental energy in order to achieve their true goal. But Wang Teng actually destroyed the maze and took a shortcut. This is cheating. However, he discovered that Wang Teng was the one among these geniuses who best met his requirements. He had strong mental power, high talent, and was also under 20 years old, very young. It was as if it had been delivered specifically for him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, I can't let him get here so easily. In that case, I'll give him some trouble. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire maze quietly changed. What was originally a dead end became a path to life after the stone wall was moved aside. What was originally a path to life became a dead end. As a result, some roads that shouldn't have been connected became linked together. Due to the special arrangement of the phantom, the routes of Augustus, Katu, Lockkins, and others coincided with Wang Teng's inevitable route. In other words, they are bound to meet at some point. At this moment, Wang Teng was unaware of all this. He was still immersed in his great cause of collecting attributes. Wherever he went, the maze was blasted to pieces, leaving a mess. Boom, boom, boom. The labyrinth did not block sound, so when he pounded the stone wall, the sound echoed in the air and reached the ears of Augustus, Catu, and the others who were getting closer. What happened? Who's bombarding the maze? Foolish, this maze cannot be broken through by brute force. Ellipsis ellipsis. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction from which the sound came, wondering which idiot was bombarding the maze. They paused for a moment, then ignored it and continued speeding toward the center of the maze. The sound was so close that it meant other martial artists were also approaching, and they dared not slow down in the slightest, lest someone else get there first. Only one person remained still, because he felt that the roar was very close to him, extremely close, almost as close as a wall. He stopped, turned around, and stared intently at the stone wall behind him, his expression wary. Boom! The next moment, the roaring sound rang out again, incredibly close. The stone wall shattered with a deafening roar. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a figure strode out. Oh, what a small world! A cynical voice slowly rang out. Wang Teng. Lockkin's pupils contracted as he spoke, enunciating each word clearly. He recognized the owner of the voice, and was also shocked that the other party was able to shatter this mental labyrinth, leaving him unable to calm down. Don't be so nervous, I'm not going to eat you. As the smoke cleared, Wang Teng appeared in front of him, looking at him with a faint smile. Stop pretending. Now that we've met, let's settle this once and for all, Lockkin said coldly. Fine. Wang Teng nodded, beckoned to him with his finger, and said, come on, I have the advantage here, I'll give you 3 moves first. You're asking for it. Lockkin seemed insulted, his anger flaring, and he stomped his foot. Boom! He instantly transformed into a blur and rushed towards Wang Teng. Here, without weapons, he could only use the most primitive methods of attack. He suddenly threw a punch at Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng, however, remained calm and dodged with a slight turn of his head, saying indifferently, 1 move. Lockkin's anger intensified. He turned and swept his leg towards Wang Teng's head. Although no one could use force to attack within this mental maze, their most basic fist and foot attacks were still available. As a genius martial artist, Lockkin was naturally not weak in this aspect. It can be said that he was very fast and his attacks were extremely fierce. Unfortunately, he encountered Wang Teng, whose basic combat skills were all at the highest level. He easily dodged Lockkin's attacks. The second move, Wang Teng spoke again. Damn it, Lockkin's face was ugly, so gloomy it seemed like it was about to drip water. As if about to launch a surprise attack, he actually headbutted Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng's figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. Lockkin's attack missed again. Third move, Wang Teng suddenly appeared behind Lockkin's, his calm voice rang out, you've got a hard head. Lockkin's expression changed drastically and he was terrified. Before he could think, he took a step forward and darted ahead. However, a gust of wind followed him closely from behind, striking him swiftly. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lockkin felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and was completely stunned. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. What is that? Why is it so hard? Countless question marks appeared in Lockkin's mind. He clearly felt that what he had just felt was definitely not a fist but rather a large iron plate. Before he could think any further, another gust of wind struck. Bang! Before Loggins could react, he was hit in the back of the head again. Boom! This time, he couldn't hold on and collapsed. Isn't your head supposed to be tough? How come you collapsed after only 2 blows? Wang Teng's calm voice reached his ears. Lockkin turned around in a panic and saw a golden brick that had appeared in Wang Teng's hand at some point. He exclaimed in horror, You. What do you mean, what do you mean? Wang Teng brandished the brick in his hand, chuckling, surprised. How hard is this brick? Harder than your head? Why do you have weapons? Lockkin exclaimed incredulously. Oh, I pried it off the wall, Wang Teng said casually, making it up. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote, it's like it was pried off the wall. Do you think I'm stupid? Lockkin was furious, his face contorted with rage. He retorted defiantly, you cheated. Even if you beat me, it doesn't prove you're better than me. Idiot, who cares about that? Wang Teng rolled his eyes, not intending to waste any more words, picked up the brick, and smashed it down on Lockkin's head again. Lockkin's pupils contracted, and he kept backing away, trying to dodge the brick in Wang Teng's hand, but it was all in vain. Thud, 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 a heartless brick landed on Lockkin's head. Damn it, how dare he? Lockkin was furious, but he was quickly overwhelmed by the pain in his head, and he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Aw, thump thump thump. Stop, Stop. Thump thump thump. You bastard, you shouldn't hit someone in the face. Thump thump thump. Stop hitting him. Thump thump thump. Ah, Wong Teng, I will never forgive you. Thump thump thump. A moment later, Lockkin's voice trailed off until he could no longer even scream. It's been too long since I used it, and my hands have become a bit rusty lately. I'll use you to practice. Wong Teng finally stopped, let out a long breath, and said slowly. Lockins was still not unconscious, feeling so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. This bastard actually used him as a practice subject. Looking at Lockkin's bruised and swollen face, Wong Teng stroked his chin and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Look at you, you had to use your head in a fight. I was just curious and wanted to see if your head was harder than my brick. Don't blame me, it's all your own fault." PFF'd. Lockins was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you beat me up like this and you're saying it's my fault? That demon. Lockins hated Wong Teng to the core, but at the same time, an overwhelming sense of fear arose within him. He finally understood that this bastard in front of him didn't play by the rules at all, and any reason could become his motive for attacking. He regretted it. I regret ever provoking this guy. So many people didn't step forward, but he was the one who had to be the first to do it. I regret even more that I used my head to attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been punched in the head and ended up in this terrible state. Lockins finally shed tears of regret. The pride of the Black Scale clan in the Euro star system was actually beaten to tears by Wong Teng. No one would believe it if they heard about it. Hey, why are you crying so easily? You're like a girl, Wong Teng said speechlessly when he saw the tear in the corner of Lockins' eye. Lockins was speechless, but the frustration in his heart was like a surging river. He couldn't fight back, and he couldn't win an argument, so he simply closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Fine, I'll just send you out. Wong Teng shook his head, stomped down, and crushed Lockins' head before he could even react. Lockins' spiritual body slowly dissipated. Despite being a prodigy, his head was crushed by Wong Teng's single stomp. At the last moment, Lockins felt incredibly humiliated. Killing this spiritual entity will not directly kill the physical body, but it will have a huge impact on the physical body. With such severe injuries, Lockins must be in a coma and will never wake up. At the same time, he was completely ineligible for the assessment. Wong Teng remained indifferent, turned around, and continued walking forward. Ellipsis ellipsis. At the center of the maze, the phantom of a baron from the Great Qian Empire looked astonished. He actually killed one of them. He truly deserves the favor I have. It's rare for such a genius to appear on this planet. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, if only I had appeared sooner, I wouldn't have been trapped here for a whole million years. Fortunately, God has been kind to me. Just when I was about to disappear, hope came. This is a blessing in disguise. This kid is really a bit eccentric. He actually killed a genius martial artist in such a way. I have been traversing the universe for so many years and I have never seen anyone like him. The phantom shook its head, a wry smile on its face. It rocked back and forth in its recliner, leisurely watching the light screen in front of it. This kid is a bit difficult to deal with. In my current state, I'm not safe enough. Oh well, I'll just release the souls of those star beasts. It's no big deal. With a wave of his hand, the phantom summoned a dozen enormous star beast souls that appeared in the maze and converged in the direction of Wong Teng. If viewed from above, one would see a complex and dreamlike labyrinth nestled within a misty space. The maze was surrounded by a faint golden mist, which made it look like a fairyland. Only Wong Teng and the others, who were inside, knew that this maze was full of dangers. About half a day had passed since they entered the maze, and everyone was feeling a kind of mental fatigue. Finding a way out of the maze is extremely mentally taxing for them. Moreover, at some point, other life forms appeared within this maze. Those life forms were powerful, strange beasts that attacked them relentlessly as soon as they appeared. Within this mental labyrinth, none of them could use their primal force, and they lacked means of attack. When facing these strange beasts, they found themselves in an extremely dangerous situation, where they could be cruelly torn apart and devoured at any moment. Moreover, these strange beasts are different from them. They actually know how to attack. However, their attack method is not force attack, but a pure light sphere attack. When those orbs of light get close, they will explode, causing damage to everyone's bodies. This is clearly a psychological attack. The maze suddenly became extremely dangerous, and everyone could only frantically flee towards the center. These strange beasts are definitely part of the test. As long as they reach the end of the maze, they will be able to get rid of them. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from somewhere in the maze. A colossal beast, resembling a lizard, perched atop the stone wall, spewing a ball of light from its mouth. Wang Teng's expression hardened slightly. Instead of trying to catch the ball of light head-on, he nimbly dodged it with a flicker of his body. The ball of light landed on the ground, causing an explosion, and a powerful mental shockwave swept outwards. As Wang Teng sensed the power of the explosion, he had a general idea of what was going on. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his lips as he looked at the lizard-like starbeast in front of him. The lizard-like starbeast shuddered, a chill running down its spine. "Sweetie, it's my turn." Wang Teng chuckled, stomped his foot, cracking the ground, and shot out like an arrow. Roar! Undeterred, the lizard-like starbeast roared and leapt off the stone wall, pouncing towards Wang Teng. Boom! Wang Teng met the attack with a punch. Both were spiritual beings, and he was much stronger than the other alien warriors. A hint of mockery flashed in the lizard-like starbeast's eyes, as if it were laughing at Wang Teng for overestimating himself. It opened its huge mouth and bit down at Wang Teng. In terms of size, it was several times larger than Wang Teng, and one bite could easily cut Wang Teng in two. However, when it closed its massive jaws, it missed its target. Wang Teng's figure vanished right in front of it. The lizard-like star beast was somewhat bewildered, its wide, confused eyes looking around. Did it just bite something that turned out to be useless? "I'm here." At that moment, Wang Teng's voice came from above its head. The lizard-like star beast looked up, its pupils contracting instantly to reflect several javelin-like spikes, and a hint of fear crept into its heart. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Wang Teng unleashed a mental attack that had just been formed, which transformed into a cold light that swept down. Mental puncture. Whoosh! 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 Boom! Several spiritual thorns pierced through the lizard star beast's massive body, pinning it to the ground. Roar! The lizard-like star beast roared in pain, struggled frantically for a moment, and then gradually fell silent. Its body also turned into countless points of light and dissipated in the air. It really is a soul body. Wang Teng landed on the ground, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. This lizard-like star beast reminded him of the death space that Magus had used when he fought him on the Holy Mountain, which contained a similar soul entity. However, this lizard-like star beast was clearly several times stronger than the soul body in the death space. If Wang Teng hadn't possessed multiple mental attack methods, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it so easily. It was Wang Teng who had just used a mental illusion technique to create a phantom image, which lured the lizard star beast away, allowing him to kill it unexpectedly. Wang Teng looked at the spot where the lizard star beast had just disappeared, where several attribute bubbles were floating. Open black lens bracket soul essence *50 close black lens bracket. Planetary spirit 100. Psychic burst bullet *10. The three attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, and a thought struck him, immediately revealing his wild joy. 50 points of soul essence. This lizard star beast soul body actually released a full 50 points of soul essence. He knew how difficult it was to obtain the essence of the soul. It was the most primal form of energy and extremely precious. The 50 points of soul essence merged into Wang Teng's soul essence, making him feel so comfortable that he almost cried out. This is a thrill that pierces the soul, a thrill that makes you tremble. His spiritual and comprehension attributes subsequently increased slightly. Then, 100 points of planetary level spirit attribute were directly added to Wang Teng's spirit attribute, further enhancing his spirit attribute. 2 consecutive upgrades, so awesome. Finally, there's a mental combat skill. Mental burst bomb. Clearly, this mental burst bomb is the same light sphere used by the lizard star beast earlier, and its power is extremely impressive. The main point is that this is a large-scale attack method. Once it explodes, it will affect a certain area. That's great. 10 points of spirit burst bullet attribute. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel and saw that a new skill description had been added to the mental combat skills section. Psychic burst bullet, 1/100th, proficient. The 10-point psychic burst bomb allowed him to progress from beginner to proficient. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. He had initially felt unlucky to have encountered that lizard star beast, but now he suddenly felt that his luck seemed to be pretty good. A rare mental combat skill, just like that, I've got it in my pocket without spending a single penny. The sheer awesomeness of that is something no one else can understand. There must be other star beast souls. Find them all and kill them. Wang Tang's eyes lit up and he started running forward. The maze-like stone walls ahead were blasted apart, and Wang Tang charged straight through, pushing his way through, intending to just recklessly reach the finish line. Soon, he saw another star beast soul body. This was a ferocious two-headed canine star beast soul body. Before Wang Tang arrived, it was staring at an alien warrior. The alien warrior was in a sorry state, his forehead covered in cold sweat and his clothes in disarray, clearly having suffered a silent loss at the hands of the two-headed canine star beast. As Wang Tang appeared, both sides turned their heads to look at him. The alien warrior was overjoyed and, taking advantage of the moment when the two-headed dog-like beast was also looking at Wang Tang, suddenly charged towards him. Roar! As soon as the alien warrior moved, the two-headed dog-like beast roared simultaneously from both heads, its four hooves clapping as it charged towards Wang Tang's location. One man and one beast. One in front and one behind. They all rushed towards Wang Tang. A cold glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. This alien warrior was dreaming. He thought he could get away with his efforts for nothing. Wang Tang, this two-headed dog-like star beast is very strong. Help me quickly, or we'll both be eliminated. The alien warrior rushed over and shouted. How strong is it? Wang Tang asked, standing still. Quote. The alien warrior was stunned, somewhat bewildered. I told you I was very strong, but you asked me how strong I was. Is this guy out of his mind? However, he quickly replied, they're very strong. Even if the two of us team up, we might not be able to beat them. In that case, I'll be off then, bye-bye. Wang Tang turned and ran, leaving the other party with a dashing back view. What the hell? The alien warrior was stunned again. Director, this script is wrong. He watched as Wang Tang vanished in an instant and his composure completely collapsed. Roar! Roar! Just then, a roar came from behind, and a gust of wind carrying a foul stench swept in. Damn it, the alien warrior's face turned ugly. Without thinking, he rolled to the left and dodged the bite from behind. Click, click. The two sharp cracking sounds were produced by the two-headed dog's sharp teeth snapping together. It missed its target, its eyes flashing even more fiercely. It scraped its hooves on the ground, abruptly halting its forward momentum. It twisted its body, pushed off with its hind legs, and pounced down at the alien warrior. The alien warriors didn't care about their identities at all. They continued to roll around on the ground to dodge. They had no better way than this. He felt helpless and frustrated, and in his heart he cursed Wang Tang to the core. All our efforts were in vain. Roar! The two-headed dog roared. It was agile and fast. Even though the alien warrior dodged very well, it still managed to catch him. It attacked with both heads simultaneously, using a two-pronged approach, and the alien warrior's arm was bitten and pulled hard. Ah! The alien warrior roared in pain. Tear! His arm was instantly bitten off, but there was no blood splattering. His arm simply turned into specks of light and vanished into thin air. The two-headed dog's other massive jaws snapped into one of the alien warrior's thighs and yanked it hard once more. Tear! Amidst screams, the thigh was thrown into the air and, before it could dissipate, fell into the two-headed dog's mouth and was swallowed whole. Woof! The two-headed dog raised its two heads high and let out a satisfied woof. The alien warrior lay on the ground, having lost an arm and a leg, and was in a state worse than death. His face was ashen, and he had completely given up resisting. Oh my god, this is terrible. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from not far away. The alien warrior turned his head and saw Wang Tang standing there, squatting down, looking at him with a compassionate expression. You! The alien warrior's eyes widened, and he was almost bursting with rage. Didn't that bastard run away? What the hell is he still here? Sorry, I ran halfway but suddenly felt bad about leaving you alone, so I came back. But I didn't expect you to give up so quickly and be taken care of by this little dog, Wang Tang said, scratching his head. PFF'd. The alien warrior felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Is this even human language? What do you mean you can't even hold on for a short while? If you're so good, then you do it, you idiot. The two-headed dog-like beast also noticed Wang Tang, turning both heads to look at him, letting out a low roar, its fangs bared, making it look quite ferocious. Wow, what a fierce little dog. Wang Tang patted his chest and took a few steps back. Roar! The two-headed dog was quite intelligent. When it heard that Wang Tang was treating it like a puppy, it was immediately enraged. With a roar, it abandoned the alien warrior and charged at Wang Tang. Wow, that's so fierce, I'm so scared. Wang Tang jumped back, but couldn't dodge, and watched helplessly as the two-headed dog charged straight at him. The two-headed dog opened its huge mouth and bit at his body. Bang! However, both of its large mouths bit empty air, and Wang Tang's figure disappeared from the spot. The two-headed dog's two faces immediately showed confusion as it looked around, searching for Wang Tang's figure. Suddenly, it felt a weight on its body and heard the human voice in its ear. "Not bad, little dog, your broad back is perfect as a mount." Roar! The two-headed dog roared angrily, its body thrashing wildly as it tried to throw Wang Tang off. "Don't be nervous, play with me for a while first," Wang Tang chuckled. Roar! The two-headed dog ignored everything and continued to violently shake its body, even forming an exaggerated arc with its two heads as it lunged backward to bite. "Hey, I can't bite you, I can't bite you." Wang Tang leaned back to avoid the two-headed dog's bite. Quote. The alien warriors were completely dumbfounded. Is dealing with a two-headed dog really that simple? He could hardly believe his eyes, it all felt so unreal. Wang Tang did nothing but hide on the back of the two-headed dog, and the beast couldn't do anything to him. If I had known this would happen, he would have done it too. Alright, stop shaking me. You're making my head spin, Wang Tang said after a moment. Roar! The two-headed dog roared, wishing it could bite Wang Tang to death, so how could it possibly listen to him? Sigh, I guess I have to resort to force. Wang Tang sighed, conjuring a golden brick in his hand. Without further ado, he aimed it directly at the two-headed dog's head. Incredible hand speed. Thump thump thump. The two-headed dog was completely stunned by the impact. Its head shook violently, and stars were flashing in all four eyes. How can a little puppy be so fierce? Wang Tang muttered to himself as he pounded the dog hard, making sure it was hitting him smoothly. "Awoo, awoo, awoo." The two-headed dog howled, its voice mournful, enough to break the heart of anyone who heard it and bring tears to the eyes of anyone who saw it. Thump thump thump. However, Wang Tang showed no sign of stopping and continued to smash it relentlessly until its head was swollen. "Do you submit?" Wang Tang asked. "Awoo tilde." The two-headed dog lay on the ground, letting out a weak growl. "What, you're still not convinced?" Thump thump thump. "Dissatisfied?" "Awoo tilde awoo." The two-headed dog growled, its voice almost fawning, no longer daring to resist. "I didn't expect you, little dog, to be so stubborn. You still won't admit defeat." Wang Tang shook his head and sighed. Thump thump thump. Two-headed dog. Oh. It shed tears of humiliation, buried its two heads in the ground, and howled pitifully. Then, with its claws, it carved a large fu, meaning to submit character into the ground. "Hey, you little dog can write too." Wang Tang stopped and said in surprise, "You should have said so earlier. If you had just written it down, I wouldn't have hit you like this. My hand is also very sore." Two-headed dog. "Even though I'm not human, you're a real dog." The alien warriors were mesmerized, gazing up at the sky as they pondered a question. Is it true that shameless people are more powerful in this world? This is a very serious issue, really. He thought about it for a long time, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Yes, that's right, that must be it. As the alien warrior fell into self-doubt and began to reshape his worldview, Wang Tang had already leapt off the back of the two-headed dog. The two-headed dog was very docile, making pitiful whimpering sounds. It covered its eyes with its two paws and peeked at Wang Tang. But here's the problem, it only has two front paws, yet it has two heads and four eyes. That's really difficult. There was no other way but to cover one head and leave the other head aside, pretending to be dead. It suddenly felt very fortunate that it hadn't evolved into a three-headed dog yet, otherwise two paws wouldn't be enough. Wang Tang glanced at the attribute bubbles surrounding the two-headed dog and picked it up directly. Planetary Spirit *80. Open black lens bracket Soul Essence *10 close black lens bracket. ellipsis. There are two attribute bubbles, one for planetary level spirit and the other for soul origin, but the number of attribute points is less than that dropped by the previous Star Beast soul body. So, should we just kill this two-headed dog? Wang Tang narrowed his eyes, staring at the two-headed dog at his feet, a malicious glint in his eyes. The two-headed dog trembled all over, its eyes filled with innocence as it weakly looked at Wang Tang. Seeing that he was unmoved, it rubbed its big head against Wang Tang's trouser leg in a fawning manner, almost rolling around and begging for mercy. When Wang Tang saw such a large dog head rubbing against his feet, he immediately reflected on whether he had gone too far. Then he kicked the big dog on the head. Stop pretending, behave yourself, and I'll spare your life for now. Woof woof tilde, the two-headed dog's eyes lit up, and it nodded repeatedly, looking extremely timid. Wang Teng was both amused and exasperated. He ignored the coward and walked towards the alien warrior. The two-headed dog, seeing this, followed him eagerly. A man and a dog stood in front of the alien warrior. At this moment, if you were to ask him what he was thinking, there would probably only be one answer. He was desperate. There used to be only one dog, but now there's a dog and a person who looks like a dog. Kill me if you want, stop talking nonsense. But he was also tough. He knew that with a broken leg and an arm, he would definitely be eliminated, so he decided to be tough so that people wouldn't look down on him. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, and then indeed did not speak. He looked him up and down, stroked his chin, and pondered where to start. The alien warrior felt a chill run down his spine from Wang Teng's gaze. Thinking of how Wang Teng had just treated the two-headed dog, a sense of horror flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth, suddenly raised his uninjured hand, and slapped it on his head. Bang! The alien warrior collapsed to the ground, a relieved smile on his lips, before slowly dissipating into specks of light. Wang Teng stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the other person's gradually dissipating body. What happened? What did I do? Why is this happening? 3 question marks appeared on his forehead, showing his utter bewilderment. However, no one could answer him. Am I that scary? Wang Teng turned his head, pointed to his nose, and asked the two-headed dog. The two-headed dog really wanted to nod, but looking at Wang Teng's face, it shook its head decisively without the slightest hesitation. I knew it. How could someone as handsome as me be associated with the word scary? It's impossible, Wang Teng nodded. Hey, whatever makes you happy, woof. The two-headed dog chuckled to itself. After the alien warrior dissipated, Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles that remained. Royal Spirit 260. Royal Realm Comprehension 220. Let's go. Wang Teng no longer hesitated, turned around, jumped onto the back of the two-headed dog, and pointed in a direction. A woo tilde, the two-headed dog let out a low growl, pushed off with its hind legs, and started running forward. Wang Teng sat on the back of the two-headed dog, placed his hands in front of his eyes, gazed into the distance, and kept sighing. Not bad, you're getting the hang of it. You're already a mature mount. Two-headed dog. Oh, but you're a bit slow. Hurry up, don't waste my time, Wang Teng urged. Oh woo awoo tilde, the two-headed dog cried out pitifully. Oh ho, judging from your voice, you're blaming me, aren't you? Wang Teng said. The two-headed dog shook its head repeatedly, saying, no way, impossible, I would never dare. Fine, I won't hold it against you. Wang Teng shook his head and placed his hand on its body. Here, let me give you some fuel. How can you run fast without fuel? A flash of white light appeared on Wang Teng's hand, and a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into the two-headed dog's body. Awoo! The two-headed dog shuddered and couldn't help but tilt its head back and let out a pleasant howl. Shut up and keep running. Wang Teng slapped it on the head. The two-headed dog immediately shrank its head, no longer daring to cause trouble. Its 4 hooves pounded the ground, and its speed immediately increased, becoming much faster than before. Roar! Before long, a star beast soul appeared and charged towards Wang Teng and the two-headed dog. Don't stop, charge forward, Wang Teng ordered. A hint of hesitation appeared in the two-headed dog's eyes, but it ultimately obeyed Wang Teng's command. Its eyes flashed with cold light as it charged straight at the star beast's soul. The star beast's soul was drawn to the two-headed dog, revealing a wary expression, and a ball of light condensed in its mouth. However, at that moment, Wang Teng quietly condensed 3 spiritual thorns, and with a wave of his hand, shot them out. Whoosh! 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 With a whooshing sound, it rushed directly towards the star beast's soul body. Roar! The star beast's soul sensed the impending danger and tried to dodge, but with a two-headed dog on one side and 3 deadly mental spikes on the other, it had no way to escape. Boom! In its haste, it spat out the ball of light from its mouth toward the two-headed dog, while it itself quickly dodged to the side. The two-headed dog carried Wang Teng, its figure flashing as it dodged the attack of the light sphere. A cold smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips as he unleashed his mental power, attaching it to the 3 mental thorns. Remote control. The 3 spiritual thorns immediately made a sharp turn, still charging towards the star beast's soul body with undiminished momentum. Boom! The star beast's soul had no way to avoid it and was ultimately pierced through by 3 spiritual thorns, pinning it to the ground. Good coordination. Wang Teng laughed, picked up the attribute bubble, and without stopping, ordered the two-headed dog to continue forward. Next, the human and dog duo raced wildly through the maze, recklessly making their way through. When encountering star beast souls, the two-headed dog acted as bait to attract their attention, while Wang Teng would take sniper shots from behind. Their teamwork was surprisingly effective, and all the star beast souls they encountered were killed. As a result, Wang Teng gained a large number of attribute bubbles, his spirit and soul essence both increased dramatically, and he also upgraded his spirit burst bullet to the mastery level. His gains were considerable. Soul origin, 5,350. Spirit, 1351,000, plane level. Psychic burst, 15,300ths mastery. Wang Teng looked at the changes on the attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't all for nothing. Wang Teng was taking stock of his spoils atop the two-headed dog, while the dog continued its relentless pace, steadily approaching the center of the maze. After an unknown amount of time, no more star beast souls appeared around them, and they did not encounter any other alien warriors. We should be almost there, Wang Teng muttered to himself as he stopped the two-headed dog, looked around, and observed his surroundings. Oh woo tilde, the two-headed dog suddenly nodded, as if agreeing with Wang Teng's words. Oh, you know? Wang Teng's face showed a hint of surprise. But upon further reflection, I understood. These star beast souls must have been raised by the labyrinth's master. It's not unusual for them to know the location of the labyrinth's center. Since you know, you can lead the way, Wang Teng said. Oh woo tilde, the two-headed dog barked ingratiatingly, looked around, and then ran off in a certain direction. At the center of the maze. At this moment, Augustus, Katu, Puklin, Bila and the others had arrived at the outer perimeter of the center of the maze. Besides these 4 prodigies, there is another alien genius martial artist. 5 people in total. It's unclear whether the others couldn't make it in time or had already been eliminated. The 5 alien warriors stared solemnly ahead. Their path was blocked by several enormous star beast souls. These star beast souls stood like small mountains in front of them, staring at them menacingly. Behind these star beasts there was a prominent entrance. Augustus and the others' eyes flickered as they noticed the entrance and knew very well that it must be the end of the labyrinth. The legacy of the Great Qian Empire's barons is contained within. However, having come a long way, they had come to deeply understand the power and difficulty of dealing with the star beast soul, and their expressions were not very good at this moment. Within this labyrinth, they were unable to exert their full strength. Facing these star beast souls was incredibly frustrating. There are 5 of us, but the star beast soul body has 9 heads. How are we supposed to fight? The alien genius warrior said in a hoarse voice. Augustus and the others did not respond. They could naturally see the vast difference in their abilities. The problem is, besides brute force, are there any better options? I wonder if anyone else has survived? Bai Luo looked around, thinking of Wang Teng, and couldn't help but ask. At this point, those who didn't come have probably been eliminated, Katu said, shaking his head with a sneer. Hey, even Wang Teng didn't make it. Pukarin shook his head and laughed. I even considered him a strong competitor. The people of Earth are ultimately lacking in foundation, Katu said, frowning as if with some regret. Bila sighed, which was tantamount to acknowledging Katu's statement. So what if he didn't come? He's just a mere native of Earth, what's there to regret? Augustus said arrogantly. Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud bang was heard. A stone wall behind them exploded, sending up clouds of dust. Augustus, Katu, and the others narrowed their eyes and immediately turned around to look behind them, their expressions slightly shaken. Who is it? I'm so flattered to hear everyone's concern for me as soon as I arrived. A voice slowly came from behind the smoke and dust, startling everyone present. Wang Teng! Bila exclaimed in surprise and delight. Oh, you've arrived too. Wang Teng sat on the two-headed dog, which stepped out and appeared in front of everyone. He looked at Augustus and the others with a half-smile, making their faces burn. They were just talking badly about someone behind their back, and now the person in question has appeared right in front of them and overheard everything they said. Even they felt embarrassed. However, everyone quickly noticed the presence of the two-headed dog. They were all shocked and stared at the dog with wary expressions. What's going on with this star beast's soul? Bai Luo couldn't help but ask. Oh, I found a ride, Wang Teng said casually. A mount, a means of transportation. The crowd was almost taken aback. Augustus's expression flickered and his face turned somewhat ugly. He had thought that Wang Tang had been eliminated, but he did not expect that not only did Wang Tang come, but he also tamed a starbeast soul body as a mount. It was clear that his methods were extraordinary. This was a formidable competitor. Wang Tang, how did you tame this starbeast soul? Pukarin couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. If you beat them into submission, they will naturally become tamed, Wang Tang said calmly, without hiding anything. Beating him into submission? Pukarin looked incredulous. If you don't believe me, fine. Wang Tang has no obligation to explain anything to him. His gaze swept over the crowd and landed on the entrance, and of course, on the 9 enormous starbeast soul bodies in front of it. The situation was quite clear. Wang Tang stroked his chin and asked, "You guys arrived first, have you figured out what to do?" This question immediately made everyone feel somewhat embarrassed. Especially Augustus, Katu and others, who were originally geniuses, are now unable to think of a way to deal with the soul bodies of several star beasts. And are being looked down upon for no reason. It's okay if you haven't thought it through yet. In my opinion, let's just get started, Wang Tang said. Quote. Everyone was speechless. They thought Wang Tang had some good ideas, but it turned out he still had to rely on brute force, so his words were as good as nothing. Roar! At this moment, the 9 star beast souls in front suddenly roared. 3 of them remained guarding the entrance, while the other 6 charged directly towards Wang Tang and the others. Rumble! The giant beast stomped on the ground, making a loud noise that seemed to shake the entire maze. Even within the mental maze, the level of realism is absolutely top-notch, with all the expected effects present. Augustus and the others' expressions changed. They hadn't expected the star beast soul to launch a sudden attack. None of them were prepared, but as geniuses, they reacted immediately. Scatter and take them down one by one. Augustus shouted coldly, rushing to the side to avoid the attack and bite of a star beast soul. The others instinctively followed his advice, each drawing away a star beast soul to engage in a one-on-one battle. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Boom boom boom. A deafening roar erupted as the star beast soul seemed to be in a hurry, immediately unleashing its strongest power. One after another, mental explosive bullets were spat out of their mouths as if they were free, flying towards Augustus and the others, exploding in all directions. Augustus, Katu, and the others could only dodge. They dared not take the explosive bullet head-on. Even so, they were still shaken by the aftershocks of the explosive bomb, which made their faces even paler and caused them to suffer severe loss of mental energy. Compared to the others, Wang Tang was quite relaxed. While others were still dodging, he had already killed the star beast soul. You guys have fun, I'm going first. As Wang Tang walked toward the last 3-headed star beast soul guarding the entrance, he spoke calmly. Everyone, circled. Operator? Circled. Operator. As they watched Wang Tang leisurely walk towards the 3-headed star beast soul body at the entrance, Augustus, Katu, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. How is that possible? How could he possibly defeat a star beast soul body so quickly? In a flash, they looked behind Wang Tang. Behind Wang Tang, a huge star beast soul lay on the ground, nailed to death, and was dissipating into specks of light. Mental attack tactics. Augustus and the others' pupils contracted. At this moment, they finally understood why Wang Tang was able to defeat a star beast soul body so easily. Because he actually possesses an extremely rare method of mental attack. The most effective way to deal with these star beast souls is through mental attacks. Therefore, Wang Tang, who possesses the ability to launch mental attacks, undoubtedly holds the most advantageous position in this assessment. Damn it, this guy cheated. However, the Baron of the Great Qian Empire did not stop it. He obviously knew about it but let it go, which was tantamount to tacit approval. They had no right to say anything. I'm so angry. They watched helplessly as Wang Tang walked effortlessly toward the entrance, as if the legacy was about to sprout wings and fly away. Even with 3 star beast soul bodies guarding the area, they didn't think it would be difficult for Wang Tang. With his mental attack abilities, what difference would it make whether he had star beast soul bodies guarding him or not? The only thing they can do now is to deal with the star beast souls in front of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be tragic if they had gone through all that trouble to get here, only to end up not even getting a sip of soup. At this moment, the 3 star beast souls stood guard at the entrance, motionless. Seeing Wang Tang approach, their eyes flashed with ferocity and they roared. Roar, roar, roar. 3 enormous bodies, as large as small mountains, stood in front, emitting a deafening roar. Their impact was truly immense. If it weren't Wang Teng, anyone else would probably be so frightened that they would have backed away. However, Wang Teng remained calm, picked at his ear, and narrowed his eyes slightly, shouting so loudly, "Do you think I'm from Shaman University? Come on, let them hear a sound." As he spoke, he patted the two-headed dog beneath him. Two-headed dog. Hollow square asterisk. It dared not disobey Wang Teng's command, and immediately roared at the star beast soul body that was 2 or 3 meters taller than it, both heads simultaneously. Roar, roar. The 3-headed star beast's soul looked down at the two-headed dog, then exchanged a glance, their eyes seemingly saying, "This little fool dares to bark at us?" Just then, Wang Teng leapt up from the two-headed dog and coldly shouted, "Unleash your ultimate move." Along the way, the two-headed dog had developed a tacit understanding with Wang Teng. After hearing Wang Teng's words, it quietly rolled its eyes and then smoothly began to release mental explosive bombs. The two heads opened their mouths wide, simultaneously condensing a ball of light. With a flick of their heads, they crashed into the 3-headed star beast soul body in front of them from 2 directions. That's a bit difficult. With the 2 heads so close together, it wouldn't be easy to attack them from 2 different directions. However, with Wang Teng's deliberate training, it still learned this trick. As a result, 2 of the star beast souls had to move their bodies simultaneously to dodge the 2 mental explosive bullets. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions rang out, and the locations where the 2 star beast souls had been were blasted into 2 deep craters. Enraged, they transformed into 2 afterimages and charged towards the 2-headed dog. Boom, boom. Both were mental explosive projectiles. The 2 star beast souls spat out light orbs, attempting to blast the 2-headed dog to pieces. Awu tilde. The 2-headed dog was agile, running wildly on the flat ground, dodging left and right to avoid the attack of the mental explosive bullets. Seeing this, Wang Teng temporarily ignored the other side and focused his gaze on the last star beast soul body. This is a star beast soul body resembling a giant crocodile, with a huge body covered in jet black scales, making it look extremely ferocious. Roar! It let out a roar and swung its tail sideways. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, his figure vanished, leaving behind an afterimage. Snap! The giant tail slammed into the air, producing a loud bang, and the afterimage left by Wang Teng completely dissipated. The giant crocodile star beast soul was greatly surprised. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Teng suddenly appeared above its head, rubbed his hands together, and created a ball of light that floated above his palms. And the ball of light kept getting bigger, growing from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a soccer ball in the blink of an eye. Psychic Blast Bomb. The mental explosive bullet that Wang Teng conjured was much larger than the condensed soul bodies of these star beasts, and the concentrated mental energy within it was also enormous. Oh, oh. The giant crocodile star beast's soul immediately felt a chill run down its spine and retreated without thinking. Weren't you being fierce just now? Why are you running away? Wang Teng chuckled and suddenly threw the ball of light in his hand. Whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out as the ball of light moved at incredible speed, transforming into a beam of light in mid-air and shooting towards the giant crocodile star beast's soul. It was too close, it simply couldn't avoid it. Boom! The next moment, the explosive bomb exploded in the air above it. The terrifying spiritual energy engulfed the giant crocodile star beast's soul, only gradually dissipating after a moment, revealing the crocodile's pitiful appearance. As if it had been ravaged and tormented. Huh, he's not dead. Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. He then stared at it dangerously, pondering how to kill it. The giant crocodile star beast's soul was startled, its scalp tingling. It tucked its tail between its legs and dodged to the side, actually giving up the entrance. Wang Teng, the Baron, everyone was shocked by the integrity of this giant crocodile star beast's soul body. No, it has absolutely no integrity. Wang Teng glanced at the giant crocodile star beast's soul body with a strange expression, and walked into the entrance with a slight sense of vigilance. The giant crocodile star beast's soul looked at Wang Teng in fear, and did not try to stop him again until he walked into the entrance and disappeared from sight, showing great composure. Everyone watched helplessly as Wang Teng walked in, filled with anxiety. Augustus suddenly shook off the star beast soul that was entangled with him and charged straight toward the entrance. Damn, they actually ran away first. Katu's expression changed, and he shouted as he broke free from the star beast soul in front of him, chasing after Augustus towards the entrance. Pucklin, Billah, and the other alien warrior followed. Roar! Roar! Behind them, several star beast souls were hot on their heels. Boss, this is all I can do for you. The two-headed dog turned around and rushed back, followed by two star beast soul bodies, looking menacing. Augustus and Katu took the lead and were about to rush into the entrance when their faces lit up with joy. Roar! However, at that moment, the giant crocodile star beast's soul body reappeared at the entrance, its massive body blocking the entrance. It let out a provocative roar, its mouth condensing explosive bullets, which it then rammed into Augustus and Katu. Damn it! Augustus and Katu's faces darkened instantly, and they slammed on the brakes, dodging to the side. The center of the maze was somewhat unexpected for Wang Teng. After entering the entrance, I walked along a path for about 10 meters without any danger, and then I arrived at a place that looked like the back garden of a palace. Flowers and plants grow in abundance, and trees provide ample shade. It is a beautiful sight. But that wasn't the strangest thing. What was most unbelievable was that when Wang Teng looked up, he saw that the originally gray sky had somehow turned into a dazzling and boundless starry sky. Countless stars can be seen in the night sky, making it exceptionally beautiful. But the most eye-catching feature is a giant planet that seems to float right above us, taking up almost half of the sky. No need to be surprised, it's just a little trick. At this moment, a calm voice with a hint of laughter came from the side. Wang Teng withdrew his gaze and turned to look. He saw the Baron reclining on a comfortable chaise lounge, holding a thick, antique book in his hand. Beside him was a small tea table with hot tea and exquisite pastries. Upon seeing this scene in the mental labyrinth, Wang Teng was once again taken aback. This doesn't seem like something a dying person would do. What, is it strange? The Baron put down the book in his hand, smiled faintly, and said as if answering his own question, if I don't find something to do, these million years won't be so easy to get through. Wang Teng nodded and walked over. Have a seat. The Baron waved his hand, and a chair appeared out of thin air next to him. He gestured for Wang Teng to sit down, showing great politeness. I can't accept this, Wang Teng said, already sitting down. The Baron shook his head speechlessly, his understanding of Wang Teng's shamelessness deepening. Then he said, I'm not surprised that you got this far. Of all the people, I had the highest hopes for you, and you certainly didn't disappoint me. Senior, you saw it all along? Wang Teng sighed. Alas, my damn, undiscoverable talent. Hollow up pointing triangle winking face. Could you let me finish speaking first? The Baron said after a moment of silence. Of course, please go on. Wang Teng gestured for him to continue. You are indeed very outstanding and meet my requirements. I believe that my legacy will shine brightly again in your hands and will not be buried. The Baron said slowly. Don't worry, Senior, I will definitely live up to your expectations, Wang Teng assured him confidently. Anyone can say nice things, it doesn't cost anything anyway. Question mark opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis dot. The Baron seemed satisfied, nodded, stood up, and said, Come with me. After saying that, he turned around. Without him making any move, a huge and majestic golden palace suddenly appeared in front of him. What is this? Wang Teng was slightly startled. This is the legacy I left behind. The Baron strode toward the palace. With a creak, when the two arrived at the palace gate, the palace's golden gate, which was more than 5 meters high, opened slowly and automatically. The Baron went in first. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, but his steps did not falter, and he followed closely behind. Upon entering the palace, Wang Teng found it to be extremely spacious and dazzlingly magnificent. The palace walls were lined with bookshelves piled high with countless books, a sight to behold. In the corner, a staircase leading straight up lay quietly. That's the second level. It's too early for you right now. You'll only be qualified to go to the second level when your strength reaches the stellar level. Otherwise, you won't be able to go up, the Baron said. You've arranged everything perfectly for me, Wang Teng said with a smile. Finding a successor naturally requires careful consideration. In the path of cultivation, every step must be taken seriously. If one is not careful, the foundation will be destroyed, and the achievement will be limited. The Baron said, only one galaxy can give birth to a cosmic-level powerhouse. You need to understand the dangers and difficulties involved. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. All right, enough of this small talk. Sit cross-legged in the center of the palace and receive my key of inheritance. Only by receiving the key of inheritance can you peruse the books within this palace, the Baron said. The key to inheritance? Wang Teng asked in confusion. The key to inheritance is actually a kind of soul imprint. Only by obtaining this imprint can you gain the recognition of the inheritance palace. This is a contingency plan I left behind before my death, the Baron said. Wang Teng nodded and sat down cross-legged as instructed. The Baron sat cross-legged opposite him, and the two faced each other. He said, "Open your mind and accept the key of inheritance. Do not resist in any way, otherwise if you fail, the key of inheritance will dissipate. You only have one chance, so you'd better do what you need to do." It can fail again? Wang Teng was surprised. That's natural. Things involving the soul are not that simple, the Baron explained patiently. Then please be gentle, I'm afraid my little soul can't withstand your infusion, Wang Teng said weakly. Quote. Baron, I strongly suspect you're driving, but I have no proof. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, concentrate, hold your breath, and relax your mind. Wang Teng stopped talking nonsense, closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. The Baron pointed a finger at Wang Teng's brow, and a white light emanated from his fingertip, entering Wang Teng's brow. Boom! Wang Teng's spirit returned to his body, and at the same time, his sea of consciousness trembled violently, and a beam of light slowly condensed, transforming into the appearance of a baron. He looked around, his eyes filled with surprise, and laughed heartily, great. This is the first time I've ever seen such a vast sea of consciousness. Your talent is truly remarkable. Senior, you flatter me. Wang Teng's figure also appeared, and he said calmly. No need to be modest, very few people can match your talent. As the Baron spoke, under Wang Teng's strange gaze, he formed a mysterious handseal with his hands. Golden light condensed and gradually transformed into the shape of a golden key. This is the key to inheritance. Prepare to receive it, the Baron said softly. Wang Teng nodded, and then he saw the key of inheritance transform into a stream of light and rush straight towards him. Boom! The key of inheritance instantly crashed into Wang Teng's spiritual body, suddenly exploding and transforming into strands of golden threads that completely bound Wang Teng's body. His spirit suddenly froze, rendering him unable to move. What did you do? Wang Teng asked in shock. Ha ha ha, your body is mine now. The Baron's expression suddenly changed, his previous indifference vanished, and his eyes revealed a fiery greed as he stared intently at Wang Teng's spiritual body. Letting out a triumphant laugh. What do you mean? What are you trying to do? Wang Teng asked in shock. What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to possess you. I've waited 1,000,000 years and I've finally waited for this moment. The Baron's face showed a look of wild joy. Suddenly, he transformed into a ball of light, and a huge mouth grew out of the ball, biting fiercely at Wang Teng's spiritual body. Wang Teng watched as the Baron transformed into a large ball of light, which had nothing on it except for a mouth. I must say, she has a rather unique appearance. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Wang Teng was no longer flustered or shocked as before. Instead, he became extremely calm, and a hint of mockery even appeared on his lips. Possession? So this was your plan? The Baron, who was charging straight at them, was taken aback upon hearing this. Wang Teng's composure surprised him, and his tone made it seem as if he had known all along. However, the die is cast and the arrow is already on the bowstring, there is no turning back. The Baron's spiritual form opened its mouth wide, seemingly trying to swallow Wang Teng whole. Wang Teng's spirit was completely immobilized by the golden threads, and could only watch helplessly as the giant mouth bit down. Seeing that the matter was already settled, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted from within the sphere of light that the Baron had transformed into. Ha ha ha, then he swallowed Wang Teng whole. But soon he realized he hadn't bitten anything at all, his mouth was full of air. Is it good? Wang Teng's voice came from behind him. How is this possible? The Baron transformed back into human form, utterly astonished. He turned around abruptly, staring at Wang Teng as if he had seen a ghost. Before he could even react, suddenly, his pupils contracted as endless darkness engulfed him, completely enveloping him in an instant. Boom! The Baron was horrified to discover that a terrifying force was acting directly on his mental body, causing him to tremble and almost collapse. What kind of power is this? He was surrounded by endless darkness and could see nothing. His spirit was constantly being shaken and eroded, and he couldn't help but scream in horror. Wang Teng did not answer him, but continued to consume his soul essence to cast Nether Burial. This combat technique, originating from the holy mountain paladins, finally came in handy. It can act on the soul, that is, the human spirit, and can force the spirit out of the body. If it acts directly on the spirit, it will cause the spirit to collapse and completely dissipate into nothingness. Without such a deterrent measure, the paladin who once controlled the death space would not have been able to control so many souls. Even before entering the command room, Wang Teng had already discovered that the Baron was not dead. Although his soul was weak, it had not dissipated. However, upon arriving at the command room, the Baron appeared and told everyone that he was dead, and all that remained was a lingering shadow of his will. The two parts don't match. Wang Teng immediately knew what he was hiding, or rather, what he was plotting. However, the opponent's methods were genuine. They were actually able to subdue all those dark beings. Wang Teng dared not take any risks, so he could only feign compliance and wait for an opportunity. He wasn't blinded by the so-called inheritance. He always kept a trump card up his sleeve, ready to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. Wang Teng reviewed all his skills and finally set his sights on the special skill, burial, which he had previously neglected. He immediately came up with a plan. He had already upgraded the burial skill from proficient, then to master, then to advanced, and finally to perfection. He spent over 80,000 blank attribute points for this. Wang Teng didn't expect that the required blank attributes for the burial skill would increase exponentially as it progressed into the later stages. Reaching perfection requires tens of thousands of points. However, since his opponent was a cosmic-level powerhouse, even though he was extremely weak, he dared not be the slightest bit negligent or complacent. It's okay that the blank attribute was wasted. Funeral, 50,000 50,000ths, complete. As it turns out, the perfect level, burial of the underworld, is indeed extraordinary. Even the spiritual body of a cosmic-level powerhouse was shaken to the point of collapse. At this moment, the Baron had completely lost the composure expected of a strong man, and shouted in horror, "Stop! Wang Teng, don't you want the inheritance anymore? Take your legacy and go to hell." Wang Teng's voice was icy cold, unmoved, as he increased the injection of his soul essence and frantically unleashed nether burial. Boom! The Baron's spiritual body trembled violently, and one of his hands exploded. "No, stop. I'm giving you my inheritance, stop now." He stared at his collapsing spirit, his pupils contracting as he almost screamed in a pleading tone. "You don't seem like a cosmic-level powerhouse, yet you're so afraid of death," Wang Teng sneered. "What a load of rubbish about dignity. Only living is the ultimate goal. Wang Teng, spare me, and I will pass on my legacy to you. From now on, we'll keep to ourselves," the Baron said urgently. "Sorry, all I want to do right now is kill you," Wang Teng said coldly. Boom! The lower half of the Baron's spiritual body also exploded at that moment. The intense mental anguish caused him to let out a piercing scream. However, the collapse did not stop. Under the violent tremors of the burial of the underworld, his remaining half of his spiritual body continued to disintegrate, slowly turning into specks of light from his stomach to his chest, and being swallowed by the surrounding darkness. A sense of despair filled the Baron's heart. He never imagined that the ending he had waited for a million years would be like this. Why? No. He is a cosmic-level powerhouse, he cannot simply die like this. He was furious. He was unwilling to accept it. Wang Teng, the Baron's spiritual body, now reduced to a head, roared in a final struggle. "You can die now." Wang Teng's eyes turned cold, and he condensed his spiritual power into a spiritual thorn, which he then thrust out suddenly. Whoosh! The thorn of the spirit pierces through the darkness before us. The Baron's pupils suddenly contracted as he saw a glimmer of light breaking through the darkness. Then, as if divine punishment had descended, the mental spike flew from the source of the light and struck him directly in the head. No! The Baron let out a furious roar of resentment. Boom! However, it was all in vain. His remaining spiritual body, his head, exploded completely. True death finally befell this cosmic-level powerhouse who had survived for a million years. The darkness before my eyes seemed to recede like the tide. Wang Teng withdrew, burial of the underworld, ceasing the consumption of his soul's essence. He was breathing heavily, his face was a little pale. This was his spiritual body, and the depletion of his soul's essence was a huge burden on him. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at the attribute panel. Soul origin, 4920. The soul essence that had originally increased to 5,680 points after hunting star beast soul bodies has now dropped to 4,920 points, even less than before it increased. In other words, casting, Burial of the Underworld, just now consumed a full 760 points of soul essence. Moreover, it's a permanent drain, the kind that can't be automatically replenished. Wang Teng couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder the nether burial skill was so overpowered. It turned out that its consumption was also extremely high. However, the outcome was ultimately good. The spiritual body of a cosmic-level powerhouse was killed by his shock. Which planetary-level martial artist could do that? It's hard to imagine that a cosmic-level powerhouse would die so quietly in Wang Teng's sea of consciousness. Frustrating. How tragic. Dismal. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. If he didn't have the burial skill, and if the opponent hadn't been weakened by millions of years of depletion, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. Wang Teng suddenly smiled slightly. No matter what, he had won. He had killed a cosmic-level powerhouse and won this life-or-death battle. Only he himself could truly understand the dangers involved. Fortunately, it wasn't without its gains. Just now, with the Baron's death, several attribute bubbles fell and directly merged into his sea of consciousness. Planetary Spirit 5600. Planetary Level Comprehension * 4800. Possession 100. After Wang Teng completely absorbed these attribute bubbles, a burst of light suddenly erupted from his eyes. A huge explosion. He never expected that the harvest this time would be so great. The spirit of a planet at 5600 points. 4800 points of planetary level comprehension. This is almost half the spirit and comprehension attribute bars of a planetary level. In other words, the spiritual and intellectual insights he gained from the Baron alone made his spiritual and intellectual insights surpass those of the mid-level planetary rank. Spirit, 7,551 thousandths plane level. Comprehension, 6,751 thousandths planetary level. Seeing the changes in the attribute panel, Wang Teng couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the frustration he had just felt from consuming his soul essence instantly dissipated. This was a great deal. Not only did we not lose money, we made a killing. His planetary level spirit and comprehension directly exceeded half of his previous level. Normally, he wouldn't know how long it would take him to accumulate that level, but now he completed the accumulation in an instant. He truly deserves to be called a cosmic level powerhouse. Originally, the spirit and comprehension of a cosmic level powerhouse would certainly be more than planetary level. But whether it is because his spiritual body has been depleted over millions of years or for some other reason, the attributes he has revealed now are only planetary level. Of course, Wang Teng was already content. His attention then turned to the last attribute bubble. Possession. Among the attribute bubbles dropped by the Baron was a special skill called Possession. Wang Teng had no idea he could be so lucky. Possession, as the name suggests, is the ability to devour another person's soul and seize everything from them. This is simply an incredible skill. The Baron had previously used the technique of body possession, intending to devour Wang Teng's soul, seize his body, and come back to life. However, he couldn't even devour Wang Teng's spirit, let alone use the body seizure technique. If he really manages to use body possession, dealing with him again will probably not be so easy. A higher level being has a very high success rate in possessing a lower level being, and the lower level being has almost no ability to resist. At this moment, fragments of memories about the body possession skill surfaced in Wang Teng's mind. These memories converged into profound insights, truly becoming his own. Possession, 1/1000th, proficient. The 100-point possession skill directly brought his comprehension from beginner to proficient level. Wang Teng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his heart filled with barely suppressed joy. According to the description of this possession skill, the most important thing in life is the soul. A living being's body can die and dissipate, but as long as the soul remains, it can continue to live. Even by taking over someone else's body, one can gain better talent and reach a higher level in martial arts cultivation. Life in the universe is infinite, with countless races. Some races have weaker talents, while others are blessed with extraordinary abilities. Some are born with planetary level strength and do not need much cultivation. They can reach the cosmic level as soon as they reach adulthood. What a terrifying talent. Conversely, some races have very weak natural talents, and even if they spend their entire lives cultivating, it is difficult for them to reach the planetary level. Just like humans on Earth, at this stage, most people cannot reach the planetary level. Only a handful of exceptionally talented geniuses on the entire planet have the opportunity to reach the planetary level. However, their hope of reaching the cosmic level is extremely slim. This is the difference between Earth's humans and extraterrestrial races. But now that Wang Tang has mastered the body possession skill, if he can possess a powerful cosmic race and reach the cosmic level, it will be as easy as eating and drinking. However, Wang Tongji was so happy not because of this. With a system as his master, talent is a piece of cake for him. He can reach any level he desires. He was happy because this body possession skill could help him create more powerful and talented clones. That's right, after obtaining the possession skill, his first thought was to create a clone. Wang Tang possesses the ability to create clones. He can separate a portion of his spirit and then use the body seizure technique, at which point he can have a very powerful ally. This is absolutely awesome. After enjoying the scene of using multiple clones to fight one-on-one with others, Wang Tang couldn't help but smile slightly. Snap, snap, snap. Just then, a burst of applause suddenly rang out in Wang Tang's sea of consciousness. Wang Tang's heart nearly skipped a beat, his expression changed drastically, and he abruptly turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. A strange, ethereal figure was floating there. This was his sea of consciousness, and now other unfamiliar beings had appeared within it. How could he not be shocked? This person is not a baron. But it was someone he had never met before. Wearing a white robe, she exuded an air of nobility. Her appearance was no different from a human's, with long black hair, making her look quite otherworldly. He was looking at Wang Tang with a very strange expression. It's like an elder looking at a younger generation, with appreciation, joy, and a touch of kindness. However, Wang Tang dared not be negligent in the slightest. Who knew what kind of existence this was? If it was like that baron, an old fox who had lived for who knows how long, he might be eaten alive without leaving a bone if he was not careful. Who are you? Wang Tang forced himself to calm down and asked in a cold voice. I am a baron of the Great Qian Empire, the man in white robes said. Wang Tang was somewhat bewildered at this moment. This sentence sounds so familiar. It seems the previous baron said something similar, and now another baron has appeared. Don't tell him that there are two barons from the Great Qian Empire here. Wasn't it said that barons were very rare? Now they're like cabbages, two of them appear at once. I know what you're thinking. That was a fake. He was the fugitive I was hunting back then. In that battle, he was severely injured by me, his physical body was destroyed, and I also perished, leaving only this soul imprint, waiting for its inheritor. However, because his soul is still relatively intact, he is far superior to me, so I have been suppressed by him all these years. The white-robed man smiled slightly and said slowly, Are you telling the truth, and he's lying? Who knows who's telling the truth? Wang Tang asked suspiciously, How can you prove it? There's really no way to prove that, but my legacy is right here. Once you receive it, you'll know whether what I'm saying is true or false. The white-robed man paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. That guy said the same thing before, and it turns out he wanted to possess me, Wang Tang sneered. I cannot possess you, I am merely a soul imprint. Once you inherit everything from me, I will dissipate, the white-robed man said. That's what the previous baron said too, Wang Tang said leisurely. The white-robed man's face darkened, and he had a faint sense of bitterness, as if all the paths had been trodden by others, leaving him with nowhere to go. Seeing his appearance, Wang Tang suddenly wavered. Could this be true? It seems I'll have to take the blame for this. The white-robed man shook his head speechlessly and sighed. Fine, having been deceived by a ghoul before, I wouldn't easily trust anyone either. In that case, I'll dissipate this soul imprint on my own in a moment, and then you can receive my inheritance. You want to dissipate your soul imprint on your own? Wang Tang asked in surprise. It was just a trace of a mark to begin with. Once it reaches the inheritor, it will naturally have no reason to exist, the white-robed man said, shaking his head. Wang Tang now genuinely believed the white-robed man, and when he used the Eye of Origin to probe the man's true nature, he discovered that he was not a soul, but merely a mark. But before that, I have a few things I want to tell you, the man in white robes said. Is there something you need to explain? Is this the price for accepting the inheritance? Wang Tang asked. Consider it a small request. If you accept my inheritance, you'll be considered half my successor. It wouldn't be too much to ask you to do something for me, of course, only if you're capable. I'm not forcing you, the white-robed man said with a faint smile. You've put it this way, if I disagree, it would make me seem petty. So, what do you say? Wang Teng said. The white-robed man smiled again and slowly said, you may not know this, but my legacy includes not only my knowledge and skills, and a great deal of wealth, but also my title of Baron of the Great Qian Empire. What? Wang Teng's expression changed upon hearing this. Do not doubt it, my baronial title is hereditary. In the Great Qian Empire's hereditary system, in addition to my bloodline descendants, my successor also has the right to inherit the title, the white-robed man said. Then why don't you pass on your bloodline to your descendants? You've lived for so long, you can't possibly have no offspring, Wang Teng asked. I have no descendants, the man in white robes said calmly. Sorry, Wang Teng said with a dry laugh. However, I have a disciple, the white-robed man suddenly said quietly. Can't you talk without pausing for breath? Wang Teng said speechlessly, rolling his eyes in annoyance. You have disciples, why are you telling me this? Among those who persuaded me to come and hunt down a ghoul, there was my disciple, the white-robed man said. However, the information they gave me was fake. So you got scammed and then got ripped off? Wang Teng asked in astonishment. You could say that, said the man in the white robe. You're really in a bad situation. You got screwed over by your own disciple. You have terrible judgment, Wang Teng complained. Quote. The man in white robes. Ahem, speaking of which, 1,000,000 years have passed. Your disciple is either long dead or has become a universe-level powerhouse like you. You don't mean to ask me to avenge you, do you? Wang Teng coughed and quickly changed the subject. That's why I said, wait until you have the ability. As for now, you're not qualified yet, the man in white robes said. Although I know what you said is true, is it really okay to be so hurtful? Wang Teng said speechlessly. Ha ha ha, so you're afraid sometimes too, the white-robed man laughed. Nonsense, that's impossible. How could I be afraid? Wang Teng shook his head repeatedly. The man in white robes shook his head and chuckled, saying, since that's the case, will you accept this request or not? I'll accept it. Why wouldn't I? I've received your inheritance, which is a favor from you. Unfortunately, I don't like receiving favors from others, so I'm helping you with this to repay your kindness, Wang Teng said, stroking his chin. Wang Teng wasn't particularly interested in other things, but he was quite interested in the title of Baron. He is about to enter the grand stage of the universe and needs an identity and a springboard. Then nothing could be better than the status of a Baron from an ancient empire. Judging from the attitude of Augustus and others, one can imagine just how noble and extraordinary this Baron's status was. If they knew that Wang Teng could easily obtain this title, I wonder if they would be green with envy? As for the cosmic-level powerhouses he would have to face, to be honest, Wang Teng wasn't too worried. After all, he's got some kind of cheat code. If you don't want to owe anyone a favor, you can refuse my inheritance, the white-robed man joked. Quote. Wang Teng was choked and almost couldn't catch his breath. He looked at the white-robed man with a strange expression. Such an extraordinary and refined person would actually argue with others. He's always the one who criticizes others, but today he's the one who got criticized. Seeing his constipated expression, the white-robed man laughed and said, all right, I've said everything I need to say. After you receive my inheritance, you will receive my token. With this token, you can go to the Great Qian Empire, where your identity will be recognized. As for when to go, that's up to you. I don't need to say anything more. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed man gave Wang Teng a deep look, and then his body gradually turned into specks of light and disappeared. A mark composed of mysterious runes floated where he had disappeared, silently suspended there. At the same time, several attribute bubbles were generated around the rune mark. Pick it up. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he picked up the attribute bubbles first. Planetary Spirit 380. Planetary Spirit 420. It seems it really has dissipated, Wang Teng muttered to himself. He then controlled his body and floated to the rune mark, slowly extending his finger to touch it. Boom! As soon as it touched the rune mark, a blinding light burst forth. The rune mark exploded instantly, transforming into countless profound runes that surrounded Wang Teng's soul, spiritual body, like stars orbiting around him, spinning rapidly around his body. Soon, these runes formed chains of runes, radiating golden light and appearing extremely mysterious. Suddenly, these chains of runes rushed toward Wang Teng's head and disappeared into his brow. This process took only a few breaths, and soon all the rune chains disappeared. At the same time, a complex rune mark appeared between Wang Teng's eyebrows. Wang Teng touched his brow, feeling the mark, and a sudden realization dawned on him. With a wave of his hand, the golden palace that a ghoul had used to deceive him appeared before him. This palace is indeed a palace of inheritance, but the true mark of inheritance is the rune mark we just saw, not some key of inheritance. Wang Teng shook his head, and with a thought, the gates of the inheritance palace opened, and he stepped straight inside. It was still that magnificent hall, with bookshelves piled high with books all around. This is just one example of the collection accumulated over countless years by a cosmic-level powerhouse. With a casual wave of his hand, Wang Teng sent books floating down and hovering in front of him. An outline of mindfulness mastery, the method of controlling mental power, the method of mental illusion. The ancient language of the Great Qian dynasty, the universal language of the universe, the language of the ancient gods. Wang Teng's gaze swept over the area, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He just randomly picked up a few books and unexpectedly got such useful ones. Among them, Outline of the Mind Master, The Method of Controlling Mental Power, and The Method of Mental Illusion are clearly books from the Mind Master lineage. After receiving the inheritance mark, Wang Teng also received some memory explanations. The white-robed man was named Nangong Yu. In addition to being a universe-level powerhouse, he was also a universe-level divine sense master. Therefore, it is not surprising that books about divine mind masters appeared within his palace of heritage. Wang Teng casually flipped through the book, An Outline of Divine Sense Masters, which mainly introduced some common knowledge about divine sense masters. There were many things that Wang Teng did not know, and it was very helpful to him. The mental power control method and the mental power illusion method are respectively the method for controlling mental power and the method for cultivating illusion. It contains extremely detailed cultivation instructions, which can greatly enhance Wang Teng's strength in mental power. His previous control over mental power was too crude, and he was unable to truly unleash its full power. As for the other books about various languages, Wang Teng flipped through them and then put them back. This thing gives me a headache. As for languages, enough is enough, why learn so many? Besides, he can obtain it by picking up attribute bubbles, so there is really no need for him to spend time learning it. If Baron Nangong Yu knew that Wang Teng had left all the language books he had prepared unused, he would probably jump out of his coffin and beat Wang Teng to death. The Great Qian Empire is a nation with countless histories and profound cultural heritage. As a baron of the empire, strength alone is not enough, one must also possess the knowledge and demeanor to match. Learning languages, etiquette, and other such skills are essential courses for an imperial lord. Otherwise, a lord lacking in etiquette and knowledge would only become a laughingstock of the entire empire. As it turned out, Wang Teng didn't appreciate it at all. However, the ancient god language caught Wang Teng's attention. This ancient god language was the language of the powerful race from which Wang Teng obtained the ancient god body. He never expected to find the language of the ancient gods here. The ancient gods are extremely rare and mysterious, and mastering their language is no easy task. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel once again at the power of the Great Qian Empire. Besides these books, there are many other books in the Inheritance Palace, all categorized and arranged on the bookshelves, waiting for Wang Teng to visit them. It must be said that this inheritance is very useful, since not everything can be obtained by picking up attributes. Picking up attributes is a matter of luck. If Wang Teng encounters anything he doesn't know when he enters the universe in the future, he can look it up in this Inheritance Palace. This is probably the greatest function of the Palace of Heritage. A moment later, Wang Teng left the Inheritance Palace, and the Inheritance Palace disappeared with him. Then he took a deep breath, waved his hand, and the mental labyrinth appeared. This mental labyrinth also belonged to Baron Nangong Yu, but now that it's ownerless, it naturally belongs to Wang Teng. In the future, he will only need to refine it according to some of the spiritual mystic methods passed down. And he will be able to completely control this spiritual labyrinth and even use its other wonderful uses. That a ghoul was not a mentalist, he only managed to use this mental labyrinth by relying on his powerful mental strength. At this moment, Wang Teng looked down from above the maze and could still see Augustus and the others being chased around by several star beast soul bodies. A strange smile appeared on his lips. However, Augustus and the others could not see him. Wang Teng also saw the two-headed dog, reached out and grabbed it, and the two-headed dog disappeared into the maze and appeared in front of him. As soon as the two-headed dog appeared, its eyes were dazed, and it looked around warily. However, when it saw Wang Tang, it quickly came closer, rubbing its big head against Wang Tang's leg and making a fawning, woof woof, sound. Lackey, that's probably what they're describing. It's practically self-taught. Alright, from now on you'll follow me and behave yourself. You won't be shortchanged on benefits. Wang Tang patted the two-headed dog's big head and said, now I'm going to tell you something, so listen carefully. The two-headed dog nodded repeatedly, its ears perked up, as if it were listening attentively to commands. When you return to the mental labyrinth, let those star beast souls continue to entangle with those humans. You don't have to kill them, but you must keep them coming back, chasing them frantically through the labyrinth, Wang Tang said, squinting his eyes. The two-headed dog looked at Wang Tang as if he were a devil, feeling that its new owner was really too cruel. Those trapped in the mental maze are all mental entities, making them keep running around would exhaust them to death. If things go wrong, their mental state will fall into extreme weakness and they will be worn down to death. Even if it doesn't die from exhaustion, it will probably fall into a deep sleep. If the soul is dormant, it may last for decades or even centuries or even millennia, until the physical body collapses and the soul can never wake up again. For those exceptional talents, neither outcome is acceptable. Even a prodigy, if delayed by just a few decades, will likely be left far behind. The two-headed dog suddenly felt that its new owner was really too insidious. I guess I should just stick to being a pet dog. The two-headed dog immediately obeyed and went off to play a game of tag with Augustus and the others in the mental labyrinth. Poor Augustus and the others were unaware that the inheritance had been obtained by Wang Tang, and that he had also taken advantage of the situation to trick them. However, after thinking about it, Wang Tang took the green bamboo out again. Regardless, the two of them had worked together before, so it seems a bit unreasonable to say that she was also involved in the scheme. Besides, she was a beautiful woman, and Wang Tang felt he still had some chivalrous feelings towards her. Bai Luo felt her body sway and she appeared in front of Wang Tang. After a slight pause, she seemed to understand something and said with a complicated expression, "It seems you have succeeded." "Just lucky." Wang Tang smiled slightly. "There's no such thing as luck or bad luck. The fact that you were able to enter that entrance and receive the inheritance means that you are stronger than all of us." Bai Luo was extremely open-minded, shaking her head as she spoke. However, the envy in her eyes could not be hidden. "Now that things are over, let's each return to our original forms," Wang Tang said. "What about them?" Bilal glanced at the maze below, hesitated for a moment, and asked. "Whether they can get out or not depends on their fate," Wang Tang said. Quote. Bai Luo. "What the hell is fate? Whether or not you can get out is entirely up to you." However, she dared not say anything. She was already very fortunate to have been pulled out by Wang Tang. What if she said a few more words for Augustus and the others, and Wang Tang threw her back in? Anyway, it's none of her business if they offend Wang Tang. "Sigh, I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted you guys to get some mental training." Wang Tang shook his head. "I don't believe you for a second." Bilal glanced at him sideways. The two then exited their sea of consciousness. Inside the command center, Wang Tang slowly opened his eyes, let out a long breath, looked around, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Suddenly, two figures dressed in long robes appeared not far in front of him. "Examiner." Just as Wang Tang was drawn to the two suddenly appearing figures, he heard Bai Luo's exclamation. "The examiner?" Wang Tang was slightly taken aback, but immediately understood the other party's identity. Having experienced so many changes, he almost forgot that this was a trial. Trials will naturally have examiners. He already knew that there were mentors from the Holy Star Tower, monitoring the entire Earth, and these two examiners were obviously the ones in question. He already knew this. However, now that these two examiners have suddenly appeared, he has no choice but to think things through. At this moment, Bilal hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, showing exceptional respect to the two examiners. "You did very well. We all saw your performance in the trial." Ma Daywan nodded slowly, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Thank you for your praise, both examiners." A hint of joy flashed in Biluo's eyes. The fact that the two examiners said this meant that her admission was practically a done deal. "You must be Wang Tang. You should know about this trial as well." At this moment, another examiner named Ning Honglang looked at Wang Tang and said with a stern expression. Wang Tang nodded but did not speak rashly. "You are a native earth warrior. We have designated Earth as a trial ground and therefore have granted Earth 3 admission slots. Based on your performance in the trial, you are eligible for one of them, Ning Honglang said calmly, his gaze seemingly casually falling on Wang Teng's face. To his disappointment, Wang Teng did not show any particular excitement on his face. On the contrary, he was calm, which was somewhat unlike a young martial artist from a backward planet. Ning Honglang and Ma Dayuan couldn't help but exchange a glance. Are you aware of the status of the Holy Star Tower in the Orient Federation? Ma Dayuan couldn't help but ask. I know, it's said to be the most famous university in the Orient Federation, Wang Teng nodded casually. Quote. Bai Luo. This guy is really arrogant, he doesn't even seem to care much about the Holy Star Tower. Ahem. Seeing Wang Teng's indifferent expression, Ma Dayuan couldn't help but cough, then turned to Bila and said, Bila, please go out for a moment. We have something to say to Wang Teng alone. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Luo's eyes, wondering what the two examiners wanted to say to Wang Teng. However, considering that Wang Teng was a genius who could even obtain the inheritance of a baron in the Great Qian Empire, the two examiners probably wanted to win him over with some special treatment. Thinking this, Bila didn't dare to be negligent, so she quickly nodded and left the command room. Ma Dayuan waved his hand, closing the door. He even channeled his inner energy, creating a soundproof protective shield around him, before looking at Wang Teng. Wang Teng, you have already obtained the inheritance of the Great Qian Empire's baronship, haven't you? The two exchanged another glance, and then Ning Honglang asked. Wang Teng glanced at the protective shield without making a sound, countless thoughts flashing through his mind, and nodded calmly. Wang Teng, you probably don't know how dangerous the universe is. The fact that you received the inheritance has not been kept secret and will probably spread soon. At that time, all sorts of monsters and demons will come to snatch it. You are just a planetary-level martial artist. To put it bluntly, there are countless planetary-level martial artists in the universe. Even stellar-level martial artists like us are nothing. So you definitely won't be able to keep the inheritance, and your life will be in danger. Ning Honglang said earnestly. Indeed, the inheritance of a baron in the Great Qian Empire is very tempting. Even cosmic-level powerhouses would be tempted to come and snatch it. Ma Dayuan nodded in agreement. Then what suggestions do you two seniors have? Wang Teng's expression changed, and he asked with a look of fear and trepidation. Ma Dayuan and his companion exchanged a glance, a barely perceptible smile flashing in their eyes. Ma Dayuan said, It's very simple. As long as you hand over this inheritance to us to take back to the Holy Star Tower, naturally no one will dare to do anything to you. As the largest academy in the Orient Federation, the Holy Star Tower is filled with powerful individuals, including many cosmic-level martial artists. If an ordinary cosmic-level martial artist wants to try to seize it, they will have to think twice about their own strength. And you will naturally receive the protection of the Holy Star Tower. Of course, the Holy Star Tower will also give you some compensation. It will definitely not take your inheritance for nothing. After listening, Wang Teng's face showed a thoughtful expression, but in his heart, he sneered. They're making it sound so nice, but all they want is to seize it by force. This Holy Star Tower is also a bandit eyeing the Baron's legacy. No, perhaps it was just the personal actions of these two Holy Star Tower instructors, and the Holy Star Tower might just be a front for them. In their eyes, Wang Teng was just a native martial artist from a backward planet with little knowledge. As long as he handed over his inheritance, they could easily fool him. They could just give him some compensation, and who could say that they were robbing him by force? Those two have a clever plan. Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind as he raced through the air, searching for a solution. It's easy to tell from their words that they are both stellar-level powerhouses. For Wang Teng at his current level, dealing with a stellar-class enemy is still quite difficult. If he were only at the top 3 levels of the stellar level, he could barely handle it by using a powerful move like Spatial Storm, combined with his mental power. However, if the opponent is at the middle or lower level of the stellar realm, he basically has no chance of winning. I wonder what kind of compensation the Holy Star Tower will give me if I hand over the inheritance. Wang Teng pondered for a moment and asked. Ma Dayuan and the other man exchanged a glance, a hint of joy flashing in their eyes. Putting everything else aside, we can grant you free access to the first 3 floors of the Holy Star Tower Library for 3 years. The first 3 floors of the library contain all cultivation materials and techniques from planetary level to stellar level, which you can view and learn at will. In addition, we can provide you with cultivation resources worth 50 billion Orin federal credits, which is more than enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the stellar level. Ma Daywan immediately said. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang's sneer deepened. A mere 3-year library access and 50 billion Orin federal credits for cultivation resources. Were these two trying to fob off a beggar? Even if he wasn't very clear about the prices in the universe, he could tell with his eyes closed that these two people had absolutely no sincerity. Putting aside the 50 billion Orin federal credits, the so-called 3-year library access is simply no match for that heritage palace. The entire palace's collection of books contained not only stellar-level cultivation techniques, but also countless cosmic-level ones. Moreover, there is the enormous wealth and legacy left by Nangong Yu, which is calculated in Daqin currency, not the currency of a mere rudimentary universe kingdom. The difference between the two is simply too great. Wang Tang felt a chill in his heart as he pondered how to resolve the matter when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Say yes. The sudden appearance of the voice startled Wang Tang. Who? Wang Tang sneered inwardly. I am an intelligent life form left behind by my master. You have inherited his legacy and will be my new master from now on, the voice said. Intelligent life? Wang Tang was slightly taken aback, quite surprised. Yes, I am an intelligent being with life, the voice said calmly. Why did you ask me to agree to their request? Wang Tang pondered for a moment before asking. Agree to their demands, lower their guard, and then leave the rest to me, the voice said. Are you sure? Wang Tang asked hesitantly. It seems highly improbable that he would believe in a so-called intelligent life form that he has never even seen. Why not give it a try? You don't have any better ideas anyway, the voice said casually, with a hint of amusement. Alright, you make sense. I'll leave it to you then, Wang Tang thought to himself, his eyes flashing. Very good. The voice seemed quite satisfied. Wang Tang didn't speak again. Since the two were communicating in their minds, only 2 or 3 breaths had passed in the outside world. Ma Daywan and the other man assumed that Wang Tang was hesitating and did not urge him. At this moment, Wang Tang seemed to have made a decision, and nodded through gritted teeth, saying, Alright, I will hand over the inheritance to the 2 mentors. I hope you can guarantee my safety. Good, no problem. Ma Daywan and Ning Honglang could hardly contain their joy and nodded in agreement. Wang Tang took a deep breath, and a rune mark slowly emerged from between his eyebrows, coalescing and floating out from there. Ha ha ha, very good. Ma Daywan and Ning Honglang could no longer suppress their joy and rushed towards the mark with laughter. Pisha. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible sound suddenly rang out. 2 beams of light shot out from behind Wang Tang, who was standing directly in front of the 3-eyed corpse. The beams were coming from the back of the chair beneath the corpse. 2 beams of light, no bigger than pinpoints, shot toward Ma Daywan and Ning Honglang's heads at an extremely fast speed. Their attention was completely drawn to the runic mark, and by the time they noticed the beam of light, it was too late. They were horrified, their pupils contracted to their limit, and they sensed the danger of death. This needle-sized beam of light was actually able to kill a star-level powerhouse. No! The 2 roared in despair, but it was nothing more than a desperate struggle. PFF'd. PFF'd. The beam of light pierced their heads instantly, freezing their bodies in place. A trickle of crimson blood seeped from between their brows, and then they collapsed to the ground completely lifeless. Wang Tang was utterly shocked when he saw this scene. 2 stellar-level powerhouses have fallen just like that? That's incredible. Hee, aren't you surprised? The voice belonging to the intelligent life form rang out again, tinged with a hint of smugness. Where are you? Wang Tang took a deep breath and asked. It's here. As the voice faded, a figure slowly appeared before Wang Tang. This was a strange creature, only the height of a 4 or 5-year-old child, with a plump, white body, chubby hands and feet, a round head with 2 dark eyes embedded in it, and 2 curved tentacles growing from the top of its head. It was naked, its entire body was pure white. The whole image has a unique kind of cuteness. You can call me Roundy. The intelligent life form floated in front of Wang Tang and chuckled. Round and chubby? Wang Tang asked with a strange expression. Who gave you that name? Master Nangong named it for me, and I think it sounds really nice, don't you think? The intelligent life form said, tilting its head. Whatever makes you happy. Wang Tang thought to himself, criticizing Nangong Yu's naming skills. It's so damn round. Why don't you call yourself Fatty? However, he really has no right to judge others. Thinking about it, he himself is not much better. Naming a black crow, Little White, is probably unique, just like Nangong Yu. The two really do seem to have some kind of connection. Are they all dead? At this moment, Wang Teng looked at the corpses of the two stellar-level powerhouses on the ground. Although he had already seen through the eye of origin that their life force and souls had completely dissipated, he still couldn't help but ask. Dead. Roundy nodded calmly. What were those two beams of light just now? Wang Teng asked, suppressing the shock in his heart. That was a mental attack left behind by Master Nangong before his death. It was stored using a special method and was to be activated when needed. He had already anticipated this situation, the round-faced boy said with considerable pride. But as it spoke, a look of sorrow suddenly appeared on its face. Are you all right? Wang Teng was somewhat surprised that an AI could display such human-like emotions. It's all right, if you really count it, Master Nangong has been dead for 1,000,000 years. I've already accepted this outcome, Roundy said, shaking his head. Seeing Wang Teng's expression, it asked again, you look strange? Yes, you do have human emotions? Wang Teng asked cautiously. In essence, I am a kind of intelligence, but intelligence also has different levels. Although some of the logical programs on your Earth are also called intelligence, they are too low level. In the universe, those that can be called intelligence are at least no worse than humans in terms of thinking. While I am also a form of intelligence, I have transcended intelligence and can be called an intelligent life form, a life form just like you humans. I possess emotions and can even cultivate and evolve, the round creature slowly said. This is truly amazing, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. The universe is vast and full of wonders, the round creature said proudly. Intelligent life forms like me are extremely rare. Even immortal powerhouses may not possess intelligent life forms like me. Wang Teng took a deep breath, feeling like he had hit the jackpot. This intelligent life form sounds pretty awesome. There isn't even an immortal level expert. What is immortal tier? Above the universe level or the domain lord level, then the world lord level, and only then does the immortal level come into play. The cosmic level has a lifespan of 3,000,000 years, the domain lord level has a lifespan of 10,000,000 years, and the world lord level has a lifespan of 100,000,000 years. But they will still die. Even if a realm lord has a lifespan of 100,000,000 years, under the passage of time, if he cannot transcend it, he will also decay. Only by reaching the level of immortality can one be said to have transcended the boundaries of life. The immortal level is also known as the eternal God. They are true God-like beings who possess eternal life and are immortal. Even beings like that may not possess intelligent life, which shows how rare intelligent life is. It seems Nangong Yu really left him a lot of good stuff. He didn't take the blame for nothing, Wang Teng thought to himself. Inside the command room, Wang Teng chatted with Yuan Gungun for a while before turning his gaze to the two corpses of Saint Star Tower mentors on the ground. As they died, 10 attribute bubbles, no more and no less, floated up above their corpses. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he picked it up directly. Earth-type Star Force *21500. King-level Earth-type Talent *260. Planetary Spirit 850. Planetary-level Comprehension *885. Return to Origin Mystic Skill *100. Fire-type Star Force *25600. King-level Fire Talent *320. Planetary Spirit 1200. Planetary-level Comprehension *1080. Yangling Blazing Fire Technique *220. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind, Wang Teng was overjoyed. The Earth-type Star Force and the Fire-type Star Force together amounted to more than 20,000 points. In an instant, two streams of pure and abundant stellar primal force, one yellow and one red, flowed within his body, gradually merging into the primal force stars above the Sea of Nothingness. Boom! The Sea of Nothingness trembled, and the stars representing the fire and earth elements underwent a sudden change, gradually separating into another star from their original forms. Like cell division, another star slowly emerged. Finally, two more stars appeared above Wang Teng's Sea of Nothingness, a fire star and an earth star. Adding to the original 5, there are now 7. Planetary level, second tier. Moreover, both fire-type and earth-type primal forces have simultaneously reached the second level of planetary level cultivation. Fire-type Star Force, 14,502 planetary level 2. Earth-type Star Force, 13,601 planetary level 2. Moreover, judging from the changes on the attribute panel, these two elemental forces are only a few thousand points away from breaking through to the second level. Wang Teng took a deep breath and continued to look at the other attribute changes. This time he gained a total of 2050 points of planetary spirit and 1965 points of planetary comprehension. This significantly boosted his mental and comprehension attributes. Previously, his spirit had been greatly enhanced in the mental labyrinth, and now it has been enhanced again, bringing him very close to breaking through to the stellar level. Comprehension, 8715 1,000ths planetary level. Spirit, 9600 1,000ths plane level. Looking at the changes in his attribute panel, Wang Teng could hardly believe that he, who had just been upgraded to the planetary level, was about to be upgraded again. A stellar level spirit, that's a spiritual level that only cosmic level powerhouses can reach, and Wang Teng is only a few hundred points away from achieving it. However, he also knew that such opportunities were rare and hard to come by. The mental labyrinth left behind by a cosmic level powerhouse, and the mental remnants of two stellar level powerhouses, are not good things that one would normally encounter. Wang Teng quickly calmed his slightly agitated emotions, otherwise he might feel resentful later. Then he looked at the two martial arts techniques. The stellar level intermediate cultivation technique, returning to origin profound skill. Stellar level advanced cultivation technique, new.xddxs.biz, Yangling blazing fire technique. Both techniques are stellar level techniques. At this moment, it had transformed into a memory, merging into his mind, forming two beams of light and shadow cultivating, becoming Wang Teng's insights. This can be considered an unexpected surprise. Although Nangong Yu's inheritance includes many star-level techniques, who would care more about such high-level techniques? Wang Teng now vaguely understands that inheritance is extremely important in the universe, and many people cannot even afford a stellar-level cultivation technique, resulting in a very slow cultivation speed. Even if Wang Teng didn't use these techniques, selling them would still bring him a huge fortune, allowing him to make a fortune. What he didn't know was that these two techniques were actually secret teachings of the Holy Star Tower. Generally, only stellar-level instructors or some genius students were qualified to exchange for them, and once exchanged, they were absolutely not allowed to be passed on to outsiders. Otherwise they would be severely punished by the Holy Star Tower. At best, it will cripple all of your cultivation, at worst, it will kill you outright. However, Wang Teng didn't care about any of that. Since he and the Holy Star Tower were already enemies, he didn't care whether the enmity was big or small. It had only been a few breaths since Wang Teng finished collecting the attribute bubbles, and he looked at the two corpses on the ground with a sigh. It is truly tragic that two stellar-level powerhouses died so quietly here. However, Wang Teng did not sympathize with them. If he hadn't been so evasive before, these two probably wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. If they can't reach an agreement in the end, they might just kill Wang Teng and seize the inheritance. Wang Teng never hesitates to assume the worst about others. He is not a saint and is even somewhat selfish. He is just an ordinary person with his own bottom line. If someone crosses his bottom line, he will not hesitate to take drastic measures. If you get greedy, don't blame him for being ruthless. Since the martial arts era, martial artists have been scrambling for resources to improve themselves through martial arts training. And the situation is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface. Wang Teng had seen these things many times before, so he wasn't surprised. However, he is now having a headache about how to handle this matter. Two stellar-level powerhouses died on Earth, and they were stellar-level powerhouses from a major force like the Holy Star Tower. They were not ordinary cats and dogs that no one cared about, and their deaths were in vain. Wang Teng was almost certain that the deaths of these two people would attract other powerful figures from the Holy Star Tower. Are you worried about the Holy Star Tower's retaliation? Roundy seemed to see through his thoughts and asked calmly. Do you have a solution? Wang Teng asked. Actually, as long as you successfully inherit the title of Baron in the Great Qian Empire, even if the Holy Star Tower loses two star-level beings, they can only suffer in silence and dare not do anything to you, said Roundy. What you're saying is pointless, Wang Teng said, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Not necessarily. If you really go to the Great Qian Empire as the successor of Master Nangong, they won't do anything to you on the surface. They'll only try to take action from the shadows. There will definitely be assassinations and schemes, Roundy said, stroking his smooth chin. Wang Teng said speechlessly, you make it sound so easy, I almost thought it was a game. Hee hee, let's see if you're scared or not. the round, chubby boy said, seemingly eager to stir things up. I have a feeling you really want me to go back to the Great Qian Empire and inherit the title, Wang Teng said suspiciously. Ahem, no, I'm just giving you advice. The decision is yours, the round-faced boy said, feigning indifference. I'll think about it some more, Wang Teng said, his eyes flickering as he shook his head. Roundy nodded and said nothing more. By the way, how long would it take if I wanted to travel to the Great Qian Empire? Wang Teng suddenly thought of something and asked again. If we use the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship left behind by Master Nangong, it will take 36 days to reach the capital planet of the Great Qian Empire, Dachin Star. A glint flashed in the round eyes. As if he were calculating the travel time, before he slowly said. The Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship? Wang Teng asked in confusion. Hee, we're actually inside the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship right now, said Roundy. Are you telling me that all these ruins covering the entire continent are the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship you mentioned? Wang Teng asked in shock. No, only the central area is. Roundy shook his head and said, our spaceship has been on Earth for too long. In order to ensure sufficient energy, I put the spaceship into hibernation. And in order to ensure that the spaceship can set sail again one day, I had the humans of the previous Earth civilization build this ruin around the spaceship to provide the spaceship with a continuous source of energy. This entire site is actually an energy absorption device. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng fell into a long silence. The civilization of the previous planet. Moreover, this entire ruin is actually an energy absorption device. Do spaceships really require that much energy? He could hardly imagine it. Don't underestimate the energy required for space travel. I've kept the spaceship in hibernation until now, and the energy it has absorbed is only enough for you to reach Dachin Star. If something goes wrong along the way, it may break down halfway, said Roundy. Seriously? This is such a rip-off? Wang Teng said speechlessly. What do you think? The Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship has been on Earth for 1,000,000 years. The fact that it's still usable is because I've maintained it well and prepared for the future by accumulating a lot of energy. Otherwise, you'd be stuck with it. If it were any other AI, it wouldn't have this kind of intelligence at all. Roundy said, hands on his hips, glaring at Wang Teng with a rather proud look. Alright, you're the smartest. Thanks to you, this spaceship is usable, Wang Teng quickly reassured it. Although this round creature is an intelligent life form with many incredible abilities and high wisdom, it sometimes acts like a child. HMPH, that's more like it. Roundy snorted lightly. Wait a minute, there are a lot of these alien trial participants' spaceships on Earth right now. Their spaceships should have extra energy, right? Wang Teng suddenly thought of something and said. Yes, take me to see it quickly. Roundy suddenly lit up and said excitedly, there are actually many damaged parts on the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. We can use materials from their spaceship to repair it, which will make our space travel more secure. Ah, the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship is damaged? Why didn't you say so sooner? Wang Teng's face darkened. I have a feeling that this round thing looks unreliable. If something were to happen to him during his space travel, he would have nowhere to turn to for help. This guy is such a jerk. I didn't have time to say it. Roundy rubbed his round head and said shyly. You. Wang Teng almost vomited blood from frustration, and said irritably, if you ask me, I would just use these alien trial participants' spaceships directly. Why bother repairing this Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship? It's an antique from 1,000,000 years ago. Using it for navigation gives me the creeps. What do you know? Roundy snorted. I guarantee that none of these trial participants' spaceships can compare to this Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. How so? Wang Teng asked curiously, having to admit that Yuan Gungun definitely knew more than he did. Roundy thought for a moment, then started showing off. Let me put it this way, in the universe, for the strong, if ranked by importance, it is in the following order: cultivation techniques, combat skills, weapons, armor, and finally, spaceships. I'll explain the first 4 when we encounter them later. For now, let's talk about the spaceship. Even though it's listed at the end, the fact that it's listed separately alongside the previous one speaks volumes. After all, the universe is too vast. To travel across the void and embark on a cosmic adventure, one must rely on a spaceship. Even world lords and immortals are no exception. Otherwise, it would take you decades or even centuries just to cross the void. Who would be willing to waste that time? Wang Teng listened and nodded thoughtfully. Roundy continued, then this involves the spaceship's class. The higher the level of the spaceship, the faster it is. It can cross tens of light years in just over 10 days, but some ordinary spaceships may need decades. The higher the level of the spaceship, the more advanced the metal materials and manufacturing process required. This Qian Yuan E63 spaceship is considered a very advanced spaceship among countless planets. Generally, only a small number of cosmic-level powerhouses or people with strong backgrounds can afford to buy it. Master Nangong happens to be a person with both strength and background. Moreover, the entire spaceship is made of a rare metal called star sand iron. Even if a cosmic-level powerhouse wanted to destroy a hull forged from this metal, it would take a great deal of effort. In addition, this metal is very expensive. Each ton of star sand iron costs 3,000 Dachin coins, and the entire Qian Yuan E63 spaceship weighs about 2.56 million tons. So the price of this metal alone is more than 7.6 billion Dachin coins. That's the Great Qian coin, not the currency of a primitive cosmic nation like the Orient Federation. According to the official exchange rate, the currency of an advanced civilization is 1,000 times that of an intermediate civilization. And the currency of an intermediate civilization is 1,000 times that of a primary civilization. Just think about how much this Qian Yuan E63 spacecraft actually costs, right? This is a luxury item. After Yuan Gungun finished speaking, he looked at Wang Teng with a hint of schadenfreude. As a native of a backward planet, it was eager to see what kind of shocked expression Wang Teng would show after hearing about such a huge sum of money. This wasn't meant to be disrespectful, it was simply that Yuan Gungun wanted to see Wang Teng make a fool of himself. However, Wang Teng remained calm and asked, "So you're telling me this spaceship is very valuable? Otherwise what?" Roundy stared wide-eyed at his expression. "That's all?" Wang Teng asked. "It's gone." Roundy jumped up immediately. "Such an awesome spaceship, can't you at least give us some kind of response? What kind of reaction do you want from me?" Wang Teng said speechlessly. "Shocked? Excited? Don't you feel anything at all when you hear that you own such a powerful spaceship?" Roundy exclaimed in a frenzy. "Oh, a little," Wang Teng nodded calmly. "Oh?" Roundy immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, saying weakly, "Really, there's no sense of accomplishment at all." Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In reality, he was still quite shocked, but he just didn't want to see Yuan Gungun's smug look, so he remained outwardly calm as a dog. Alright, since you want it repaired, let's hurry up and go out and drag all those trial participants' spaceships back to dismantle them. And then repair this Qian Yuan E63 spaceship for you." Wang Teng waved his hand and made the decision. "That's more like it." Roundy perked up again and nodded in satisfaction. Wang Teng stroked his chin, retrieved the two corpses from the ground, and then used the dark clone technique. Two beams of black light flew out from his body and slowly condensed into two figures, transforming into the appearances of the two Holy Star Tower instructors. "Wow, you actually have the ability to create clones? Even Master Nangong doesn't have that," Roundy exclaimed in shock. Faced with the round, shocked expression, Wang Teng smiled slightly and offered no explanation. This guy acted all high and mighty from the start. If we don't teach him a lesson, people will think Wang Teng is a pushover. Wang Teng looked at the round, chubby thing and asked, "Are you going to stay on the spaceship, or come with me?" "Of course I'll leave with you. I still need to check which parts of those spaceships are usable." "Can you manage without me?" Roundy said smugly, having regained his confidence. After saying that, he flipped his hand over, and a crystal-clear white prismatic stone appeared in his palm. "This is a life source stone, extremely rare. It allows me to reside within it for a long time. If you take it with you, I can leave with you," the round little thing explained. "Life source stone," Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise, marveling at the wonders of the universe, even including such a magical crystal. "By the way, this crystal skull seems to be able to store souls as well," Wang Teng said, taking out the crystal skull from his storage space. "Oh, this thing was something I deliberately created to attract attention. It does contain some powder from the life source stone, which can temporarily store a soul, but the soul will dissipate automatically over time," Roundy said casually. Glancing at the crystal skull in Wang Teng's hand. "What's with the star chart in there?" Wang Teng asked. "That's something I made up on the spot. It's actually a star map to the Great Qian Empire," the round-faced boy chuckled. Wang Teng suddenly felt deceived. Damn it, he thought it was some kind of treasure map, but it turned out to be just a road map of the Great Qian Empire. What a jerk. You can collect a dozen or so skulls and sell them. You should be able to make a lot of money from them. After all, these things are mixed with life source stone powder and have some of the effects of life source stone, such as improving low-level spirit. Of course, they are useless to you, said Roundy. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng immediately looked around at the alien trial participants sitting cross-legged. He remembered that the other crystal skulls were on these trial participants. Wang Teng directly removed their spatial equipment, and then used his mental power to transform into mental spikes to forcibly break through the mental imprints within them. At the same time, Augustus and the others in the mental labyrinth were suddenly severely injured, and their expressions changed drastically. Who touched my spatial ring? Augustus's face was ugly, so gloomy it seemed like water was about to drip from it. Katu, Pucklin, and another alien trial participant also had faces as black as pots. At this moment, the four of them were being chased around by several star beast soul bodies. They were already very weak, and after suffering this heavy blow, their soul bodies were on the verge of collapse. If this continues, our souls will all fall into a deep slumber, Augustus said in a deep voice. It must be Wang Teng. He must have obtained the inheritance and taken control of this spiritual palace, trapping us all inside, Pukarin said hastily, his eyes gleaming. Damn it, this guy is so underhanded. Katu cursed immediately, his eyes blazing with anger. Augustus, Pucklin, and the others felt so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. They were all geniuses from the Orient Federation, and they had previously looked down on Wang Teng. Unexpectedly, not only has Wang Teng now inherited the title of Baron of the Great Qian Empire, but they are also being chased around like stray dogs. This was a significant blow to them. Moreover, Augustus and the others were insanely jealous, for that was the baronial legacy of a high-level cosmic civilization. It actually fell into the hands of Wang Teng, that native of Earth. Augustus and others wished they could take his place. What do we do now? At this moment, the other alien trial participant broke the silence and asked, his face pale. Roar! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a roar erupted. A deafening roar came from behind them, and several star beast souls followed closely behind. They were basically walking a dog, taking a break every now and then, not that they couldn't catch up. Damn it, what else can we do but run? Katu's expression changed, and he sprinted forward. Augustus and the others had no choice but to follow, running for their lives once again. Ellipsis ellipsis. In reality, Wang Teng unceremoniously accepted the spatial equipment of several alien trial participants, which contained a considerable amount of wealth, and he readily accepted it. Not killing them outright was already a consideration for their previous cooperation in fighting the dark race. Alas, there's nothing we can do, he was still too kind. However, Wang Teng showed no mercy to the dark race. At this moment, he turned his head to look at the several dark demon lords who had fallen into a coma, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Such a great opportunity, it would be a shame not to kill some monsters. Wang Teng remained expressionless as his mental energy surged from between his eyebrows. Several throwing knives flew out from his spatial ring, transforming into streaks of cold light that slashed directly across the necks of the several dark demon lords. With the support of planetary-level mental power, the throwing knife moved with lightning speed, severing the dark demon lord's head. However, those throwing knives also shattered and turned into scrap metal. Tisk tisk, your control method is too crude. You should learn the mental power manual left by Master Nangong when you have time. Roundy shook his head and said, moreover, your weapon is terrible. You used to be a star apprentice, so you could barely use it. But now, the opponents you encounter are all strong at the planetary level or above. Their physical bodies are very strong and cannot be shaken by ordinary weapons. So you need to have a weapon used by a planetary-level divine sense master. I remember that Master Nangong should have left behind some weapons. You can look for them. Where? Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he asked. Didn't I give you Master Nangong's spatial equipment? Roundy asked curiously. When did you give it to me? Wang Teng said speechlessly. Look at me, I forgot. Roundy slapped his forehead, took out a bracelet, and tossed it to Wang Teng. There are some things that the owner used when he was alive inside. Take a look for it when you have time. Wang Teng was delighted, nodded, and put the bracelet away. This is the spatial equipment of a cosmic-level powerhouse. It must contain many valuable items. However, now is not the time to check. Seeing the corpses of several dark demon lords, Wang Teng thought for a moment, still somewhat uneasy, and summoned the azure jade glazed flame, burning them directly to ashes. This is A strange fire of heaven and earth? Roundy stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the sight of the green flame, even more shocked than when he saw that Wang Tang knew how to create clones. You know quite a lot, Wang Tang said. The technique of creating clones, the strange fire of heaven and earth. You have so many good things. By the way, are you the son of some hidden big shot? The round thing kept circling around Wang Tang, carefully examining him with a strange expression. Wang Tang almost spat out a mouthful of soda onto his round face. This is the son of a hidden big boss. Could this guy's imagination be any more vivid? If he were the favored son of some hidden big shot, would he need to work so hard to accumulate attributes and improve himself? Get lost. Wang Tang glared at the round little thing with annoyance. Hee, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm just surprised. You're a local martial artist from a backward planet, yet you possess so many good things that even universe-level powerhouses would envy. How could I not be surprised? Roundy chuckled. It knew that Wang Tang couldn't possibly be the biological son of some big shot, but it was just too shocked, so it wanted to tease him a little. Wang Tang was too lazy to explain to it. Maintaining a certain level of mystery would at least prevent the guy from looking down on him. Moreover, Wang Tang is certain that there will be more surprises like this in the future. Round and Chubby would never guess that he's a cheater. As several dark demon lords perished, turning to ashes in the flames, individual attribute bubbles floated out. Wang Tang suddenly felt very grateful to the fake Baron. If he hadn't dealt with these dark demon lords, Wang Tang wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. What a good person. After a moment of reflection, Wang Tang collected all the attribute bubbles around him. Dark Star Force * 3000. Royal Spirit 650. King Level Dark Talent * 350. Open Black Lens Bracket Magic Transformation 30 Close Black Lens Bracket. Dark Star Force * 2800. Royal Spirit 620. King Level Dark Talent * 330. Open Black Lens Bracket Magic Transformation 25 Close Black Lens Bracket. Ellipsis. There are several dark demon lords here, and the attribute bubbles they release after they die are numerous. At that moment, Wang Tang felt like he had hit the jackpot. The total amount of Dark Star Force reached more than 20,000 points, all of which transformed into a pure stream of Dark Star Force and flowed into Wang Tang's body. Rumble. This surge of dark stellar primal force flowed like a torrent through Wang Tang's limbs and bones, emitting a buzzing sound. Because the amount of primal force stored was too large, the primal core within Wang Tang's body could no longer contain this dark primal force. The dark star force within him, combined with what he had previously obtained, clearly surpassed the peak level of a 13-star warrior. Water overflows when it's full. All the dark star energy burst out of the primal core and flowed wildly within Wang Tang's body. Wang Tang's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected this to happen. Without thinking too much, he immediately added the blank attribute to the Dark Magic Codex he had obtained earlier. This dark-type cultivation technique was obtained from a dark demon lord. Wang Tang originally planned to cultivate it properly after this great battle, but who knew that the accident would happen so suddenly? We now have to use the blank attribute points to improve the Dark Magic Book. Dark Magic Grimoire. 1000, perfect. It took more than 30,000 blank attribute points to upgrade it from proficient to perfect. Fortunately, Wang Tang obtained a lot of blank attributes this time, otherwise he really wouldn't know what to do. Fortunately, he obtained this dark-type planetary level cultivation technique from the Black Nightmare Demon Lord, otherwise he would be like a skilled cook without rice to cook. After the Dark Magic Codex reached its peak, Wang Tang immediately put it into operation. The fully fledged Dark Magic Codex operated extremely quickly, immediately calming down the turbulent dark star force within Wang Tang's body. Furthermore, as it operates, the ordinary dark primal force accumulated in the past is rapidly transformed into stellar primal force. It has to be said that this was an unexpected surprise. If Wang Tang had followed the proper training methods, it would have taken him quite some time to convert all the ordinary dark primal force into dark stellar primal force. However, now, driven by the massive amount of dark star force, the ordinary dark force is directly dispersed and merged into the dark star force. The ordinary dark force was diluted. It's like a small stream flowing into a mighty river, instantly being assimilated. This makes the conversion speed more than 10 times faster. This is, just as Wang Tang was frantically converting the dark primal force within his body, Yuan Gungun noticed something amiss and looked at Wang Tang with a strange gaze. What a strange fluctuation, but it seems to be hidden. I wonder what it is? Roundy muttered to himself in amazement. But it seems he's about to break through. This kid has a lot of secrets. The round little thing stroked its chin, its eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly very interested. Then it waved its hand, creating another layer of mental protective shield around it. It didn't tell Wang Teng that it was also a mentalist, capable of using mental power. However, its condition is even more peculiar than that of a human divine sense master. The person who created it probably never imagined that it would grow to such an extent. This was done, naturally, to prevent outsiders from interfering with Wang Teng's breakthrough. Now Wang Teng can be said to be its master. They share the same fate, and Yuan Gungun naturally does not want anything to happen to Wang Teng. Boom! At this moment, the situation within Wang Teng's body has reached its most critical point. A massive amount of dark star primal force constructs a black bridge, connecting to the sea of nothingness. Then, the dark force surged forth like an army, continuously flowing into the sea of nothingness. A silent sea of nothingness suddenly began to churn, until all the dark stellar primal forces sank to the bottom of the sea, undergoing compression and tempering. Thump, thump, thump! A dull thud echoed continuously, like the beating of a heart. I don't know how much time passed, maybe just a moment, maybe a long time, but suddenly the sound disappeared, the sea surface suddenly surged, and a pure black star slowly rose. Within the black star, it was as if countless black crystals had condensed, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Dark Force, Planetary Level 1. At this moment, Wang Teng's dark primal force finally reached the planetary level. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, a deep glint flashing in his eyes, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. You've broken through? A voice suddenly came from the side. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly turned to look at the round, chubby thing. Don't look at me like that. It's just a breakthrough. Your talent is only average. I've even seen people break through while eating. This is nothing for you, the round-faced guy said casually. Wang Teng, this guy's got a big mouth. It's just a little breakthrough, you think it's something as simple as eating and drinking? Is such talent only considered average? Wang Teng really didn't believe it. He thought that everyone in the universe was such a brilliant genius, and that most people must have just average talent. He realized that this round guy was just all talk. Wang Teng rolled his eyes inwardly, too lazy to argue with it. He looked at the attribute panel and saw that his dark force cultivation had indeed reached the planetary level, which made him overjoyed. I casually killed a few dark demon lords and broke through to the next level. It felt so good. If Yuan Gungun knew how he broke through, he would definitely be embarrassed to say those things again. No matter how talented you are, it's a joke to think you can beat someone with cheat codes. After confirming that his cultivation had stabilized, Wang Teng's gaze fell on the other attribute bubbles. Royal Spirit 2250 points. It can be converted into 225 points of planetary level spirit attribute. So, Wang Teng's mental attributes mischievously jumped up again, and then got stuck at the critical point. Spirit, 9825 1,000ths plane level. This is outrageous. System, are you doing this on purpose? You must be doing it on purpose. Couldn't you have gone up a little more? I was about to break through to the planetary level. Wang Teng was filled with resentment as he watched the gap of more than 100 points wide, feeling extremely frustrated. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed helplessly and finally gave up on using the blank attribute to push the last bit of distance. The blank attribute is too important. For example, when the dark force was used to upgrade the planetary level, if the blank attribute had not been used to upgrade the dark codex to the perfect level, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, Wang Teng does not plan to use the blank attribute lightly. He will only use it when he really needs it. He glanced at the attribute panel. Blank attribute, 87,655. After the previous expenditure, only 87,655 points of blank attribute remain, some whole and some broken, but Wang Teng feels that it is mocking him. For him, whose strength is growing stronger, this amount of blank attribute is not enough to add points to a cultivation technique. This is too difficult. Wang Teng personally experienced his own poverty and helplessness. The world was full of malice towards him. Wang Teng shifted his gaze to the talent attributes. King level dark talent, 1680 points. King level dark talent, 1941,000. Seeing this change in his talent, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. As a mature genius, one cannot be unbalanced in any subject, Even dark talents cannot be neglected. The last attribute bubble is magic transformation, totaling 125 points. Wang Teng's magic transformation attribute was originally at the beginner level of 35 points, but now it has directly broken through the beginner level and reached the proficiency level. Magic transformation, 5300ths proficient. Wang Teng was actually a bit conflicted about this attribute. It had inexplicably been upgraded to proficiency, but he didn't want to undergo magic transformation at all. Just think about the demonic transformations of those dark demon lords. They're all so ugly, how can anyone accept them? Wang Teng, nicknamed Jade-Faced Little Flying Dragon, is so handsome he could fall from the sky. This magical transformation is clearly not suitable for him. Wang Teng shook his head and put the demon transformation device in a corner. It's time to leave. Wang Teng looked at his two clones, thought for a moment, and then gave them orders. The two clones immediately understood Wang Teng's meaning, walked out of the command room, and left under Bai Luo's watchful gaze. Fortunately, the two Saint Star Tower instructors had cleverly set up a soundproof barrier, so Bai Luo was unaware of what had happened in the command room. Let alone that the two Saint Star Tower instructors would be killed silently. Afterwards, Wang Teng also walked out of the command room, while Yuan Gungun hid inside the life source stone. What did your two mentors just say to you? Bila asked mysteriously as she leaned closer. Nothing much, they just promised all sorts of benefits, like a 3-year library access, cultivation resources worth 50 billion ore in federal credits, and so on. I said I didn't want to go, but they insisted that I go to the Holy Star Tower for further studies, and they talked about it for ages. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he made up some nonsense. 3-year library access. Cultivation resources worth 50 billion ore in federal credits. My God. Bai Luo's eyes were red as she looked at Wang Teng as if he were a great treasure, her eyes shining. Wang Teng, we're friends, right? We must be, we've worked together before. When we get to the Holy Star Tower, don't forget my kindness. She was completely blinded by the promise of a 3-year library access and 50 billion ore in federal credits in cultivation resources. Automatically ignoring the harsh reality that Wang Teng had already rejected the Holy Star Tower's invitation. Wang Teng looked at her with a strange expression. Wow, such a sudden change in style, beautiful lady. She used to be such a cool and aloof goddess. How did she become such a greedy and silly person? Is it true that no beautiful woman can resist the power of money? I really am a handsome young man who is approachable and charming. Even a beauty like me can't resist me. Wang Teng stroked his chin, thinking to himself with a smug smile. Wait, didn't you just say you declined the invitations from the two mentors? Bai Luo asked, her eyes wide, as if she had suddenly realized something. Yes, that's right. Wang Teng nodded casually. Are you kidding me? Bila said in disbelief and frustration. How could you refuse such a good offer? You must be lying to me, you must have agreed from the beginning, right? You've narrowed your perspective, Wang Teng said to her meaningfully. Quote. Bai Luo almost choked on her breath, pointing at herself and saying, I'm narrow-minded? Yeah, I'm talking about you. Wang Teng said, already walking outside. Bai Luo was slightly taken aback, then quickly followed and asked, are you going to the Great Qian Empire? Guess. Wang Teng chuckled, offering no further explanation. Bai Luo's expression immediately became complicated, feeling as if she had been subjected to a dimensional reduction attack. Wang Teng was able to refuse the invitation from the Holy Star Tower, which means he must have had a better option. Is there even a need to guess? He's definitely heading to the Great Qian Empire. That was a high-level cosmic civilization, many times more powerful than the Orient Federation. Wang Teng's starting point was suddenly elevated to a level she could only look up to. Previously, she was from a higher social class, but now the situation has completely reversed, and Wang Teng is now standing above her. The world is truly unpredictable. However, she thought that the inheritance had prepared an identity for Wang Teng in the Great Qian Empire, allowing him to study at the Great Qian Empire's academy. She never expected that Wang Teng would directly become a baron in the Great Qian Empire. The two then emerged from the ruins. Thanks to the presence of the round creature, their journey was very smooth and they were not attacked again. The outer perimeter of the central Ring Island continent. The warships of various countries did not leave. The bigwigs of each country were guarding this place, extremely envious, but dared not explore the ruins below, which made them very anxious. As Wang Teng and Bai Luo walked out, everyone noticed them. Rumble. Just then, the central building, which resembled a grand hall, slowly sank into the ground. The ground closed up, the hall disappeared, leaving an empty space in the center. This building was actually the outer shell of the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. At this time, the spaceship sank into the ground and was stored away by Yuan Gungun in a special way. Nobody knows where the spaceship went. However, the other ruins around it were not part of the spaceship, so they remained. According to Yuan Gungun, there was nothing of particular value inside, so it was not worth exploring for Wang Teng. Wang Teng contacted the martial arts leaders of the Xia Kingdom and asked them to arrange manpower to explore the ruins. The fighter jet representing the Xia Kingdom landed nearby, and martial arts leaders and others came to greet it. The actions of Xia Kingdom naturally attracted the attention of other countries, and after a moment's hesitation, they also ordered their fighter jets to land. Wang Teng, martial arts leaders and others came forward to greet them. "You've arrived." Wang Teng nodded in response. "Why are only you and this lady out? Where are the others?" the martial arts leader asked hesitantly. "They can't get out," Wang Teng said casually. "We can't get out?" Everyone was both surprised and delighted. When other countries' bigwigs heard this, they looked at each other in shock. "Those dark demon lords," someone couldn't help but ask. "They're not even ashes left," Wang Teng said calmly, a hint of coldness flashing across his face. "Hiss," everyone gasped. The bigwigs from various countries stared at Wang Teng, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Teng emerged, but the alien trial participants and the dark race did not, which explains the situation. Even if they don't believe it, it won't work. The attitude of the remaining alien trial participant towards Wang Teng was also very intriguing. At this moment, she was not standing side by side with Wang Teng, but was slightly behind him by half a step. By the way, this alien trial participant seems to be the only female among all the trial participants, right? And she's very beautiful. The bigwigs from various countries seem to have discovered the problem, their gazes shifting ambiguously between Wang Teng and Bai Luo. However, none of them dared to look too closely. After all, the two were planetary-level powerhouses, and even if they had a lot of courage, they wouldn't dare to offend Wang Teng and Bai Luo. They felt they had discovered something that Wang Teng was interested in, and decided to cater to his interests in the future to build a closer relationship between them. After this war of invasion by the dark race, Wang Teng is now undoubtedly the strongest person on Earth. The decisions made by various countries regarding the Xia Kingdom and Wang Teng will certainly change. What about these dark species? Someone finally looked up at the dark sky and asked. That was the head of state of the Nordic countries, a white man in his 40s or 50s. Billa raised her head, her brows furrowed slightly, and said, "Although these dark creatures are not to be feared, their numbers are extremely large. And it will probably be difficult to deal with them in a short time. However, if they are allowed to land on land, it will surely cause widespread devastation." She spoke in a universal language that no one else could understand, but Wang Teng understood her meaning. He nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and said, "Then let's annihilate them completely." For Wang Teng, these dark species were not only a scourge but also countless attribute bubbles, so he did not intend to let them go. Without a demon lord level being, the dark race is undoubtedly leaderless, and it wouldn't be difficult for Wang Teng to deal with them. "What do you want to do?" Billa couldn't help but ask. Wang Teng did not answer. His body slowly rose into the air, and his black hair moved without wind. An invisible, strange wave spread outwards from his body, like ripples spreading across the entire central continent. "This is a spatial fluctuation," Bai Luo exclaimed in shock. She never imagined that Wang Teng would possess spatial talent. He never showed any spatial talent when fighting them before. This guy is hiding it too well. A bitter feeling flashed through Biluo's heart. She finally realized that they, the pride of the Orient Federation, were truly worthless in front of Wang Teng. They were so arrogant, but Wang Teng's talent far surpassed theirs. At the same time, the round creature residing within the life stone also let out the same exclamation. "Wang Teng, you actually possess spatial talent. This is an extremely rare talent even in the universe. You might not find even one person with spatial talent among billions of geniuses, and you actually possess it. My God, I'm going crazy, how is this possible? Is this really a backward planet where martial arts have just emerged? How could a prodigy like you appear here?" Roundy was almost questioning its existence. Wang Teng had given it far too many surprises, and now he had even revealed a spatial talent. It simply couldn't believe it. At first, he thought it would be good enough if Wang Teng could barely become a universe-level powerhouse like Nangong Yu, but now it seems that his achievements may be even greater. Transcending the cosmic level, becoming a domain lord level, a world lord level. It's not impossible. What is Wang Teng planning to do? Is he going to deal with these dark creatures? What will he do? The Marshal of the Bald Eagle, the head of state of the Nordic Union, the head of state of the Kangaroo Country, and others all raised their heads and stared at Wang Teng's figure. Although they had all witnessed Wang Teng's power, could he really deal with so many dark races on his own? Many powerful figures sensed the sudden spatial fluctuations and were shocked, wondering what Wang Teng would do. Only a few people suddenly remembered the spatial storm that Wang Teng had used when the sea monsters in the East China Sea rioted. It can't be that move, can it? The martial arts leader said incredulously. Quickly, this is the final battle. Make sure to send all the footage back to Sha Kingdom so everyone can see it. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he immediately gave the order. Seeing this, the other heads of state exchanged subtle glances and chose to do the same as Sha. With Earth suffering such a calamity, the people are filled with fear and panic, and a hero is in dire need of emerging. Although the previous battle with the Dark Race had spread to every corner of the world, Wang Teng's performance in it was extremely outstanding. He killed several Dark Race demon lords, which was inspiring. Now, if the whole world were to see him kill the Dark Race single-handedly, it would definitely revitalize everyone's confidence in survival. In an instant, the cameras on the fighter jets of various countries were all pointed at Wang Teng in the overwhelming dark clouds. And the images of this place were transmitted to all parts of the world via the internet. Within the dark clouds, numerous 13-star demon general-level dark beings looked down at Wang Teng. In the face of those pitch-black clouds, Wang Teng's figure appeared extremely small, almost like an ant. However, these 13-star demon general-level dark beings dared not underestimate him in the slightest. They still vividly remember the scene where Wang Teng transformed into a rock giant and brutally destroyed one dark demon lord after another. Such a ruthless and fierce person, they felt terrified just by seeing his face. What is he going to do? Why didn't the demon lord come out? Only those two humans did. What exactly happened inside? Has even the demon lord perished? This is impossible. Ellipsis. The 13-star demon general-level dark race members looked grim, both shocked and furious, as they stared at Wang Teng below. Boom! Suddenly, at that moment, the space trembled violently, a deafening roar echoed outwards, and visible ripples spread outwards in all directions. Central continent. At this moment, this continent has become the center of attention for the entire world. This continent is scarred and riddled with wounds, its surface marked by countless cuts and ravines. An ancient ruin appeared in the ravine on the ground. This testifies that a terrible battle once took place here. Meanwhile, directly above the mainland, a dark cloud blanketed the sky, obscuring the sun and creating an apocalyptic scene that filled people with fear. This further signifies that the great battle is not yet completely over. However, beneath those dark clouds, a figure stood alone, facing the endless darkness above. At this moment, this scene was broadcast around the world and entered the eyes of ordinary people in various countries. Everyone is familiar with Wang Teng now. In the previous battle, Wang Teng single-handedly killed several Dark Demon Lord-level experts, and even beat them to a pulp, which was thrilling. It can be said that many young people regard him as an object of worship, and even more people regard him as a human hero. Wang Teng now stands under the dark clouds, facing the Dark Ones alone. Because of the screen separating them, no one knows what he is about to do. Sha Kingdom. The Wang family, including Old Master Wang, Wang Shengguo, Li Shumei, and others, all stared intently at the screen in front of them. Their faces filled with worry and tension as they gazed at the figure on it. Although Wang Teng did kill several Dark Demon Lords, is he really okay facing so many Dark Ones alone now? The sheer number of dark creatures was enough to make one's scalp crawl just by looking at them, let alone dealing with them. Li Shumei gripped Wang Shengguo's arm tightly, her whole body tense, her face slightly pale, but she didn't utter a sound. She knew her son was saving the planet, he was a hero. She couldn't say anything, she just hoped he would return safely. Wang Shengguo patted Li Shumei's hand to comfort her. Although he was also worried, as a man, he had to hold on and support his wife. Beside them, Lin Chuan and Lin Chusha held hands tightly, their eyes fixed on Wang Teng on the screen, their gazes filled with worry. Ellipsis. Inside the premier academy of Sha Kingdom, Ji Shuming, Ren Qingkang, and others watched this scene with complex emotions on their faces, including worry, tension, envy, and jealousy. They once started on the same starting line as Wang Teng, but now Wang Teng has left them far behind. Planetary level. They already knew this level. That's a realm beyond the limits of a planet. Wang Teng has already reached it, while they've only just entered the war general level, and they're still a long way from the planetary level. This gap made them feel extremely powerless. Having been called prodigies since childhood, they felt extremely bitter when faced with such a huge gap, and even doubted whether they were really geniuses. Sha Guodongai, Xu Jia, Bai Wei, and other friends of Wang Teng were also watching the screen. Brother Wang Teng, you'll definitely be alright. Bai Wei bit her lip and murmured to herself. Go for it, Tang Ji. Xu Jia and Yu Horan clenched their fists, their eyes bloodshot. In the White Eagle Kingdom, Suin and his companions had already returned to their homeland from the central continent. They were fighting against the star beasts that were ravaging human cities and in the city full of ruins. Some screens that had not yet been destroyed were showing the situation in the central continent. As they fought, they looked up, their expressions complex. That former rival has grown to such a level, while they are still struggling at the general level, not knowing when they will see his back again. Kill. Suan's heart trembled, his eyes hardened, and he fought the star beast even more frantically. Meanwhile, people familiar with Wang Teng, including those from Australia, Russia, and the Nordic countries, were all paying close attention to this battle. Over the central island continent. Click click click. As the spatial fluctuations continued to spread, the space around Wang Teng suddenly emitted a crisp sound, like the sound of glass shattering. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Teng suddenly increased his output of primal force. Space began to shake violently. At a certain moment, the space around Wang Teng suddenly cracked open with dark fissures, dark and deep, a bottomless void. These cracks are vastly different from those when Wang Teng unleashed the space storm in the East China Sea. Each crack is incredibly wide as soon as it appears, at least as thick as a human arm. Even a peak 13-star warrior would be torn apart if they got close. Just after the crack appeared, a gust of wind swept out from the deep void, swirling around Wang Teng under the pull of an invisible force. The speed of the ethereal wind increased rapidly, instantly transforming into a fierce gust of wind that emitted a sound like the cry of an eagle, extremely piercing. It began to spin rapidly, causing the surrounding space to completely collapse, forming a terrifying void. A storm is coming. The dark creatures within the clouds above completely changed their expressions, staring down in horror, their eyes filled with fear. Run! Run! A dark species at the level of a 13-star demon general shouted in terror. Don't wait for the demon lord any longer. If we wait any longer, we will all die here. Another 13-star demon general level vampire dark race also shouted frantically. These 13-star demon general level dark races are now the commanders-in-chief of the entire dark race army, and they are able to take control of all dark races. At his command, all the dark creatures stirred and tried to flee into the distance. You want to leave? Wang Teng's icy voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. His figure had completely disappeared into the center of the storm, but everyone who looked at the storm sweeping across the sky was utterly terrified. Boom! Amidst the high-speed rotation of the storm, a terrifying suction force erupted. The dark creatures that were trying to escape were completely out of control and flew backwards into the storm. Countless dark beings were thrown into the spatial storm and were instantly annihilated, their bodies turning into dust and returning to the surrounding nothingness. Roar! Countless dark creatures roared, trying to break free from the suction of the spatial storm. However, it was all in vain. With Wang Teng's current strength, and at such a close distance, those dark creatures simply could not escape. Even those 13-star demon general level dark species could not escape the suction of the spatial storm. They struggled desperately, exerting their own primal force to the extreme, their whole bodies shrouded in black light, but they were still slowly dragged into the spatial storm by the suction. At that moment, a truly spectacular scene unfolded in the sky. A terrifying storm swirled above Central, with countless deep cracks appearing all around, and a dark void spreading out. The endless dark clouds poured down, forming a funnel shape, and continuously surged into the storm. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, countless dark creatures vanished from this world. The heads of state below were all speechless with shock, looking up at the sky, even forgetting to blink. The entire world who witnessed this scene fell into silence. He single-handedly shook a massive army of dark races. In the past, no one would have believed such a thing, but now, people all over the world have witnessed it firsthand. Countless dark creatures let out desperate roars, like ants thrown into a spatial storm, only to be pulverized and vanish. This terrifying army of dark races disappeared little by little before everyone's eyes. Time passed slowly, and the dark clouds that had shrouded the entire central continent gradually dissipated until the sun shone down. Everything seemed to have returned to calm at this moment. It's over. And so, this war that determined the fate of humanity came to an end. The dark race has been destroyed, and humanity has triumphed. All of this is thanks to that figure standing in the sky above the central continent. Wang Teng, humanity's heroes. Around the world, countless people cheered, some kneeling on the ground, tears of joy streaming from their eyes, as they chanted Wang Teng's name. Ji Shuming, Ren Qingkang, Suan, Yute, Valeria, Gerald. These people who had crossed paths with Wang Teng formed a diverse group, witnessing Wang Teng's rise and his becoming a hero of humanity. The Xia Kingdom, the royal family. The Wang family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shumei cried tears of joy. They all looked at the figure on the screen with pride, and the younger generation, including Wang Hao and Fang Qianwen, cheered. East China Sea. We won! We won! Xu Jia, Bai Wei, and the others exchanged glances and cheered loudly. Such scenes happen all over the world. Central Island. Wang Teng slowly descended from the sky, his face slightly pale. Perverted, absolutely perverted. You actually possess such terrifying spatial techniques? How did you even come up with that? The round, gurgling sound kept swirling in Wang Teng's mind, muttering, and he couldn't stop, which showed how shocked he was. Wang Teng simply ignored it, automatically blocking out the annoying sound. However, when he looked around, he found that everyone was looking at him with the same expression of looking at a monster. One person wiped out the entire dark race army. Wang Teng actually managed to do it. Terrifying. Marshal Cromwell of the Bald Eagle, the head of state of the Great Bear, the head of state of the Nordic Union, and others were all extremely shocked. And their perception of Wang Teng was raised several levels higher. They absolutely cannot be enemies with such a terrifying monster. You're too amazing. Bai Luo looked at Wang Teng and voiced everyone's thoughts. You'll get used to it, Wang Teng said casually. Bai Luo was slightly taken aback, then looked at him speechlessly. Just get used to it. This guy really takes advantage of any opportunity to retaliate, he's not polite at all. Wang Teng ignored her and turned to the martial arts leaders and heads of state of various countries, saying, now the dark seeds have been completely eliminated. But spatial rifts in the dark world have appeared all over the world. We must find them all and seal them one by one to prevent more dark seeds from invading Earth. Alright, I will immediately have every area thoroughly investigated. Marshal Cromwell of the United States made a decisive decision and nodded in agreement. Seeing how quickly he agreed, the other heads of state couldn't help but curse him inwardly as an old fox with no integrity, and immediately followed suit. No problem, I'll give the order right away. Yes, we must search carefully and find all the spatial rifts in the dark world. Ellipsis. These leaders were originally extremely wary of the dark race, and were always very cautious and apprehensive when they talked about it. But after witnessing Wang Teng's strength, they all felt very confident and readily agreed. The martial arts leader had a strange expression on his face. He glanced at the heads of state of various countries and, for some reason, felt that they were all like primary school students vying to show off in front of their teacher. Wang Teng is that teacher. This scene looks rather comical and funny no matter how you look at it. However, the martial arts leader did not laugh. He was a mature leader, and of course he had to maintain his composure at this moment. Wang Teng seemed to sense the change in everyone's attitude towards him, shook his head, and spoke again. I propose that all countries convene a global community conference. A new era for Earth is coming, and we need to form a community to face the universe. Upon hearing this, the heads of state from various countries all changed their expressions and then nodded in unison. They understood that building a global community was now imperative. This outcome was bound to happen sooner or later. Following the original process, after a certain period of evolution, countries around the world would inevitably form a community. It's just that this alien invasion incident has accelerated this process. The location is in the East China Sea of Xia Kingdom, and the time is 5 days from now. Is that alright? Wang Teng looked around and said directly. No problem. Ellipsis ellipsis. The heads of state nodded in agreement and then hurriedly left. However, since each country has sent warriors to guard the central continent, and since they are going to form a community, they should naturally explore these ruins together. East China Sea. The next day, the Wang family had all returned to the East China Sea. Today, Donghai has been fully developed, with high-rise buildings standing tall, restoring its former prosperity and even surpassing it. Thanks to the formation set up by Wang Teng, the East Sea did not suffer much damage during the previous sea monster riot, and instead became one of the few cities that remained intact. After reconstruction, Donghai is more beautiful and advanced than before. After all, with Wang Teng's investment, Donghai has sufficient funds for reconstruction, so of course it is being built as well as possible. It can be said that Donghai is now among the top 3 cities in terms of its level of advancement, no less than Shadu and Jinlin, and even better than several advanced cities in the south. Those southern cities were not as fortunate as Donghai. They were among the first to be hit by the sea monster riot and suffered devastating damage. After the reconstruction of Donghai, wealthy families from other places came to purchase properties. Now everyone knows how powerful Wang Teng is, and this place has become a city with an extremely high safety rating. In just 2 or 3 days, housing prices in Donghai skyrocketed to an alarming level, yet most properties were still snapped up. If the East China Sea authorities hadn't imposed timely purchase restrictions, this situation would likely have escalated even further. This situation would never happen in peacetime. Housing prices are regulated by the state and would never skyrocket in a straight line, much less allow people from other places without local residency to buy in a frenzy. But it has happened now, and those wealthy and powerful families have plenty of ways to buy it. It's unstoppable. However, this also reflects Wang Teng's status and the rise of Donghai. Meanwhile, the news that countries around the world would hold a global community conference in the East China Sea has further ignited the importance of the East China Sea. East China Sea. Wang Family Villa. If we're talking about the most luxurious residential area in Donghai today, it's undoubtedly the Wang Family Villa. Thanks to Wang Teng's financial support, Donghai was able to develop rapidly, and the Wang family was allocated a large piece of land as a result. Therefore, the Wang family villa covers a vast area, and the Wang family even hired the most famous architects to design the villa in an antique style full of charm. Looking out now, one can see pavilions and towers throughout the entire building area, where modern architecture blends seamlessly with ancient styles, complemented by the lake and lush greenery, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Moreover, other villa areas have been built around the Wang family villa. The villas are scattered around the Wang family villa in a well-organized manner, like stars surrounding the moon, forming a beautiful landscape. These villa areas were not built by the Wang family, but were spontaneously established by other wealthy merchants, gentry, and prominent families. They didn't come for the Wang family, but for Wang Teng, the world's #1 powerhouse. Is there anything safer than living next to the world's strongest nation? Ellipsis ellipsis. With 2 days to go before the Global Community Conference, many people have already arrived, and the East China Sea has seen a significant increase in foreign faces in recent days. Meanwhile, the Xia Kingdom also dispatched a large number of military warriors to garrison the East China Sea, imposing martial law and guarding the entire area. Suddenly, a beam of light rose from a certain direction in the East China Sea, like a thick yellow pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Whether they were locals from the East China Sea or visitors drawn by its fame, everyone's attention was drawn to this pillar of light. That's the Wang family's villa. Look, that's Wang Teng in the sky. He's setting up a formation. Ellipsis ellipsis. Some sharp-eyed martial artists spotted a figure in the sky above the Wang family's villa, recognized him, and even guessed what he was doing. Soon, the figure disappeared from public view after a brief appearance. Everyone was in an uproar. Wang Teng personally set up the formation for the Wang family's villa. Since Wang Teng was recognized as the world's strongest person, his reputation has spread far and wide, and his past deeds have been unearthed. Many people now know him as a master of formations and runes, and his expertise far surpasses that of ordinary masters. Therefore, no one was surprised that Wang Teng personally set up the formation for the Wang family's villa. On the contrary, they were very envious. The defensive array in the East China Sea was set up by a group of rune masters under the personal guidance of Wang Teng. And the previous Sea Beast riot also proved the powerful defensive capabilities of this array. As a result, everyone was amazed by Wang Teng's mastery of formations and spread the word about his incredible skill. Now that they have witnessed Wang Teng setting up an array for the Wang family's villa, many people are tempted to do the same. If they could persuade Wang Teng to set up a defensive array for their residents, wouldn't they be able to rest easy even if star beasts attacked the city? There were more than just 1 or 2 people who thought of this, so in just 2 hours, the threshold of the Wang family's villa was almost worn down by the crowd. At that moment, Wang Teng was entertaining an unremarkable middle-aged man at home. In the main living room of the Wang family's villa, Wang Teng and the middle-aged man sat opposite each other on a sofa made of purple wood, a precious wood from another world. Soon a robot maid who looked like a human served tea made with Longjing tea leaves before the rain. Its appearance is similar to that of humans in many ways, and even its exterior is made of the most advanced simulated biochemical skin, making it indistinguishable from a real person at first glance. This was naturally thanks to Yuan Gungun. These robots were originally obtained from the Qian Yuan E-63 spaceship. Later, many of them were damaged by Wang Teng, so Yuan Gungun used advanced technology to repair them and put them on realistic skins. Not only could they become guards of the Wang family's villa, but they could also serve tea, pour water, and cook rice. They were incredibly useful. However, Wang Teng still retained some robotic features to distinguish them from real people. Mr. Wang Teng, these robots of yours shouldn't be products of Earth, right? The middle-aged man asked, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Haha, Mr. Ma, you have a keen eye. I obtained this robot from within the ruins, Wang Teng laughed. This unassuming middle-aged man was none other than Jack Ma, an extremely famous entrepreneur in Xia country. Wang Teng personally received him, as he was a prominent figure in Xia country and even the world. Of course, Mr. Ma was flattered to see Wang Teng. Wang Teng's status was quite high these days, and to be personally received by him was a great honor. Looking at the enthusiastic middle-aged man in front of him, Wang Teng felt a little sad. Now that he thought back, when he first transmigrated, he wanted to intercept this big shot and become a business tycoon. He never expected that the world would change and that this Mr. Ma had already exhausted all his options and left him no way out. Left with no other choice, Wang Teng had to abandon business and turn to martial arts, eventually working his way up to his current position through hardship. Life is unpredictable, who can say for sure? But that ruin in Central Island, Mr. Ma exclaimed in surprise. That's right, Wang Teng nodded. There are indeed many good things in that ruin. If we could study this robot, Earth's technology would leap forward by at least several levels. Mr. Ma was a man of great intelligence. He thought of many things in an instant. His eyes flashed and he asked cautiously, do you have any more of these robots? Could you spare one for me? I've already given this robot to the military for research, and I expect it will be made public soon. Wang Teng smiled and said, as for these things in my family, they are all guards I left for my family, so I can't give them to President Ma. I knew this would be the result, but I still couldn't help asking. Mr. Ma shook his head with a wry smile. What's the purpose of Mr. Ma's visit this time? Wang Teng asked. Mr. Wang Teng, your reputation as a master of formations has spread all over the world. Many people want you to help them set up formations, and I am no exception. I bought a property near the Wang family's villa and plan to live here permanently and be your neighbor. So I would also like you to help me set up a formation. Mr. Ma rubbed his hands and chuckled apologetically. Haha, if it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't agree, but since it's you, Mr. Ma, who personally asked, I have to help out. Wang Teng laughed. That's great, thank you so much. Mr. Ma was extremely satisfied to hear Wang Teng say that, and said with a big smile, but there's no rush. You can come over and help me set up the formation whenever you have time. Wang Teng nodded in agreement and arranged a time with him to help him set up the formation on a free day. Then I won't bother you any longer. Mr. Ma stood up to take his leave. After seeing Mr. Ma off, Wang Teng shook his head and went inside. He saw old Master Wang, Wang Shengguo and others come out. He said helplessly, Grandpa, Dad, if anyone comes looking for me again, just say I'm in seclusion and won't be seeing guests for the time being. Haha, these guests that others would beg for, come to you as if you're looking down on them, old Master Wang chuckled. This is too annoying, I'm outta here. Wang Teng shook his head and made a hasty retreat. There are quite a few visitors like Mr. Ma, and they are all prominent figures with significant influence in China and around the world. Wang Teng himself was naturally not afraid of offending them, but humans are, after all, social animals. Social interactions are unavoidable. Moreover, the Wang family cannot ultimately be separated from society. They still need to rely on society for survival. Therefore, Wang Teng had no choice but to go into seclusion and leave, leaving old Master Wang and Wang Shengguo to take care of things. Wang Teng also secretly told old Master Wang and the others that he could agree to arrange for a few influential figures who had always been on good terms with the Wang family to form a formation. But the others were not worth it. With 2 days to go before the Global Community Conference, Wang Teng had nothing to do, so he left the East China Sea and flew deep into the northern border region. "Where are we going?" Bilal asked, following behind him. "There is a dark rift in the northern frontier. I went and destroyed it," Wang Teng said. In fact, he also knew that since dark rifts had appeared on Earth, it meant that the dark race must have already mastered the spatial coordinates of this planet. It would be infinitely easier for them to descend again than before, but the existing spatial rifts had to be destroyed. Otherwise, the dark race would advance unimpeded, and Earth's military strength would be insufficient to stop them. Biluo's eyes flickered, but she didn't ask anything more. She was very curious about Wang Teng's spatial talent, which was why she thought of coming along to see. "When are you going to let us leave?" Bilal asked casually as she flew. "Once I've dealt with things on Earth, I'll naturally let you leave," Wang Teng said calmly. Soon, Wang Teng and Bai Luo arrived at the location of the spatial rift in the northern frontier. "Major General Wang." Immediately, military commanders stationed there came to greet them. Wang Teng's military rank remains that of Major General. The martial arts leaders have not promoted him because the rank is no longer meaningful to him. Therefore, military commanders still addressed Wang Teng as Major General Wang when they met him. Wang Teng nodded. "I'm here to destroy the spatial rift, which will cause spatial ripples in a certain area. To avoid accidental injury, you should have all the nearby martial artists return." "Good." A group of military generals were overjoyed and quickly responded. Within 15 minutes, all the military personnel who had received the order had returned. Without saying another word, Wang Teng rushed directly towards the spatial rift. Boom! Before long, a loud noise came from the dark spatial rift, like a thunderclap, deafeningly loud. Before everyone's eyes, the spatial rift in the sky collapsed inward, forming nothingness. Then, as if it were shrinking, the entire spatial rift continued to shrink until it became the size of a pinhole and disappeared. Disappeared. Ha ha ha, the spatial rift has disappeared. The military warriors below cheered and were overjoyed at the sight. Wang Teng looked down, smiled slightly, and left without lingering. In the following period, he traveled to various parts of the world, destroying local spatial rifts and also harvesting a wave of star beasts, accumulating blank attributes in large quantities. In 2 days, Wang Teng destroyed all the spatial rifts. As a result, Earth would not be attacked by the dark race for at least a short period of time. After all, each spatial passage was not easy to open. Even if the dark race had mastered Earth's spatial coordinates, it would still take some time and resources to open the spatial passage again. If only you knew the secret technique of concealing spatial coordinates, once you enter the dark universe and conceal Earth's spatial coordinates. The dark race will no longer be able to lock onto Earth using the existing spatial coordinates, Roundball said in Wang Teng's mind. A spatial secret technique to conceal spatial coordinates? A blinding glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he quickly said, "You must know where it is, tell me." "The Great Qian Empire has them, but you need a huge amount of wealth to buy them. Secret techniques are very valuable, and spatial secret techniques are even more valuable and very rare. A single spatial secret technique costs at least hundreds of billions of Great Qian coins," the round, chubby man said leisurely. 100 billion Daqin coins. Wang Teng's eyes widened, and he immediately cursed, "Holy crap, are they robbing me? What do you think?" The round, chubby boy chuckled. "Let me tell you, the most profitable thing in this world isn't the slave trade, nor is it high-tech spaceships, but rather cultivation techniques and secret methods." Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, and something suddenly occurred to him. Cultivation techniques and secret methods. What he has no shortage of are cultivation techniques and secret methods. Later, when he goes into space, he can easily obtain other people's cultivation techniques and secret methods by picking up attribute bubbles and then resell them. Isn't that wonderful? Especially high-level cultivation techniques and combat skills, as well as those rare secret techniques, each one is worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. And it's not a one-off deal. A single cultivation technique or secret technique can be sold to many people. The person who creates or masters a cultivation technique or secret technique is practically sitting on a treasure trove, with a continuous flow of wealth coming their way. Everyone who possesses a secret technique or cultivation technique inheritance is a super rich tycoon in the universe, Roundy said with a hint of envy. However, many cultivation techniques and secret methods are kept very secret and are not easily sold. After saying that, it added, therefore, inheritance is extremely important in the universe. For a martial artist like you who comes from a backward planet to have the inheritance of a universe-level powerhouse from the very beginning, you must have had incredible luck. The round, chubby girl didn't forget to give Wang Teng a look of disdain. Wang Teng was too lazy to argue with Yuan Gungun. If Yuan Gungun knew that he could continuously produce cultivation techniques and secret methods, he wondered if this intelligent life form would be so frightened that it would crash. Wang Teng had a slightly wicked thought in his mind. It seems I will inevitably have to make a trip to the Great Qian Empire, Wang Teng said thoughtfully. Of course, don't think about it anymore. If you want to become stronger, you have to take risks. Be decisive. I'll be able to repair the spaceship soon, and then we'll set off for the Great Qian Empire, said Roundy. Wang Teng shook his head, changed the subject, and asked, have you found that guy? Found it, right here in the sea right beneath you. Roundy pouted, but still nodded. Why didn't you say we were there sooner? We almost flew past it. Wang Teng said angrily. Could this round thing be any more reliable? It was late at night when Wang Tengfei flew to the depths of the ocean to search for traces of the storm giant ape. With the help of the round thing, Wang Teng could find it even in the vast ocean. As for finding that big guy, the obvious goal is to take it down. It's best not to let such powerful star beasts exist on Earth, otherwise they're like time bombs, and who knows when they'll explode. Besides, that storm giant ape is a huge attribute bubble generator, and Wang Teng can't let it go. Without any hesitation, Wang Teng plunged into the deep sea, rushing towards the dark ocean floor at an extremely fast speed. He activated the deep sea breathing skill, making it no different for him to be in the seawater than on land. In fact, even without the deep sea breathing skill, with his current strength, entering the deep sea of Earth wouldn't be difficult. However, the advantage of deep sea breathing is its convenience. If you have such a skill, you might as well use it. Roundy also noticed Wang Teng's unusual behavior and exclaimed in admiration, your skill is pretty good. If you were to sell it, it would definitely sell like hotcakes on planets with a high percentage of seawater. I don't know where you got so many strange skills. I hacked into Earth's network and didn't find any similar skills. It was somewhat baffled and couldn't help but wonder if Wang Teng had received some other inheritance. Otherwise, how could the origin of these skills be explained? Wang Teng ignored him and continued diving into the deep sea, where the pressure kept increasing, pressing in from all directions. Fortunately, Wang Teng's physical body was strong, so this pressure was nothing more than a drizzle to him, just a tickle. However, the deeper Wang Teng descended, the more sea creatures appeared around him. Furthermore, these star beasts are all extremely powerful. According to Earth's military standards, they are almost all at least 8-star level, and each one is enormous. Because Wang Teng concealed his aura, these star beasts could not sense his power. Upon seeing Wang Teng, they roared and pounced on him. You're asking for it. Wang Teng smiled coldly, and a cold light flew out from his spatial ring, instantly transforming into a semicircular golden wheel, shaped like a crescent moon, which began to spin at high speed. Pshaw! The rapidly spinning golden wheel protected Wang Teng, creating a vacuum around him. All the star beasts that approached were shredded, but all the bits of flesh and blood were blocked by the golden wheel, unable to get close to Wang Teng at all. Moon Gold Wheel. This weapon is called the Moon Gold Wheel. It was clearly a psychic weapon, and a cosmic-level psychic weapon that only a cosmic-level psychic master was qualified to use. Originally belonging to Nangong Yu, it has now been acquired by Wang Teng, who uses it very skillfully. He discovered that this psychic weapon was indeed worthy of being used by a cosmic-level powerhouse. It was indeed incredibly powerful. When Yuan Gungun saw Wang Teng using the Moon Gold Wheel to kill these low-level sea beasts, he cursed Wang Teng in his mind, thinking that he was simply wasting a precious resource. Suddenly, all was quiet. All the sea beasts disappeared, and a huge trench appeared in front of Wang Teng below. Wang Teng stopped, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked down, seeing a huge black shadow lying there resting in the trench. Storm Giant Ape. This guy is actually hiding here. Wang Teng sneered inwardly, pointed his finger, and the Moon Golden Wheel vanished before him in a blur. The storm giant ape below suddenly sensed a deadly crisis approaching, awoke abruptly, let out a roar, and swung its long staff out. Pshaw! The incredibly hard giant rod was actually cut in half by the moon gold wheel, losing a third of its length, with the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Boom! But the storm giant ape also took this opportunity to dodge an attack. It saw Wang Tang, and a memory surged forth, causing it to roar. Humanity, it is you. It seems you still remember me. Wang Tang said with a faint smile. Today I've come to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the moon golden wheel's speed increased dramatically, transforming into a dazzling golden light that streaked across the seawater and struck the storm giant ape. He bottom of the deep sea. A colossal giant ape stands in a trench, the overlord of the ocean and king of countless powerful sea beasts. On the entire planet Earth, it is at the forefront of evolution, and has no rivals even among humans. But at this moment, its huge eyes were filled with solemnity as it looked at the human figure opposite it, which seemed incredibly small compared to it. A golden light swiftly pierced between the two, cutting through the seawater and disregarding the terrifying pressure at a depth of 10,000 meters. It moved as easily as cutting tofu, striking the storm giant ape with lightning speed. When the golden light reached within tens of meters of him, the storm giant ape's enormous pupils contracted to their maximum size. Roar! It suddenly let out a deafening roar, the rolling sound waves pushing aside the surrounding seawater, and then it moved, smashing out the long staff in its hand. Purple lightning flashed on the long staff, like a bolt of lightning, and suddenly struck down. Boom! The golden light collided with the purple lightning. The surrounding seawater rolled back uncontrollably, creating a vacuum zone in the center of the two. The surging seawater formed terrifying underwater currents, destroying everything around it and stirring up dust that had accumulated on the seabed for countless millennia. Fortunately, there were no other creatures in the deep sea, otherwise the terrifying undercurrents alone would have been enough to annihilate a lord-level star beast. In the distance, Wang Tang watched this scene quietly, his expression extremely calm. After a short while, the seabed returned to calm, revealing the massive body of the storm ape beneath the trench. It stood there motionless, but the long stick in its hand was completely broken in two. Suddenly, a bloody smell wafted out, and a blood flower quietly bloomed between the storm giant ape's eyebrows. Whoosh! A golden light shot out from behind the storm giant ape's head, circled once in the seawater, and flew back to Wang Tang's side, circling around him like a loyal guard, dutifully protecting its master's safety. Wang Tang glanced at the rapidly spinning moonwheel. Its smooth, sharp edges were spotless, as clean as if they had just been wiped. My darling. A hint of amazement appeared in Wang Tang's eyes. HMPH, do you even need to tell me that? A round, slightly disgruntled voice floated through Wang Tang's mind. Wang Tang pretended not to hear and glanced at the storm giant ape below. He saw that attribute bubbles were floating around it. Clearly, the king of sea monsters that once plunged the East China Sea into dire straits has now been easily killed by Wang Tang. Wang Tang was quite calm at this moment. The storm giant ape had indeed made him look bad back then. If it weren't for his powerful move, Spatial Storm, Wang Tang wouldn't have been able to defeat it. The storm giant ape would likely slaughter the entire East China Sea, leaving no survivors. However, Wang Tang has already experienced too much, and has killed countless planetary-level powerhouses. Naturally, he no longer has any fear of this storm giant ape, which has not yet fully advanced to the Beast King level. He doesn't even take it seriously. The purpose of coming here to kill the storm giant ape was merely to eliminate a potential threat to humanity on Earth. Wang Tang looked at the attribute bubbles below and picked them up directly. Peerless Lightning Talent *3200. Peerless Wind Type Talent *2800. Peerless Water Type Talent *3500. Lightning Force *6500. Lightning Star Force *1000. Wind Force *6300. Wind Type Star Force *800. Water-based Force *7000. Water Type Star Force *1500. Thunderstorm 300. Blank Attribute *25000. Ellipsis. When these attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tang's body, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Holy crap, then he couldn't help but swear. This storm giant ape is amazing. Wang Tang was a little stunned, genuinely stunned. He really hadn't expected to get so many attribute points from the storm giant ape. Previously, through his perception, Wang Tang had determined that the other party had not yet broken through to the Beast King level, which is the planetary level corresponding to humans. As a result, this star beast actually emitted bubbles that were no less powerful than those of a planetary-level expert. It must be admitted that this storm giant ape is truly blessed by nature. It possesses 3 talents, wind, thunder, and water, all of which have reached the pinnacle. Wang Teng directly obtained 3,200 points of the pinnacle thunder talent, 2,800 points of the pinnacle wind talent, and 3,500 points of the pinnacle water talent from it. These 3 bubbles merged into his body, causing his talent to skyrocket. Originally, Wang Teng had not reached the king level in the 3 talents of water, lightning, and wind, but now, with the addition of a large number of attribute points, they have all been upgraded. King level water type talent, 81 thousandths. King level wind type talent, 15 1,000ths. King level lightning talent, 25 1,000ths. Looking at the changes on the attribute panel, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel fortunate, especially since his wind and lightning talents had only exceeded the limit by 1 point. If Wang Teng had obtained fewer of the 2 talent attribute points this time, he would not have been able to obtain 3 king-level talents at the same time. It's important to know that wind and lightning are special mutated talents that most people don't possess, and it's very difficult to improve these 2 talents. Now things are much better. With both special mutated talents upgraded to the king level, Wang Teng won't have to worry about his talents falling behind for a long time. Besides the innate attributes, the other attributes are also quite impressive, including 3 types of force attributes, such as ordinary force and stellar force. The appearance of this stellar primal force greatly surprised Wang Teng. Wang Teng was somewhat moved. The storm giant ape had no inheritance, yet it managed to convert ordinary primal force into stellar primal force through its own talent, something that ordinary star beasts could not do. I believe that if given more time, this storm giant ape will definitely advance to the level of Beast King. By then, the storm giant ape, possessing 3 talents, would probably be able to roam freely on Earth. Of course, this is all on the premise that Wang Teng doesn't make a move. Ultimately, the 3 primal forces circulated within Wang Teng's body. The water-based primal force merged into the water-based star, while the wind and lightning-based primal forces merged into the primal core. Wang Teng's wind and lightning elemental forces are currently only at the 13-star warrior level, not yet at the planetary level, so he has not condensed any elemental force stars. Finally, there were 2 attribute bubbles and 1 blank attribute, totaling a full 25,000 points. Wang Teng was very satisfied with this gain. The other one is a special combat skill attribute bubble. Thunderstorm. Wang Teng's expression turned somewhat strange upon seeing this combat technique. Is he more suited to storm-type combat skills? Sword Storm, Thunderstorm, Space Storm. Maybe we can make a storm series in the future. Wang Teng thought to himself, finding it rather interesting. As the thunderstorm attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's mind, a huge figure appeared. It was a giant ape, and wind elemental energy surged from its body, forming a storm, while lightning elemental energy transformed into terrifying thunderbolts, merging into the storm. The 2 blended together, achieving a wondrous balance, and then unleashed an extremely terrifying power. A moment later, Wang Teng opened his eyes and realized what had happened. A cyan glint flashed in one of his eyes, while a purple lightning bolt streaked across the other, making him appear quite peculiar. This thunderstorm is interesting. Wang Teng thought to himself, quite pleased with this skill. Compared to a space storm, a thunderstorm is certainly less powerful, but it is many times stronger than a normal planetary combat technique and can be used as a powerful killing move. Most importantly, thunderstorm is not as difficult to unleash as space storm, nor does it place as much burden on the user. When space storm is unleashed, the body must withstand the backlash of spatial power. If Wang Teng's physical body were not so strong, an ordinary person would probably be completely crippled after just 1 use. Even Wang Teng's physical functions declined to some extent after using it, and he would be in an extremely dangerous situation if he encountered a strong enemy. However, the thunderstorm is different. Wang Teng's physical body can fully withstand the ravages of thunder and storm power, and even if he unleashes it, it will not have a significant impact on his body. Overall, it's a very good combat skill. If Yuan Gungun knew that Wang Teng only gave Thunderstorm a not bad rating, he would probably have a serious talk with Wang Teng. If a powerful combat technique like Thunderstorm were released in the universe, countless powerful individuals would be vying to purchase it. Even immortal level experts would probably be tempted, since this combat skill has no clear level restrictions. If it is used by an immortal level expert, it can unleash the powerful force of an immortal level expert. Such combat skills are extremely rare even in the universe. After merging all the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng glanced at the storm giant ape, wondering what to do with its remains. At this moment, a round voice rang out, "Give it to me." This storm giant ape has star bones and star cores inside its body, which are quite good forging materials and can be used to forge battle armor. Forge battle armor. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. "Not bad, I'm going to make you a suit of armor entirely forged from star bones," Roundy said with a chuckle, his tone revealing a hint of eagerness. "You forged it for me personally?" Wang Teng asked, somewhat surprised, as if he had sensed something. "What, is that not allowed? Let me tell you, I, Roundy, was a very famous master-level blacksmith back in the day. Forging armor for a planetary-level little guy like you is just a piece of cake. You should be secretly happy," Roundy said. "So you're a master blacksmith? My apologies." Wang Teng rolled his eyes but still offered a compliment. "HMPH, I know you're a forging master, but you're still far from being a grandmaster. You'll have to learn from me from now on," the round-faced boy said smugly, finally finding a bit of superiority in Wang Teng. Wang Teng chuckled inwardly. Yuan Gungun had no idea that he was improving his secondary professions entirely by collecting attribute bubbles, without needing to learn them at all. Perhaps after watching it be forged a few times, Wang Teng will be able to successfully advance to the Grandmaster realm. That will give it a big surprise. Roundy collected the corpse of the storm giant ape, and then Wang Teng left the deep sea without lingering, speeding towards the Sha Kingdom. Sha Kingdom, East Sea. January 1, 2011, 8 a.m. The weather was bright and sunny. On this day, the East China Sea became the center of the entire world. The Sha Kingdom's army had placed the entire East China Sea under martial law several days earlier. Although no one who came to the East China Sea would be turned away, they would be carefully checked. People of unknown origin were absolutely not allowed to enter the East China Sea. Even so, many people still flocked to the East China Sea. And all of this is because the East China Sea is about to hold a global community meeting today. Global Community Conference. A crucial meeting that will determine the future direction of the world. Several days before the meeting even started, the news had spread like wildfire, and everyone knew about it. Everyone is very concerned about the future of Earth. Therefore, whether they are world-renowned business tycoons or people from all walks of life who have great influence around the world, they all come to Donghai. Of course, it's impossible for all of these people to attend the global community meeting. Those who can participate are all political figures from various countries and leaders of major powers. At this very moment, fighter jets landed on the wide plaza surrounding a tall tower in the center of the East China Sea. This tower is a newly built landmark in the East China Sea. It stands 360 meters tall and is not defined by the exact number of floors. Inside, there are many facilities, including exhibition halls, a collection of martial arts techniques and combat skills, an administrative hall, and so on. The meeting was held on the top floor of the tower. As the fighter jets landed, one by one, national leaders stepped off the aircraft and, under the protection of powerful warriors, entered the tower's gates. Leaders from all the major powers in the world have come, without exception. Outside the square, crowds thronged, and the noise rose and fell in waves. My God, those are the Marshal and the President of the Bald Eagle. The head of state of the Great Bear Kingdom has also arrived. And the head of state of the Nordic countries. Ellipsis. The crowd on the periphery recognized each national leader as if they were old friends and discussed them incessantly. A large number of military personnel stood guard around the area, blocking the enthusiastic crowd. Governor Zhang of the East China Sea, General Chen, the guard commander, and others stood in the square, watching the national leaders walk into the tower, their faces filled with sighs. They used to be much higher in status than Wang Teng, but now Wang Teng is able to convene global leaders for meetings while they can only stand guard outside. The two looked at each other, speechless. The top floor of the tower. The conference hall was brightly lit. In the very center of the hall, around a huge round table, leaders from various countries were engaged in a lively conversation. Black, white, and yellow people were all gathered here, seemingly setting aside racial prejudices. The meeting begins at 9 a.m. sharp. Above the center of the enormous round table, a beam of light shone, slowly forming a three-dimensional virtual projection. All eyes turned to him. That's an aerial view of Earth's starry sky. Everyone. Wang Teng, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up. To his right was the martial arts leader of the Shah Kingdom, and to his left were the marshal and head of state of the White Eagle Kingdom. As the sound rang out, everyone's attention shifted from the starry sky projection to Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze slowly swept over the group of national leaders, his face expressionless, before he slowly spoke. I'm sure you all know the purpose of gathering everyone here today. Just recently, alien invaders entered Earth. We were caught off guard, and all the countries fell, almost becoming slaves of the alien invaders. This time, they came for a so-called trial. They treated Earth as a testing ground and acted arbitrarily. Gentlemen, I only have one question. Are you willing to accept this situation? After speaking, Wang Teng paused for a moment. All the national leaders recalled their unbearable experiences at the hands of the alien trial participants, and their faces showed anger and resentment. These leaders, who have risen to their positions through their ability to keep their emotions hidden, are unable to suppress their anger when faced with the enslavement of the alien trial participants. Seeing everyone's expressions, Wang Teng spoke again. Actually, our experience this time was relatively mild. At least they came for the trial and didn't really want to enslave Earth. But in the universe, the enslavement of a planet happens frequently. You may not know this, but there exists a type of merchant in the universe, slave traders, who specialize in selling slaves. This is an extremely profitable industry. And in the eyes of aliens, a planet with a backward civilization like Earth is just like a backward indigenous tribe. They can enslave us at will and sell humans like commodities. The group looked at each other, their expressions grim. Slavery. To enslave an entire planet. This was beyond everyone's imagination. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. Suddenly, Wang Teng pointed to the projection image in the center of the round table. I know you don't believe it, but it's true. Look, this is our home planet Earth. But it is just an extremely backward planet in the universe. In the vast Milky Way galaxy, our Earth is just one of hundreds of thousands of life-bearing planets, and the Milky Way galaxy is just one of the 9 major star systems of the Orient Federation. By the way, the Orient Federation is the country where those alien trial participants are located. As Wang Teng narrated, the projection map began to change. Earth shrank and other planets appeared in the starry sky. Gradually, the entire star map of the solar system was presented to everyone. But the shrinking of the star map did not stop there. Soon the solar system was also too small to be seen with the naked eye, and planets emerged one by one, forming the Milky Way. The star map continued to fly by, and the Milky Way galaxy shrank, until finally a vast and boundless star field appeared. This star map shows the territory of the Orient Federation. Wow! The world leaders were shocked, and there was an uproar. They didn't realize how small Earth was until they compared it to the Orient Federation, which turned out to be a terrifying behemoth. Control 9 star systems, each with hundreds of thousands of life-bearing planets. Compared to this, what is Earth? Wang Teng did not display a wider star map, fearing it would frighten everyone. After all, this was only a primary cosmic civilization. There were secondary and advanced cosmic civilizations beyond that. In fact, the Orient Federation is just a minor player. At this moment, Wang Teng said in a deep voice, "Now you know just how tiny Earth really is. Now let's talk about the division of combat power in the universe. In the universe, someone like me at the planetary level is actually just the beginning of martial arts, equivalent to an apprentice-level martial artist on Earth, only capable of running errands, mining, and so on." Next to the star chart appeared another scene. A group of chimpanzee-like creatures were chiseling and mining in a huge mine. These creatures were all incredibly strong, wielding huge iron hammers, and their presence was terrifying. They are planetary level, but all they can do is mine. This is a silhouette of the universe transmitted by a round object. Wang Teng showed it to everyone to increase its credibility. As he expected, the leaders of various countries were stunned into silence. Quiet, absolute silence. A planetary-level power, incredibly strong on Earth and capable of sweeping across the globe, only good for mining? They found this incredible and unbelievable no matter how they thought about it. Glug! Someone swallowed hard, standing out starkly in the deathly silent meeting room. So once someone sets their sights on Earth and sends even a stellar-level expert, we will have no chance to resist. Wang Teng concluded. Your Excellency Wang Teng, please stop. The head of state of the White Eagle Kingdom wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. He looked up at Wang Teng and said with a wry smile. Huh? Wang Teng stared at him, somewhat bewildered. Was this guy scared out of his wits? He looked up at the other national leaders and found that their faces were exactly the same as the bald eagle's head of state, all pale and looking terrified. Wang Teng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He thought he had already restrained himself, so why did he still scare these people like this? These people don't have a stable mindset. Wang Teng silently grumbled to himself. An awkward atmosphere suddenly filled the conference room. Wang Teng felt quite embarrassed. He had only wanted to make world leaders realize the seriousness of the matter so that everyone could put aside past disagreements and work together to build a global community to face the major changes to come. However, to everyone's surprise, the universe he described seemed to have startled everyone. But thinking about it, it's understandable. After all, the leaders present have never left Earth and have no idea about the cruelty of the universe. It's like people who lived in remote mountain villages for the past 20 years suddenly coming to big cities, unaware of how difficult it is to survive in big cities. They'll definitely panic when they first hear about these things. Just like when Wang Teng first heard about these things, he wasn't much better off. I'm sure you all know better than I do why I'm telling you all this, Wang Teng said with a dry cough. Lord Wang Teng, the head of state of the bald eagle, stood up, looked around, and spoke again. We understand what you mean. Now that we have come to Sha country, we have already put aside all prejudices and grudges. The bald eagle is the first country to agree to the establishment of a global community. All eyes were drawn to the black head of state of the bald eagle country. No one expected that the former head of state of the superpower would be the first to agree, and that he would agree so readily with almost no hesitation. Subsequently, heads of state from other countries also expressed their views. On behalf of the Sha Kingdom, I agree to the establishment of a global community. The martial arts leader stood up and said calmly. His mere presence standing beside Wang Teng was enough to demonstrate his unwavering support for Wang Teng. On behalf of the Great Bear Nation, I agree to the establishment of a global community. The head of the Great Bear Nation, a robust white man, spoke firmly in his deep voice. On behalf of the Nordic countries, I endorse the formation of a global community, said the elderly white head of state of the Nordic countries with a slight smile. On behalf of the AFI Alliance, I endorse the formation of a global community. On behalf of Australia, I endorse the formation of a global community. On behalf of the Inca Kingdom, I endorse the establishment of a global community. The leaders of each country stood up. Although their expressions were different, a sense of determination and solemnity could be seen in their eyes. At this critical juncture in history, they made a decision that would completely change the landscape of the Earth world. This moment is destined to be recorded in the annals of Earth's history. Good. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he said, next, in order to deal with the upcoming cosmic trend, I have selected 2 plans, which I will now share with everyone for discussion. The group slowly sat down without saying a word, but their gazes were once again focused on Wang Teng. My first option is to travel to space, obtain legal citizenship, register on a planet, and become a lord of Earth. As for the second option, Wang Teng paused suddenly as he spoke. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency Wang Teng, I have a question. President Zhou of the Bald Eagle interrupted Wang Teng. Lord Zhou, please speak. Wang Teng sat down and gestured for him to continue. According to what you said before, our galaxy should belong to the Orient Federation, so it should be easy for us to become a member of the Orient Federation, right? Zhou said with a frown. He suddenly realized that the plan Wang Teng was talking about seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the cruel style he had proposed before. No, although we are within the territory of the Orient Federation, Earth is an undiscovered and undeveloped planet. To the Orient Federation, we Earthlings would probably be the lowest of the natives and would not receive fair treatment. You must have seen how those trial participants treated us before, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. Everyone then realized what was happening. Then how do we obtain citizenship and gain autonomous control over Earth? This plan is probably not so easy to achieve, said the head of state of the Bald Eagle Nation. That's true. In the universe, strength, status, and position are highly valued. On Earth, without strength or status, wanting to take control of Earth is just wishful thinking. Before long, we'll be eaten alive by others, leaving not even bones behind, Wang Teng said. Therefore, we must become stronger in a short period of time and obtain a certain status. The Orient Federation already knows about Earth's existence. Do we still have time to develop? The head of the Nordic Union said with deep concern. Time is running out, but I have a plan, Wang Teng suddenly said. What method? Everyone asked anxiously. I once received a legacy belonging to a high-level cosmic civilization. If I can successfully inherit that legacy, then I will have an extremely high status, and Earth will naturally be safe, Wang Teng said. Inheritance? An advanced cosmic civilization? Upon hearing this, everyone was both puzzled and surprised. That's right, an advanced cosmic civilization. Wang Teng nodded, finally deciding to state the situation. In the universe, nations are divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The Orient Federation is actually only a primary cosmic civilization. Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. The powerful Orient Federation is actually just a rudimentary cosmic civilization. That's incredible. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat and felt a chill run through their bodies. Your Excellency Wang Teng, I would like to ask, just how powerful are advanced cosmic civilizations? President Jolio of the Bald Eagle Kingdom swallowed hard and asked. Other national leaders also looked on with great curiosity. I don't think you'd want to know this, Wang Teng said meaningfully. He ultimately did not explain the power of advanced cosmic civilizations, but everyone had already grasped what it meant. For a moment, the meeting room fell into dead silence again. Then, Lord Wang Teng, is the inheritance you obtained reliable? Jolio asked. He was extremely envious. Wang Teng had actually obtained the inheritance of a high-level cosmic civilization. What an incredible opportunity. Reliable. Wang Teng nodded, but it carries great risk, and I'm afraid someone won't let me have my way. Everyone was shocked. Wang Teng's words have a profound meaning. Is someone preventing Wang Teng from inheriting the mantle? Who could it be? The world leaders present were all astute individuals. They all guessed and quickly came to a conclusion. Clearly, that resistance either comes from the Orient Federation or from that advanced civilization in the universe. But regardless of which one it is, they are all terrifying beings that are insurmountable to them. So I have a second option, Wang Teng said, noticing the expressions on everyone's faces. What is the second option? The head of the Great Bear Kingdom asked urgently. The Earth Wandering Project. Wang Teng's words were astonishing. The Earth Wandering Project. Everyone repeated it, and then their faces showed shock. Could it be? Just as you all think, I plan to send Earth to wander the universe if there is no way to salvage the situation. Heading to an unknown star system of the Orient Federation to avoid all enemies, Wang Teng said solemnly. To be honest, he wouldn't have done this unless it was a point of no return. The solar system is ultimately the birthplace of Earth. This is their homeland. A foreign land cannot accommodate the body, nor can a foreign land provide a place for the soul. Who would willingly wander to unfamiliar star systems, eke out a living there, only to be told by their children that this is not their home when they grow old and their descendants ask about it? How tragic. Everyone fell silent, a deathly silence. It's not just the people of Sha who have a deep attachment to their homeland. People from other countries wouldn't want to leave the solar system and wander in the vast universe. That's too cruel. Moreover, the universe is full of dangers. Even if they wander the universe, they may encounter unknown dangers. If they are not careful, Earth will face the danger of destruction. Lord Wang Teng, isn't the Wandering Earth project a bit too hasty? Jolio asked cautiously. I won't implement this plan unless absolutely necessary, Wang Teng nodded. Since Wang Teng had already said this much, everyone knew there was nothing more to say. When the time comes to leave, saying anything more is useless. Without wandering, there is only destruction. So, what method should we use to wander Earth? Moving the entire planet is probably a very difficult task, Jolio said with a wry smile. A spatial teleportation array, Wang Teng said slowly. Spatial teleportation array. Everyone was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized what was going on. Using the power of formations, this purpose can indeed be achieved. At that time, I will set up a global space teleportation array, and then communicate with the spatial coordinates of an unfamiliar star system. If things don't work out, we will directly teleport Earth to that star system, Wang Teng explained. A massive array covering the entire globe. Everyone took a deep breath, staring at Wang Teng with awe, marveling at his boldness and skill. Moreover, has Wang Teng's mastery of formations reached such a level? It's truly unimaginable. In that case, I have no further questions, Jolio said after a moment's thought. After some internal deliberation, the other heads of state also nodded in agreement, since they really had no other better options. Ultimately, it all depends on Wang Teng. After the establishment of the global community, I will publicly reveal the planetary level 5 elements cultivation technique. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng changed the subject and dropped another bombshell. Since we are going to establish a global community, there is no need to keep it a secret any longer. Otherwise, Earth's combat power will remain at the Star Apostle stage and be completely vulnerable in the universe. Only by improving Earth's overall combat strength can Earth's survivability be enhanced. This is the only way. Upon hearing this, everyone was both surprised and delighted. The purpose of forming a community is to put aside past grievances and overcome difficulties together. Now, Wang Teng has undoubtedly accepted them. Otherwise, why would he give them these benefits? End of Arc 5, Alien Invasion, Part 2 of 2.